Hey, we're live, dude. What's up?
No, we're not. She said 10 seconds.
Well, we're live now. Thank you.
Oh, wait a second. Jeebus? Jeebus? Is that you? Dude, yesterday too, I said to Tara, I said, bro, let's just make this like a 3-man booth or whatever for the noon. She's like, no, but I'll chime in when I need to. I was like, all right, dude.
What does that
That
mean?
sounds good. I don't know. I am excited that you and I are doing this again. Like, we didn't even ask for this, and Drew just kind of put us on the schedule together, and should be a good time. First of 6 Sims on the Dream Stream today. You and me, Emerson Latzia, Brendan Glassheen. So Caroline is on the producing side of this. Daniel on the ones and twos. We got Rob, we got Kyle with us also behind the scenes. Should be a good time, man. I'm pretty stoked for this. We got a lot to get to. Like, screw the game. We have so much outside of the 7 that we have to talk about today.
Yeah, there's a lot we need to go through, and I think it will be really good for us. By 110, 115, I think we're going to be in a better place.
I'm going to say this, guys. If Glash doesn't seem like he's on his A game today, he's feeling a little rough. If you follow him on Twitter or, Instagram, you can see that last night he had a long night. He went to a baseball game at Fenway, and holy moly, he was fun. He was living his best life, that's for sure. It looked beautiful out there.
Oh, it was great. Mid-70s, cotton candy sky. Taking in the Sox. Nice win last night for them too against the Angels. Ohtani hit a home run. That was cool.
That's great. Is it bad that because I root for the Red Sox to be successful because we cover them, and that's better. It's better when you cover a good team than a crappy team like last season. But I was rooting for Showtime just to go yard, and that one home run he had was so impressive. It was like he was just trying to get like wood on the ball.
Yeah.
Which typically you just kind of pull that into the stands, and the damn thing goes over the monster.
Yeah, it looks like he was just trying to shave that pitch off to stay alive, and what do you know? It went out. So got a little bit of everything last night. A little come from behind action. It was good. It was a good time. I had a great time. I mean, I was bummed I didn't get on TV, but
Yeah, I was trying to. My friends have been disappointing. Right? I was like, you got to get there because this is the new play-by-play guy for the Connecticut Sun, for crying out loud. He's going to be calling games on our air on the New England Sports Network. I think the game, you keep saying CBS Sports Network, but like I'm looking over on the Nesson schedule. I think it's on Nesson tomorrow.
Both. It's on both.
Yeah, so it's on both. Okay, great. Well, it's interesting. You just keep pushing the CBS Sports side. Well, I don't know why you're not pushing like Nesson now that you and I are like partners again. Like you and I have worked together everywhere together.
I know. We just can't get away from one another. Well, the Nesson thing was not final. I knew for sure it was CBS, but the Nesson thing was not finalized until like Friday.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I have a good excuse.
Okay. All right.
So are you working Sunday night?
No, I'm not working. No, I'm working tonight, and then tomorrow I'm off.
Damn.
Just gonna be chilling. But you know what? You're damn right. I'm gonna be tuning in because I want to hear your sweet angelic voice. They had a great win last night, by the way.
Against the Dream. Yep. And here we are on the Dream Stream. Wow.
Yes. Yeah. Life was full circle. Hey, babe, she's crying outside the door a lot. I think she wants to spend some time with you in there. You want to open it up? Open it slowly. Got the dogs wandering. My wife has locked herself in the bedroom once again. But yeah, here we go. Patriots Bengals. I don't know if we said that already.
Yeah, I made a lineup. Did you make a lineup?
Yeah. Let me hear yours first, please.
Okay.
If you're ready.
I'm ready. I put John Ross in the captain spot. Billy. Remember back in the day, Billy would get on us about John Ross speed rating. 97 speed.
I just got to cut you off real quick. He still has posters of John Ross on his ceiling. It's one of the most bizarre things when you go over to his house. It's like, what do you do at night, man?
Right. It's like Clark Griswold's dad, Christmas. It's John Ross. Who knows if he's wearing a uniform or not? John Ross in the captain spot. Newton, Burrow, Devin Asiasi, Tyler Boyd, and I played the Pats defense. So, a little bit of a risk.
Okay.
That's a big pickup. Bam.
Yeah, dude.
Bird.
Where did he just sign? It's the Bears?
Bears, correct, sir.
Yes! That's off the top of my head too, bro. Yeah. So Cam Newton's 2 for 2, 28 yards in this one. First quarter underway. Let me go ahead and take a gander at what is sure to be an award-winning lineup that I have built. It is the Devin Asiasi. So I stacked the tight ends. I stacked the quarterbacks. Devin Asiasi in the captain spot. 63% of the people in our 99 entry contest. Emerdin Glazia decided to roster that man. Cam Newton, Joe Burrow, AJ Green, CJ Uzomah, James White.
That's award-winning stuff.
It's one of those things you look at it on paper, Glash, and I say to myself, how can I not win this thing? And then I end up not winning it. And I say, well, that's how.
Said everyone in the chat right now and everyone watching. We'll all lose together, though. It's fine.
What do we got over here on YouTube? Almost 200 people just tuning in, hanging out with us today. It is Glash. It is Big Daddy E-Meat, E-Money. Just hanging out with each other. Glash looks rough. He had a rough night. Got to hydrate today, buddy, because I need you glowing. I need you glowing tomorrow. If you guys haven't heard, Glash was named this week the official play-by-play guy, the television face of the Connecticut Sun. So it's a big, big deal. If you have CBS Sports Network or if you have the New England Sports Network, he'll be calling the game tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, which is great too, because between like the 6 and 8 o'clock sims, you guys can go over and then watch that game and then keep it on when you flip the 8 o'clock sim on.
Oh, and you better believe yesterday I was pitching to the people, and I think someone did this today in the DK SimFam Friends League. Why don't you make a WNBA contest? You can make contests on DraftKings.
Oh, damn. You can?
Yeah, dude.
Can you send me an invite to that? As Cam Newton, who do we have? Julia Gulia. First and goal coming up from the 6. Yeah, send me an invite to that, dude.
Go to leagues. And someone, oh yeah, here it is, by Super Coach. The Congrats Glash WNBA Classic. There's a classic contest for today.
Yeah, man, you're a badass. I love that.
And there's 2 games this afternoon. They tip at 1 and 3 Eastern. Chicago,
Okay.
Washington, Vegas, Seattle. Vegas-Seattle's a good game.
Did Vegas win the title last year? Were they in the championship game or something? It's
Yeah,
one
they
of those
won
two,
it.
right?
Yep, they won it.
Oh my God, I'm a wealth of knowledge. From the 3, second and goal. Get in there. Sony Michelle. It's Michelle, not Michael.
I definitely did that when they first got him.
I know you did.
Yeah.
Just like Raheem to the stream.
Yeah.
That had to be like a year ago now, like almost a year ago to the day.
Heavy crickets from Raheem Mostert on Twitter and Instagram. Haven't heard a word. Quite shocking, honestly.
I just think about like that one night we were making it a thing.
Oh my God, the hashtags are all bombarding his Twitter.
Yes, like him waking up and just opening his phone and saying like, what the hell? Like, who are all these jabronis and schmucks in my mentions? And what does Raheem to the stream mean? And he sees the clip of like you calling his name. He like plays for the Chiefs. Gotta take some time here over on YouTube to shout out Adam. Emerson set a new personal best on the Peloton. Yeah, you did. You are an amazing human being. You can do it, sweetie. You're doing fantastic. Follow the Quad Father. He will show you the way. So were you pretty excited when you saw that you were on a Patriot sim?
I didn't even know who was playing until we opened the Zoom. So I'm just going to be honest. I woke up and I'm like, oh, wait, it's like 10:30. Let me make sure Emerson and Kaufman made contests for today. Perfect. They already did. So that's plenty.
Hey, man, welcome to my world. Half the time we're in the pregame show, and I'm still trying to figure out who's playing. Oh, that's so you and Koff are going to be together coming up at 2:00. That's going to be Texans at the Ravens. It's an interesting strategy by you, being a little aggressive with the adult beverages on a Friday night, knowing that you have back-to-back sims to start the next day.
Yeah, I'll be all right. I mean, pretty much. I'll be transparent. I'd rather do the early games today, and then the rest of the day is going to be watching film, watching tape, and then some conference calls and stuff with players, coaches. So
That's
be a real dig in deep day in terms of the preparation, and then tomorrow's tomorrow, and then we go from there. So
yeah, tomorrow is definitely tomorrow. I can confirm. Incomplete pass by Joe Burrow. 3 minutes to play here in the first quarter. He's just one of three. Opening offensive drive for Cincinnati in this game.
I gotta say too, I'm pumped that the Sun play tomorrow because it does not interfere with the Bruins. Because Wednesday we will interfere with the Bruins. We're gonna be on NESN Plus on Wednesday because of the Bruins. So you'll be watching the Bruins for your job and not me, but that's okay.
No. But I did tell you the other day, I went in at the announcement. I brought it up to the producers too. I said, hey, dude, I'm pretty tight. He's like my little bro. We gossip all the time. We get in fights. We love each other. I said, he just got named a play-by-play guy. We should have him on, have a little bit of fun. They're all about it.
Wow.
Yeah, so you'll be on, you and I are going to be I will be interviewing you soon.
Wow.
I cannot wait for this.
That's not going to get done. That's going to take like 2 hours to get a 5-minute interview done.
I know. They're going to be like, all right, dude, it's a 3-minute interview. Just keep it rolling, keep it tight, have some fun. And it's going to be like 15 minutes. And it would have been like 12 minutes in. They've just been giving me the rap sign. And I'm like, this is my friend. Shut up.
We're going to be halfway through the interview. Hey, how's your lineup doing?
Yeah, I know, dude. Are you going to get a tan before tomorrow? Because Terrelin feels like you need a tan. I don't know what the chat thinks. Like, to the chat, when Glash comes back on camera, look at him. Tell me, do you think he needs to do like, I don't know, put a little bit of bronzer, fake tanner like on his face? Should he go to like get a spray tan today? Yeah. Even Rob over on Ops is like, dude, you gotta go spray tan.
Hell no. I think I'm fine.
Really? Because like this time of year, a little bit of color could kind of go like you glow a little bit more on television.
Yeah. Well, we'll get there. I was out last night. I don't know if I got any sun last night.
Yeah, because also like with your type of skin, like you get in the sun a little bit, you immediately go red. You go from like white to red, like pale, milky. You're like, what's that movie? Powder. The dude who's named Powder. So like you're like him, or you're like crazy red. Like you've been on the surface of the sun too long. But a spray tan would be nice for you. And you know what's cool about it? Sometimes you can get the spray tan company that comes to your apartment. You take all of your clothes off. They put this like.
This isn't real.
Yes, it is. They put this like little. Yep. They basically raise up like a curtain around you, and then they spray you down like in the middle of your living room, from like the neck down. I've watched my wife get one before. And I have also contemplated doing it.
What, did you just stand in the doorway? I'm going to watch you get this stand.
Yeah, so she thought I wasn't watching.
Babe, go in the bedroom.
It's super easy. Yeah, like it's super easy.
DFS Queenie, yes. I did get the beard even. My beard was a little crooked last night. Thank you, DFS Queenie, again for your.
If I pay for it, will you do it?
Yeah. How much is it? Is it expensive?
I don't know. Meg stopped doing it like a couple of years ago. Like Terrelin said, I used to actually be a spray tanner as a side hustle. So like what Terrelin, like that company I described to you, they'll come to your place, put like the curtain up, you're naked in your living room, they spray you down. How much is that? Because I'm sure my wife was not honest with me when she told me the price of it.
And she got a spray tan yesterday. Is this a difficult process?
DFS Queenie says, sounds like a perv scam. You know what I mean? It might be. Doesn't shock me Terrelin was doing that.
I just can't. The image of you just standing there watching this guy.
It was like crack. It was a girl. It was a girl doing it to Meg. Do you think I'd want a dude spray tanning like my naked roommate? No. I'd be like, hey, pal, you could do me.
Hey, I'm here.
Okay. We're at, but if you go to the places, it's not bad, she says.
You're doing great, man. Keep it up.
We're at the end of the first quarter. This has been a wild ride. It is 7-0 New England over the Bengals right now. Are we going? Hold on. Daniel, don't go to the video. Don't go to the game yet, because we were talking before this. I'm going to take a sharp left turn here. Terrelin was saying to both of us before the sim, she's like, Emerson, go take your dogs for the walk. Find someone in your neighborhood. I'm looking for a date. She's like, I need to go on a date. I need a significant other. I need a boyfriend. You know, she feels very lonely right now. So I said, well, let's ask the chat. Let's ask the chat either in like 2-3 sentences, like sell yourself. It's like the elevator talk, or if you have a clever pickup line. I want to see how many
200 characters. Make your pitch.
I want to see how many Rico Suaves that we have in the chat. You know what I mean? Like, this is it. This is when you state your case. This is your campaign. We're trying to find Terrelin a boyfriend today.
This might be the last time we work together.
100%. But we are going out on a high note.
Yeah. You know what? She needs this.
She really, really does. I've never heard someone who needs this more than
Daniel,
when she
let's
was
go
talking
to the
to
second quarter. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go, Daniel. Punch it up. I need to hear it. If you guys are interested, let's go. Give me a beautiful pickup line. Thunderwolf says you're looking like Baker Mayfield. I think you look fantastic.
Wow, thank you.
Congo Cab, what's up, dude?
Yeah, David Garcia, good game last night. Got a little bit of everything. You know, I was saying it earlier, you know, Ohtani homered. Sox came back. They went down a little bit. And then that game flew last night, too. That's what I was so happy about. It was a good, like, it was, as you know, being on TV post-game, you can appreciate a nice, crisp 240, 250 baseball game. It was just a good game. Good energy last night.
Hell yeah, man. Like, after hours, we went on at like 10:45 last night.
Yeah.
And I'm going to give the Red Sox credit, because like past couple of years, they've been one of those teams in the league too that have had the longest game.
They still do.
Like, yeah, they still do, but a majority of them are coming in under 3 hours.
Yep.
Right, the 3 hour mark, because dude, I'm telling you what, like baseball, you're pushing 3.5, you're pushing 4 hours
for a 9-inning game. Yeah.
I know. I'm like, come on, guys. This is why, like, there are a lot of young fans who just aren't like crazy interested, you know?
Okay, we're starting to get some pitches here in the chat. Jose Garcia, right. I'm single, tall, 6'2", 196 pounds.
Okay, that's good. Now, Jose,
reading out your baseball card?
Now, Jose, what kind of build is that? I mean, 6'2" is great. 6'2" is a good height, but when a lot of times where I hear someone tell me they're 6'2", I immediately am like, that you're not 6'2".
They're
then.
5'10".
Just say you're 6'2". Yeah.
David, I love my new Camry. It's a lot of fun. Flash and the Furious, you know.
Oh, Brian C has a aggressive one. It appears. Okay, here we go. Second touchdown of the day. No, James White. We have a James White touchdown. Let's go, baby.
Who the other day, I forget who I was with. He was only like $3,200 to roster, and his salary went up big time to $5,200. So You didn't get the savings this time around, but good on you. Oh, he's 5,600, so he went up a lot. So someone took notice at DraftKings, and if you have him in our contest, 25% owned. So good on you if you played him. Also, shout out to Kyle and Robert from Ops. They are quick, lightning fast today.
Yeah, dude. James White already has his touchdown and everything. You guys are amazing.
Good
Love
job.
you guys.
Great team here.
Thank you.
Bry guy's in the chat. Brian Berard. Hey, Brian.
Yeah, Bry. Bry will be. Bry was kind enough to take my spot in golf tomorrow. So there's that. I had to pull out because it's my only day to spend with my roommate, and so she was encouraging me to not play, so she and I could have some fun together. And I said, okay. So, Bry guy, thank you for being you.
T Johnson 88 on Twitch. Every day with you, TL, is like this Madden sim with Emerson and Glash. I wish it never ended.
Oh, wow. That's a great one.
That's poetic.
Yeah, we got a good squad over on Twitch. Ziwa, T Johnson, Broby. What's cooking, everybody?
Joe, what? I'm not sure. What do you mean? What am I missing something? What is CPA? Don't know what that is. Brian C. I am short and fat. Don't have a job. I have an addiction to. Okay.
Careful. What is it?
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. And then, all right. Well, the zebra cakes, you're kind of ending on a high note here.
Zebra cakes. Wow. I don't remember
they're
the
really
last time
good.
I had one of those.
Dude, those are phenomenal. And you know what? They should have
A cereal for them?
there should be a cereal A, but there's also, I feel like you could do like a zebra cakes milkshake.
Oh my God.
Also, I love Robert saying over on Zoom, he's once got a spray tan. It's not that bad. It's one of the best Little Debbie snacks, the zebra cakes. Right? That's a Little Debbie snack, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Cristobal, what happened to the homeless guy?
Oh, did you guys ever get to the bottom of that?
Steve Buchanan said on Twitter that the homeless guy was actually me.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, and we've never seen you and the homeless guy, on the same corner at the same time.
I mean, look at me right now. I look pretty homeless.
You look like half homeless.
Okay.
The only reason you're not like
got my Mocha Joe shirt on.
Yeah, the only reason you're not like full homeless is because you're in a home right now. Well, get you a blanket. Yeah, go outside. You're good.
Mike Bizzle, hi. I'm Date Mike. Nice to meet me. How do you like your eggs in the morning?
Yeah. Yeah, all right, here we go. This is good. There's some good pickup lines, but now I need, what's the perfect date? What's the perfect date, guys? If you're going to take Tara Lynn out, first date, tell me what you're doing. Tell me where you're going. I want to know. There are many, many gentlemen and smart individuals and creative individuals in the chat. This could be a make or break for you guys.
Chili's?
Yes. Chili's, yeah, the perfect date is Chili's. There's no other answer. Do they still do like the 2-for-1s like all day at the bar? And they have some of the best chips and salsa there.
Yes. Dude, Chili's later sounds awesome to nurse this Diet Coke hangover I have.
Yeah.
Chili's 2-for-1, 2 for $25. That's a pretty good deal. Chili should sponsor the Dream Stream, dude.
They have amazing fajitas. Their chicken fingers were always my favorite. And then they had this dessert too. It was like a coconut chocolate chip cake thing. I don't know. It's this concoction of flavor.
Giraffe King. We're going to make Hot Pockets and watch Sims.
Now, I tell you what, if you can perfect heating up a Hot Pocket and getting it right the first time without burning your tongue on the outside and having it still be frozen in the middle, then I tell you what, you're an absolute keeper.
Mike Bizzle going to the Mohegan Sun. We're going to catch a WNBA game and heckle the new announcer.
Yes.
Wow, that's good. That's gold.
Joe, I don't think that's a bad idea. He says an amusement park. That's a fun first date. And, speaking of fun, how about Julian Edelman already in the bonus in this one?
Yeah, and we still have 2.5 left in the second.
This
Michelle
is incredible.
and White have the touchdowns. That's good. Heckle the announcer. Hey, Glash, you suck!
Yeah. Dude, I'm 100% going to a game this year, and I'm getting your face printed on a shirt, and I'm going to be so Glash fanboy. Looking for Edelman there. 11 of 13, around 150 yards for Cam. Most of those yards have gone to Edelman, who has now retired, and I 100% expect to see him in Tampa Bay come second half of this season.
I don't buy it. I don't think it's going to happen.
It's fun to think of it though, because some people are like, they don't need him right now. It's one of those things where you can't necessarily plan on injuries. That guy stays in tip-top shape, could join the team back half of the season, back quarter of the season for a nice little postseason run. Mm-hmm. You want a guy who could easily come in and look like he's been there all year, already has the chemistry, on the same page with Tom.
Yeah, I think it'd be great. I mean, it would be great, from a storyline standpoint. It would be a lot of fun to see it happen, from the drama aspect of it. But I guess what I fear for Julian Edelman is I hope that his marketing team, because he learned a lot of this from Brady, I think, the JE11, whatever, he's ads, everything he's doing. I hope it works out for him, because I fear he might become really irrelevant, and that's why he might think about playing again, because he's like, wait a minute, my brand is kind of and I'm not trying to diss him. I just think it's just dude, you're not on the same level as Gronk and Brady. You're just not, right? I fear he's just going to become irrelevant.
His social media game though is
awesome.
Strong. But you could see over the past few years, and it's one thing. It's one thing that really annoys my wife. She's like, he's just trying to copy everything Tom Brady does. And I said, well, yeah, if you want to emulate someone who's been that successful off the field like Tom Brady, but also it helps when you're, 6-time, 7-time Super Bowl champion. But yeah, I think Julian Edelman, it's a good point. If he thinks and the Bucs are open to it, and he doesn't just go out there and embarrass himself, and they can actually use his services, why wouldn't you? If in the end it helps your brand, because a lot of these guys tail in. That's what you're doing. You're focusing more and more on what your life is going to look like outside of football.
Yeah. Well, he won't make a fool of himself, because anytime he invests in something, I feel like playing wise, he gives it everything he's got. Right. So I think he knows if he had to, he could give it. He's an all-in kind of guy. He's either 100% or you're not getting anything from me. So I think that's why he's leaving the game, is because he thinks he can't give it the all that he normally would in terms of preparing for the year, getting his body in shape, et cetera, et cetera. So this is funny. Thundering Ice on Twitch. Last night, the guys on here pulled up video of you commentating the sim for real. Hilarious. I would like to see you go into that serious mode for once. Who was on last night? You found my reel. Got it. Okay. Well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm having fun regardless. I have fun either way. Thundering Ice.
What is it? So wait, what's the deal here? Just people seeing you like seriously doing like play-by-play?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like you did it a lot early on here, but these sims have kind of morphed into some sim actions, a little bit of play-by-play, more like hanging out, flirting with the chat.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on in the world? It's a lot like a podcast thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're rock solid at the play-by-play thing. I told you that from day one when I met you, like 5 years ago. I said you're a goofball, but you're really good at play-by-play, and that's awesome. It's a good combination.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. So it was not a surprise to me at all. And let's also remember, like, you're the play-by-play guy for the Albany NLL club.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's later this year. I'm excited for that too.
I don't know if that's been announced yet or not. If it hasn't, breaking news.
Yeah, it hasn't, but it's fine.
Okay, whatever. Great, someone clip this off. That's history. Yeah, Daniel said they went
though too. Like, if we did the strict play-by-play Thundering Ice, I wouldn't be able to see the comment you just had. We get so we observe the chat so closely because we want to be with you. We want this to be a collaborative experience. I mean, CBS, Fox, ESPN, you name it. They don't get this. They don't have a chat. Joe Buck and Jim Nantz aren't reading a chat. Romo's not reading a chat. We get to do that. So I think if we didn't read what you're saying, we'd be doing a disservice.
Andrew K, and I could not agree more here in the chat, says cough stays jelly. 100, dude.
Kaufman doesn't like jelly.
Kaufman is so jealous of you and your success.
Okay, we're not doing this. I have to work with him in an hour and a half. I'm not doing this. I know what you're doing.
Well, I just want you to know, like, there's probably, you guys have worked together multiple times before, but I always hear there's awkward, like, silence and moments because you can feel how he wishes he was you at times because people love you so much and you're so good at your job.
I hate you.
But it's not me pointing out, like, it comes across, like, Andrew sees it, the chat sees it, like, it's okay. I wish you would embrace it more, you know?
Daniel.
A lot like me, your big brother.
Emerson is twisting the knife. It's the slow knife. Guns are too.
Yeah, Congo Cab, my dude, backing me up. Yeah, LOL, Glass. You should have heard Cough last night. He did sound a little jealous, though.
Everything's gonna be fine for everybody.
Everyone sees it. I know, but maybe it's time. Like, you keep doing you. You keep leading by example.
That's what I've always done.
I know, and
I
that's
shave
why
my eyebrows off. I put a couple of wigs on. I don't care.
That is why you are at where you are at this stage of where you're at.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The Connecticut Sun also see my TikToks. They're not embarrassed of me. They don't say, hey, we need you to clean up the TikTok act. They embrace me, and I appreciate that. I do. You know, I'll be 100% honest, okay? Emerson Latzia is the great example of this. In this business, you have to be you. You have to be yourself, and that's hard to do. Admittedly, that's hard to do when you first get out of college because you're like, gotta be the buttoned-up broadcaster, gotta show everybody that I can do this, right? Which is true. There is some truth to that. You have to prove, like, okay, you have a clue what you're doing. But then there comes a time in your life where you're like, okay, like, you gotta let people into your soul. People need to find out who you are.
Oh yes, that first time I was inside your soul, I'll never forget it, buddy. I'll also never forget if Nick Folk can actually make like a 53-yard field goal here. Oh, Lord. That was way off.
So, I'm at a point now in my life where I'm just like, look, I'm me. If you hate me, great. If you like me, great. Glad to be here.
If I could stuff you in my pocket and take you around with me everywhere, buddy, I would. Actually, I want it the other way around. Put me in you. Come on, Joe Burrow.
Whoa.
Let's go. As time expires in the first half, no dice, getting shut out. 1 of 7 for 4 yards is Joe Burrow in this game.
Killa says, Latzia, you're a clown, bro.
I know. He's mad at me right now. He's mad at me because he said, dude, Kaufman said publicly that he's happy for Glass. Stop hating, dude. And I said, simmer down, pal.
Oh, okay. I'm scrolling up.
I'm just like, we're all just, I'm just saying how it is, man. I'm looking at the chat. I'm going off what the chat's saying, dude, not me. I trust the DK Sim fam with all my heart. I was an idiot, evergreen statement, and I rostered Joe Burrow. He's got 0.16 points right now. Cam Newton, meanwhile, 15 of 19, 193 yards. So that's 207 from the B word.
Yeah, the challenge with this matchup is if you want to put Ross in the captain, which I did, you got to play Burrow. And then I'm like, well, I like the upside for Cam Newton to run the ball. But as it turns out, Cam Newton has 2 rushing yards. 2. That's it. And the 2 touchdowns belong to running backs, Michelle and James White.
What do we got? 8 for 38 for Sony. James White, 6 for 22. Damn. Mixon, 2 for 6. Bernard, 1 for 6. This Patriots defense. Did I roster them? Did I roster the Patriots defense? No, I did not. Okay. Also, I saw your boy Marv. He's retiring.
Yeah, Marv Albert retiring at the end of the playoffs. Yes.
I know. Is it weird that I get the notification and I'm like immediately like you come to mind?
Yeah, it's sad. I mean, it's kind of time. Like he messes up a lot of names now, but he's a legend, man. He's a legend. The facial, yes. LeBron James for 3, yes. I'm gonna miss that. I'm gonna miss it. It's gonna be a great postseason. Then it's gonna be must see TV then to see Marv do playoff games on TNT.
Yeah.
Here is Zion Williamson, the facial for 3. Curry, yes.
I'm looking forward to your farewell TikTok.
Oh,
when he is, when he calls his last game.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm gonna have to write that one down. But you know what? You won't watch. You'll just you'll watch Sarah's creation of the TikTok.
It's still better than anything you've ever done is Sarah's videos that she sends me of you making the TikTok. The behind the scenes stuff, that's what I want. That's the meat on the bone, baby.
She'll do it where I'm not paying attention. I'll just go, oh, damn it. Like, you got me.
Yeah, Sam says, it is sad, Glash. He was part of my childhood.
He's the voice of the NBA. I mean, it's the voice that pretty much everyone here grew up listening to and watching. So, I mean, the next guy now at TNT is probably going to be Kevin Harlan. Harlan, Iron Eagle. I know. And you know what, Daniel? That's a great call. Marv should call a finals game this year. It's a great point. I mean, love Mike Breen. Mike Breen's going in the Hall of Fame, the New York Hall of Fame or something. I forget what Hall of Fame it is. That'd be cool. That'd be a cool gesture if they let Marv call a finals game. They really should. That is a great point. How would you do that, though? If you're Mike Breen, you're like, I don't want to give this up.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. It would be a classy move. He wouldn't have to do it. And I wouldn't look at him as like a dick if he didn't do it. Like, it's your job, you know? You think Jim Nance wants to give up like the Masters on Saturday and Sunday?
Right.
Like days after he's calling the NCAA men's final?
If he were to do it, I feel like just give him game 1. Like welcome, like give him that, like make game 1 the intro to the finals as like his curtain call, you know? Like, hey, welcome to the finals. I'm Marv Albert. It's great to be here. And then, okay, move on. Maybe. That's a good point. Which game would he do? Game 1 would be good.
Speaking of the Hall of Fame, that induction is today. 2020 class. Pretty ridiculous. So we'll see Kobe Bryant and Tim Duncan, and Kevin Garnett, among others. They kind of headline the class. So it should be an emotional day out in Western Mass. And
Jordan Lindenbaum is in the chat.
What do you got?
just a quick question for Jordan. Jordan, do I owe you something for this? I'm in a fantasy league with some of the Sim fam from last year. I saw an email. Jordan, I'm gonna re-download that app, and I know you said check my trades, but I'm in a rookie draft today. So I gotta check that out too. Is that Gio Bernard?
Yeah.
Oh my God, Joe Burrow was 2 for 10.
Yeah, dude. I said he had like
terrible.
4. He was like 1 for 7 for like 4 yards at halftime.
Holy crap!
It's brutal.
Wow. Oh, all right, Joe, you're heating up. First down inside the 40. 3 for 11. That is just gross.
Don't let him get hot, baby. Don't let Smoke and Joe get hot. We'll see Smoke and Joe and Trevor Lawrence on a Thursday night football game. I think it's like week 4 or 5. I don't know. But anyway, we'll see those two future Hall of Famers go at it this season. We're at 300 people watching now. We're at 61 likes. If you guys got a like to give, don't do it for us. Do it for Tara Lynn, who's putting up with us behind the scenes, or Daniel on the 1s and 2s, Kyle or Robert hanging out with us as well from the ops team. Hammer
Obi-Wan,
away.
I'll get involved.
What do you say?
He wants me to get involved in his NBA contest.
Yo, you guys send me some invites, man. I'm terrible at NBA. I'll definitely play.
There's a huge afternoon slate today. It starts at 1.
Yeah, I saw the Celtics in Minnesota. They're at 2, and I think they like moved that game up. I thought it was 7 o'clock, 7:30 the other day. I was so happy when that got moved to 2 because the Celtics, I just can't stand watching them right now. And so it's nice that at 2 o'clock means I won't watch the game, so I won't have to enter frustration and depressed mode as Joe Burrow is just thrown to the ground on 3rd and 5. So 4th and 10 coming up from the 37. I mean, they should just go for it here, right? Go for it, or bring out Randy Bullock for the beefy field goal.
Yeah, he'd probably miss.
Oh God, 54 yards.
He's not making this. It's not even close.
Oh,
that was awful. Wow.
I know, man.
All right, I guess I'm going to make an NBA lineup real quick because, I mean, yeah. Let's do this. What do you got going on the rest of the day? You and Meg hanging out?
Yeah, so we're gonna. What are we doing? We need to buy an air conditioner. Like it's hot. It's getting like steamy in here. So I think we're gonna do that. I got to go into Nesson around like 5. Got to work tonight, so we'll go up after post. We'll go up after post game of the. Nesson doesn't have the Bruins game tonight. Game 1 against Washington. That's on NBC, but there will be an hour post game. So we'll go up after that. We'll do our show, and then what I got? I'm off tomorrow. I don't know. I'm kind of craving like Shake Shack or something. I'm craving like garbage food.
Yeah, there's Asiasi to the 31. The Bengals have been really smelly.
Captain shows up.
Interesting. I thought the local affiliate could carry all round 1 games.
So that's basically, they can carry most of them, but I think when it falls on like a weekend, one of the other networks are going to scoop it. Because I said the same thing, and I thought that was a bunch of baloney because the league already allows regional networks and the team's networks to carry just the first round. I said, well, then give them all of it because those major, networks are going to have all of the rounds following the opening round. Like, help them out a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, especially you're coming off a lot of these regional networks are trying to make a lot of money back that they lost over the past year. Like, trust me, give them every single game in the first round. Come on, dude.
Yeah. I mean, I bet you the Celtics will get I bet you they get the play-in. However that works. I guess it would just be a game, which starts next week. They're definitely in the play-in, right? So.
Oh, the Celtics? Yeah. They'll play on Tuesday. I don't know if it's either going to be, it's either going to be Charlotte or Indiana, I believe. I don't know if that changed last night. but it is locked in at their Tuesday. So if they lose that, they'll play the winner of the 9-10 game on Thursday. Both those games will be on TNT. I don't know if NBC is able to carry those.
Asi again. Here we go. Joe needs a Mixon or Green touchdown. We could. I would just like to see the Bengals like move the ball straight. That'd be good. Wow, the Celtics have like no one playing today. Dude, I'm sorry. I feel kind of bad, like, because I want to be engaged with you, but I'm trying to also fulfill Obi-Wan's request of getting in this contest, and I'm like,
I don't care what you do. I'm just happy to spend some time with you, and the fact that we still have a little less than 3 minutes to go in the third quarter, which means we have a whole nother quarter together.
Yeah,
you know, I think we have a few. I think we have a few winners. Or at least a few leaders in the clubhouse when it comes to potential dates for Terrelin next week. You guys will be responsible for your own travel and board, and you'll also have to pay for the meal as, who do we have?
James White again.
Second rushing touchdown in this game. All 3 touchdowns scored by the Patriots have been on the ground. First one, Sony Michel, and now 2 straight by Mr. James White, recent college graduate.
Is that true?
Yeah, just went ahead and finished his degree.
Good for him.
Yeah, he, it was something that he promised his parents that he would do. Obviously, tragedy that he has suffered, like off the field. I believe it was his dad who passed away in a car accident.
Oh, jeez.
Right, last year. And so, his mom almost lost her life, but she survived. And his dad was a police officer too, I think down in South Florida. So yeah, they always said, hey, we'd love it if you went and got your college education. So he did that, fulfilled a promise to his parents. I mean, he's a classy dude. Like he comes across like that. A few times I've been in that locker room too, like always willing to talk to the media. Just a really, really nice guy. And he's in my lineup today. And he's the highest scorer that I have, higher than my captain. James White has almost 19 points.
Didn't you interview him? Or no? Am I making that up?
No. I've done it a few times like in the locker room over the past few years.
Okay. Nice.
Yes, thank you. Again,
Good
just
job.
Trying to lead by example for all you young up-and-comers like yourself.
All right, Obi-Wan, I'm in the contest.
Can I get in?
Yeah, dude. The link is right there on Twitch. Let me put it in.
Can I click it? Should I click it?
Click it. Wow, this is gonna be a good afternoon.
All right.
Yeah,
well,
me and
hang on.
Koff are together at 2. Koff made a contest. If you guys want to get involved, would be fun. I'm really happy. I'm really happy you were first, and I can do Koff second. Then again, I could have got Koff over with, than you. But I'm glad you kind of set the tone for the day.
Yeah, and then like it worked out great too because we've been in constant communication this week, and I kind of knew how you decided to spend last night, thinking you're back in your college days.
Yeah, when I was playing O-line for the Syracuse club team.
Wait, what?
Dude, you want to talk about college Emerson? I was like 220 my senior year of college.
Oh my God, yeah, dude, you were fat like a month ago.
I was. Damn it.
Wait, so was it an actual padded football club?
No, I just made that up. I didn't play football.
Okay. Well, then you know what? I don't know. Some of these clubs are a little different, dude.
I was out at Walnut Park, rec league football. Yeah, so that's good. CJ71, don't leave just because I might not be here. We have a great team. Terrell, I mean, I said that I mean this sincerely because Terrell and I give each other a lot of lip back and forth. Terrell did awesome this week.
Oh yeah,
3-person booth, and there's going to be more of that. And like I said this to her earlier in the week, I'm like, look, the more and more you do it, it's like riding a bike. You're going to hop in here, and the fact that people will be familiar with you, meaning from a commentary standpoint, it's going to be it's just gonna flow. You know, like I said this to her earlier in the week, Emerson. I'm like, you, me, Kaufman, and I'd probably say Jeff. And I mean, Rossi's definitely there too, in the sense that we've done so many of these things. It just becomes it's just easy. Like you hop in, you read the chat, you look at the contest, you watch the game, you talk about whatever, you just have some fun with it. You know?
Yeah, man. It's been great this past week, specifically as we're growing. We're still growing, like our team. These sims are not going anywhere. The Dream Stream has become almost like a all-day live event, or there's always programming coming your way from basically 11 a.m. up until the final sim of the day, until Madden After Dark wraps up. And Tara Lynn is going to join me again for another 3-man boot starting right away on Monday. Mm-hmm. Myself, Christian DeAndrea, and Tara Lynn. So that's fun. Yeah, Tara Lynn, that was really fun yesterday with Moose. That was really, really fun. And then I think, yeah, you slid in for the 2:00 game with them.
Yep.
Didn't you?
Yep.
Yeah.
It was a good time.
And then who was it? Someone was just saying, oh, Sean Preston. What's up, dude? Says Emerson, you don't work with Ducey? No, dude, I work with Ducey all the time. And I'm working with Ducey, I think, this week on Thursday. Oh, God, it's another Bengals game. Can we put better games on, like, the noon? Like, the early slates? Like, we never really get good ones. Like, this one was half good.
Yeah.
Who do I need to Venmo to get that fixed?
You still have a lot to fix. Wild Weather Wednesdays still exists.
Yeah. Now that I'm making some headway on that. All right. There's some work going on behind the scenes, and I have not given up. Although I feel like more and more people in the DK Sim are starting to enjoy it. Like last time I was on, I was like, hey, I'm still trying to get this thing banned.
I think people just enjoy hating it. You know what I mean? Like once it's gone, people will be like, "Oh, I kind of miss yelling at the snow and the wind and the rain." I think it's healthy to have something exist that you hate. It can't be all fun. You have to come in here and hate something. You can like when if you hate one of us, you have. I mean, think of the commentator you hate the most, and they're gone. Then what? What is your purpose? You need to keep them around to keep yelling at them. It makes us better, I think, as people.
Thank you. It was deep.
I know.
Hold on a second. I'm pinning your video really quick because you do look a little red. Why are you looking like that? Don't do that.
Well,
You're like large on my. What is that? Hello?
Jelly.
Hold on.
I'm with you, Jelly. Hit the like button. Come on, guys.
Hold on. I think did my wife get locked out? Hold on a second.
Come on. Like.
Hold on. Hold it down really quick. I think that's right. I think she got locked out.
All right. Emerson's going to take care of that. Let me catch up with the lineups here. 3-way tie for first in the public free showdown. Edelman, the captain. Edelman's been awesome. 8 for 111. He's hit the bonus, of course. No touchdowns, though. The touchdowns belong to running backs. James White with 2. Utah, get me 2. And then Sony Michel has the other touchdown. Whoa, those are cool shorts, man. I got to get myself one of those hats. I like that hat.
Dude, I took this off someone's desk like 3 years ago.
You remember the day we left the old office and we just hoarded all that stuff.
Oh my God, yes. I do remember.
I have like a DraftKings engineering t-shirt. I'm not even in the engineering department.
Yeah, and dude, remember all the incredible signed jerseys that were hanging up all over the place that were off the walls?
Yeah.
And there was one point I was just like, I could use that.
Oh my God.
I could really use that.
They're just buried on the floor, like in a corner. Like you turn and look and like, oh yeah, there's a Brady jersey signed. I'm like, and there's just no one here except us. Like they're really going to trust us just to walk by this stuff and not think about it. I mean, would have been sick. But then we would have lost our jobs. Then I would have been really suspended, you know.
Well, you've been really suspended before. You're just not telling people the truth.
I know. Hashtag is that a receiver?
Oh, dude, Charlie says, "Hey, is that a dead sheep behind you?" All right, so I'm glad someone pointed out, because now that I'm looking at the YouTube vid, it definitely looks like a dead sheep. But it's 2 dog beds that are stacked on top of each other. We got them off the ground because the dogs have started eating the bed. The dogs have started destroying their beds. They're eating it. So it's like sometimes when they poop, it's like dangling from their butts because it's like a piece of wool or something that refuses to exit the dog's anus. So we have to take these off. We're throwing them away. They're just chewed up and they're being crapped out. And so they're off the ground, so they stop eating them. That's a very good observation by you, Charlie.
I can't unsee it now.
That little guy back there.
Extension by James White. He's having a nice sim. Deservingly so that the price tag went up. The Bengals just did not show up today. It's really too bad.
Yep. Jelly Jackson says everyone go buy Doge right now. Dogecoin. Get after it, man.
Stick. We were just talking about Marv. It's sad, but it's time.
Why is it time?
Marv, because he's up there, man. He's probably got other stuff he wants to appreciate in his life, you know? Like, I think clearly he's admitting it's time. You know? So, good for him.
Okay, yeah. So we have a shutout currently, 24-0, 6 minutes to play in the fourth. I truly, truly appreciate all of you spending some time with us today to start your Saturday. It's a special game with Glash and yours truly.
Sports_Guru98 is winning the free roll. Cam Newton now in the captain spot. Patriots stack: Edelman, Asiasi, White, Bird, and then Gio Bernard. So,
yeah.
Michelle.
I am not happy. I'm currently 27 out of 99, which is sick. But then AJ Green, you nincompoop, 0 points. CJ Uzuma, you nincompoop, you also have 0 points. Cam Newton back of the end zone, 4th and 7 coming up. Nick Folk, come on down. Make it 27-0 for the people. I ended up, Aussie in the captain spot was actually not a bad call. 8 catches, 68 yards. Newton's 34 away from the passing bonus.
Hey, do we have Roberts in 25th? Robert and
yeah, he is.
Hit the
I
like
see you
for
there.
Robert and Kyle from the Game Ops team.
Bro, you think we can get to the century mark? We're 20 likes away. We're 20 likes away from the century mark right now.
Come on.
I need you guys to punch this button for me, baby. Tongue punch it if you want. I don't care. Let's go.
We believe in you. You can do it. Oh, I guess we're going to throw to the Unreasonable Odds podcast with Steve and Julian after this. That's nice.
We will be tossing to the Unreasonable Odds pod with Steve and Julian.
Hey, do we have Bengals fans in the chat? What's the status of Joe Burrow? Is he going to be ready to go by week 1?
Yeah, that's the game plan. As long as he's ready to go in like week 4 against Trevor Lawrence.
I'm so happy for the Jags.
Me too, dude. Me too.
Yeah, I know. We've talked about this before, but my friend Alex works in the PR department. That's where I got that shirt. I was at I went to the Jags. This was in 2015. Or maybe it was 2014. I went to Jags Titans Thursday Night Football in December. That's when he first started there. So I went to a game. I've been to the stadium.
Ooh, hold on a second. Is that an AJ Green sighting? Or is it going to be Ross?
That's John Ross. Yeah, Rob says, I hate Urban Meyer, but I'm excited for the Jags. I mean, like, that's the thing, though. You could hate Urban Meyer, say what you want about him, but you're going to watch. Like, you're intrigued. And then, of course, if Tebow makes the team, that's going to be, yeah, it's going to be must-see TV. I think.
I'm looking forward to it, man.
I kind of like how Trevor Lawrence is just, like, his approach. Like, he's kind of blending in. Like he knows he's legit. Very opposite of Baker. You know? Like, Baker Mayfield, like, got to get involved with these commercials. Got to get on Hulu. Got to show everyone that I'm legit. Like, I was worthy of the #1 pick. Like, look at me. You know? I'm a badass. I'm Baker Mayfield. I can run it. Like, I got this. I got this for you, Cleveland. Whereas Trevor Lawrence is like, okay, like, I'm gonna be on the Jaguars. Gotta keep even keeled. I know I'm really good. People are saying I'm a generational talent. It's just being cool, keeping it cool. Maybe he'll speak up when he has to speak up. I preach is super. If Carson Wentz
in half by like week 11.
Carson Wentz also fell apart with Doug Peters. And then
Jags in New England. The is he get in?
Spot?
Yes. 1,000 all this season. Maybe he starts showing a little.
All right, Tyler.
Yeah,
we're working on it, guys.
Whole first quarter with Jeff and Terrell. It's like I start like a sentence.
Talk the chat. I mean, because of course,
Zoom and text.
Bengals are, I don't know, thundering ice. We see 30.
Oh, damn. I don't know.
We apologize.
That thing right now. Sorry about some of these tech issues. So I'll see everyone later.
Of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. It's a special day. If you're watching on YouTube, you see we have a 3-man box. That actually means my co-host, Steve Buchanan, if you want to call him that, is actually here for a show. I feel like this is my own podcast now, but he decided to swing by. And we also decided to bring a guest with us, Scott Seidenberg. You can find him on Twitter at Scott's On Air. Scott, how you doing, man? Thank you for joining us.
What's up, guys? Yeah, I'm excited to be here.
We are mostly going to cover some MLB today, which is obviously Steve and Scott's wheelhouse, and I'll sit here and look pretty, maybe say a couple of words. I'll close up with some NBA thoughts before the regular season winds down and we get this cool play-in tournament next week, which hoping we will have a special edition of Unreasonable Odds on Monday for you, touching on that play-in round and the playoff matchups in the NBA. But before we get to MLB, we are going to play the game that we have been playing recently with guests called Know You Better. I remembered it this week. I forgot to do it last week and threw it in the middle of the show. We're actually going to lead with it. But it's I was the host. Steve isn't here. So if I want to do things backwards, I can do things backwards.
Certainly can.
Scott, are you ready to play some Know You Better?
I hope I am.
Good answer. All right. And you don't need to say dollar amounts in here or anything, but just your biggest win and or your most memorable win in your sports betting career.
Biggest win, most memorable win.
Highest plus odds, however you want to interpret it.
Okay. I did hit an 8-team hockey parlay earlier this season. And that was,
I don't think you need to go any further.
That was, it was, not only was it ridiculous, but one of the legs was actually, I remember, I think it was Detroit. Anyway, the goal was scored with 3.5 seconds left to give me one of the wins. Now, when it's the second win of an 8-leg parlay, you don't pay attention to it.
Right.
When it's the 8th leg of the 8-team parlay, it obviously magnifies everything. And I just remember, screaming at my television, 3.5 seconds left, watching the goal go in, and being very happy about that. There was an 8-team parlay earlier this season. And then there was a 9-team parlay that I hit. Not obviously.
He already loves you.
This is my guy.
Listen. First of all, when you bet a parlay, obviously you're betting within your means, right? It's only a sprinkle. It's a little bit here and there. You're not doing a full unit because you're going to go broke if you keep doing that. But it was not this past NCAA tournament, and obviously last year we didn't have it. It was 2019. In the first round, I had done a large parlay, and I do it always for the first 2 days, first 4 days actually of the NCAA tournament, because those are the days where you could really predict the winners more. I know there's upsets, but for the most part, when you're betting the NCAA tournament, right, you're gonna pick, like, think about the average person that fills out their brackets. You're gonna get 13 out of 16 correct in terms of just winners. I mean, unless you're really bad at picking these games and you don't know anything about college basketball, you should be able to get at least 10 out of 16 winners.
I know plenty about college basketball, and I'm awful at picking this.
Well, I was fortunate to get a parlay there. So those are my two biggest parlay hits. In terms of future odds, there's a couple of NFL draft stuff that I had hit that was pretty good. This past NFL draft, I went very heavy on Waddle over Smith, which made me very happy.
I had that one.
Yeah, that was my biggest liability going into the NFL draft, just because of everyone that I talked to was, it was all Waddle. So that was my biggest liability. So I was very happy about that. But you know what's crazy about sports betting, and you guys know this, we always remember the losses more than the wins. I mean, right now, like I told you, I can't remember what game that was that I won the eighth leg of that parlay. But I'll tell you right now, I remember pitch by pitch what happened 2-3 years ago in the worst loss of my betting career.
Yeah.
Okay. You want me to talk about it? Because it still gets me. I still have pains thinking about this game.
We will. You're good at this segment. We will get there. Actually, but before we get to the next question, do you remember what kind of plus odds are we talking on this 8 and 9 leg wins?
Oh, it's got to be insane.
Yeah, 13 and 1380, and the other one was 24 and change.
There we go.
There we go.
Steve likes parlays. I
love parlays, but they have to end on the same day. I can't do multi-day, BS. They have to be all the same day. I can't sweat, 48 hours at a time. That's not for me.
Well, Steve, are you the type of guy also that can only do the same sport parlay? Like, will you do an NBA game with a baseball game with a hockey game? Or will you just only do, 3 hockey games?
One sport only.
Okay. I like Steve because he's like me. We focus on one thing. Give me 3 baseball games and that's it. We're not cross-sporting.
That's it.
I will tease the Thursday night football game with the Monday night football game and gladly wait for my money. But
that is absolutely insane and stupid. But go ahead.
You should be locked up in an institution.
Sorry, guys. I'll hop in my straitjacket after this. Your worst bad beat.
Yeah, worst bad beat. Sunday Night Baseball 3 years ago, Nationals, Cubs. Max Scherzer on the mound. I had a very bad week and was chasing. And, listen, it's one of the worst things you can do in sports betting is chase losses. Scherzer on the hill, Sunday Night Baseball in Chicago against the Cubs. I am all over the Nationals. I have more liability than I've had in a long time. Scherzer goes 8 shutout innings. The Nationals take a 3-0 lead going into the bottom of the 9th inning. Okay? There are 2 outs and nobody on base. Hit by pitch. Okay, no problem. Man on first. Let's just make the play, see what happens. Single. Okay, single. That's fine. Oh, did I mention it was a 2-strike single? 2-strike single. Oh, and it was a 2-strike hit by pitch to the batter before him. So 2 outs, nobody on, 2 strikes on the batter, hit by pitch, man on first. 2 strikes, 1 man on first, still a 3-0 lead, single, Jason Hayward. 2 outs, man on first and second, 2 strikes, actually it's a 3-2 count on the batter, hit by pitch again. Now the bases are loaded for pinch hitter David Bodie, who gets down to 2 strikes and hits a walk-off grand slam. Cubs win 4-3.
Was this still Scherzer on the mound, or did they go to the closer?
No. This was, it was not Scherzer on the mound. This was, wasn't.
I was going to say, you must know this guy's name. You must hate him.
I'm trying to think who the Nationals closer was 3 years ago. They've gone through a lot.
Yeah, it could have been. I don't think it was Doolittle. And it was literally the worst As you can Google, as I'll Google it right now, David Bodie's walk-off grand slam lifts Cubs past Nats. Oh, it's even on Marquee Sports as a Cubs classic. Get to watch, guys. Brandon Kinsler.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I know who Brandon Kinsler is. Yep.
A ground out, a pop out, a couple of hit by pitches later in a single, and Bodie stepped to the plate and quickly fell behind the count. Nationals reliever Ryan Madsen delivered his fifth out offering, a fastball to the knees that Bodie was able to get underneath and send the ball into the bushes just over the 400 sign in center field. So it was Ryan Madsen who gave up the home run.
And Bodie has 26 career home runs in 281 games. Not a power hitter at all. Unbelievable.
And you can imagine the odds, by the way, with Scherzer on the mound.
Right.
And this is not Scherzer. Granted, we saw Scherzer against the Yankees be old Max Scherzer.
Yeah.
This was 3 years ago, Max Scherzer. And that's what the odds were. Still remember that, and it still burns me to this day.
All right. Well, that is a bad beat. The worst sports betting advice that you feel you've ever given.
The worst sports betting advice I've ever given.
Lay it on Max Scherzer that night.
Yeah, probably. No.
It all links back.
You know what? It's the best sports betting advice and the worst sports betting advice that I've given, and I still give it to this day. And it's bet against Jacob deGrom every time he pitches. Again, it's the best.
Heard a rumor about this.
It's the best advice because it's a simple math equation, right? The Mets are going to be minus 200 plus every time he pitches. Since 2018, he has the best ERA in Major League Baseball. Since 2018, the Mets have a losing record in his games. So it's the best betting advice I can give you. It's also the worst betting advice I can give you because you're betting against the greatest pitcher in baseball over the last 3 years. And you're going to watch these games and you're going to watch the team that you're actually betting on get struck out 12 times and get 3 hits. And you're just hoping to scratch across a run in the 8th and the 9th against the bullpen. So it's both the best advice and the worst advice I'm giving.
Okay, I'm going to skip around here because I feel like it connects. I was gonna lead. So we asked people, are there any trends that you like to follow? And I was going to say, I know you're a fade DeGrom guy. That's kind of a trend that you like to follow. So outside of fading DeGrom, is there anything else like that jumps out to you that you kind of generally ride, even though it doesn't feel right?
Yeah, second game of a doubleheader. I'll bet the team that loses in the first game. Always. Okay. It's one of those auto fires for me. It's just it's very hard to sweep a doubleheader. The numbers correlate to that. So the team that loses the first game of the doubleheader, I always fire on the second game of the doubleheader, regardless of the odds.
All right, I like it.
Usually, because you know what happens too, a lot of times is the team that wins the first game of the doubleheader will sit guys for the second game of the doubleheader, just so they get the rest before they play the next day, especially if they have a game the next day. If it's an off day the next day, then you got to watch the lineups. But if they do have a game the next day, I'll go and I'll just auto fade the winner of the first game.
All right. I like that. The team that you have won the most on, the team that you have lost the most on, who can you not stop betting whether you're winning or losing on them?
It's the Mets. I think I've lost the most money betting on the Mets. I don't think I've ever won money betting on the Mets. And it seems when I bet against them, they always rise up to the occasion and win games. And I'm a Yankee fan, so this burns me. The Mets are just the natural team that I don't like. And it's not so much that I don't like them. I do want them to do well. I just can't stand their fans. Which we've all encountered those fan bases. But yeah, they burn me every time. It really is strange. They find ways to win when I bet against them. They find ways to lose when I bet on them, which is where the DeGrom fade actually was born from several years ago when I just decided that I can't trust this team to do anything. So I'm just going to bet against them every time. The team that has won me the most money, the Vegas Golden Knights. And this isn't just this year. It's ever since they came into the league. So Vegas is like a second home for me. I have family there. My brother's out there. And when they came into the league, my sister-in-law is Canadian. So my brother's family they became very entrenched in the Golden Knights, very big fans of the team, season tickets, all that stuff. And so I was just betting the Golden Knights ever since they came into the league. And what do? They go to the Stanley Cup final in their first season. And I made a lot of profits on the Golden Knights that first year. And this year as well, especially on the puck line, betting on the Golden Knights. They've been very good.
Sounds like hockey's been pretty good to you.
Yeah, hockey's been good. And I feel like I should dedicate more time to hockey, but I don't. I watch a lot of hockey, and I watch a lot of every sport, but baseball and hockey are the two sports that I actually buy the package for so I can watch every game. I don't do that with the NBA. I don't get NBA League Pass. I get the hockey package, I get the baseball package. So I watch a lot of games, and a lot of my handicapping just comes from feel with hockey as opposed to doing the actual research, which is why I don't really give out hockey plays a lot on Twitter, because I don't consider myself a hockey expert gambler. It's more of a feel thing for me, just being as a fan watching the games.
Whatever works, man. All right. I mean, you passed the test. That was a good segment.
Yeah.
Enjoyable. Take your victory lap. All right, so MLB this season, I mean, I'm not going to pretend like I know what's going on. I hadn't thrown anything out on Twitter for a while. I threw 4 first 5 plays out the other night. I went 0-2-2.
Okay.
I'm going to stick to NBA, so I'm just going to let you guys talk baseball. I know Steve has some stuff going on and wants to talk about that, so go ahead.
Scott, so the one question I wanted to ask you, because we definitely saw this to start the season, is that underdogs were crushing it in the month of April. And I think since May has come around, that's starting to even off a little bit. So now, so far on the season, favorites have, obviously they were always in the lead, but hitting at 55% on the money line. Dogs are at 44% now. How much does your strategy in betting, if it does at all, change from April to May? Because I feel like April is, especially with baseball, because I truly feel baseball is by far the hardest sport to bet on. I feel like there's so many variables. We see a lot of underdogs win more often in baseball, but does your strategy change from April to May? Because I feel like we kind of see this trend every season where dogs who we can get at really good prices a lot of times are really the bets to make early in the season, and then it kind of levels off as the seasons go on. Do you feel that that's true? And if so, do you kind of change up your strategy as the months start to go on?
Well, it is true, because at the beginning of the season, we don't know too much about these teams. I mean, there's only so much you can judge by spring training, and I use a lot of spring training to handicap those early games, especially for pitchers. Now, I'm a pitcher handicapper. Okay, so when I go and I do these games, I'm really focused on the pitching. I know some people will throw out, expected runs and all these things. That's not me. I'm focused on the pitchers, which is why I do a lot of first 5 bets as opposed to full game bets.
Yeah,
banking on the starting pitching. I don't consider it a strategy to go with dogs versus favorites, but I will say, as the season moves along, having more information on these pitchers only helps you when it comes to handicapping these games. So in April, it's a lot harder than it is in May. In May, it's going to be harder than it is in June and going forward. The more games you have, because then you can look at these starts and you say, okay, was that outing just an anomaly? Like early on, okay, Brad Keller from the Royals gets rocked in his first start. Okay, and you expect, hey, this guy is going to be an auto fade this year, and then he follows up with 3 really good performances, and all of a sudden you're losing because you're betting against him, or you're betting the over and it's not hitting. But now you're getting more games on these pitchers. It's just more information to digest, and I think that's what makes it easier as the season progresses. They always say guys play to the back of their baseball cards, right? I don't necessarily agree with that, because each year is different. Each stretch is different. A guy could be on a hot streak. You got to ride that hot streak. A guy could be on a bad streak. You got to ride that bad streak. You can't just go by their averages. So the more information you have on them to kind of see how they've been the past couple of outings, see how they do against certain teams, see how they do in certain ballparks or in certain roles, right? Whether it's on the road or in day games or in night games, things like that always help me as the season progresses. But I don't just automatically go with underdogs early or favorites later on. Maybe come September, obviously, have teams that are fighting for playoff positioning versus teams that are out of it. Then you can kind of go favorites and underdogs and just auto fire on favorites then, but not this early.
Yeah, I mean, the Red Sox have been one of the most profitable underdog teams so far this season. They're 8-3 as underdogs this year straight up, which is incredible because this team was coming in with little to no expectations, and especially in the AL East. A lot of hype around the Blue Jays, obviously a lot of hype around the Yankees, who were scuffling for a while. But at least, like, for me, I do like trying to take in some of those underdogs. I think there's so much mispricing in the month of April, and a lot of what you said is a big reason for that. So, like, taking a team like the Red Sox, who, especially through the first couple of weeks of the season, were primarily underdogs.
Yeah,
there is some exposure and there is some leverage to get in those spots.
Well, I want to add on one piece to that question too, because like, do you think that means, like, because the Red Sox are 8-3 as underdogs this season, do you think that even means anything as the season goes on? Because we've now learned that the Red Sox are kind of good. And those 8-3 were basically that, like, 9-game winning streak that they had in the first 10 days of the season. So does it even mean anything? Because now they're going to be minus 130 in those games that they were plus 130 in before.
Yeah, no, that to me, it doesn't mean much their role. To me, it means much their production. The fact that they have, one of the highest runs scored in Major League Baseball means more to me than winning games in a certain role. But I've actually thought about this, and you can say I'm crazy, but I thought about it. If you were to just say bet on the Orioles every single game for the entire Major League season, you would turn a profit. And you just look at a team like betting underdogs is the way. That's the whole thing behind the DeGrom fade. Betting underdogs is the way to make money because you don't have to win much. Like the DeGrom fade is 3-3. It's plus 341 already this season. The Mets can win his next 3 starts. I'll still be up 41. And so I thought about it with the Orioles, right? Because they were predicted to be one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball. If they go 62-100, okay, then that's a very bad season, okay? But that's still, you would turn a profit. You would actually turn 20-something thousand profit, 2,000 something profit, excuse me, if you're $100 better on every game. Because if you look at the average money line against them being plus 150 to plus 200, you're going to make your money over the course of the season. I found it very profitable this year betting underdogs on the run line. If the juice is not too high, if you have a big enough dog where the juice on plus a 1.5 is under 150, I love those bets. Love them. Absolutely love them because it gives you that wiggle room that they can lose the game and you still win, and you're not paying so much. Now, I wouldn't recommend paying minus 200, but if it's minus 150, minus 140, minus 130, even money, I would do it because it's baseball is such a weird sport where it does not matter how good a team is. It does not matter what the record of the team is. What do they say? Momentum's only as good as the next day's starting pitcher, right? Yeah. So you throw a guy out there, John Means comes out there for the Orioles. The Orioles have a lineup where the only player is Trey Mancini, and they're going up against they could be playing the Dodgers. Who cares? If a pitcher goes and shuts somebody down, they're going to win. Or maybe they go into, extras, and don't even get me started on extra innings. But I love that. That's one of my favorite Major League Baseball bets is taking an underdog on the plus 1.5 run line.
Speaking of extras, and I also want to get your opinions on this one. The over-under has been basically a coin flip all season long. The over has hit 49% on regular games that end in regulation. Under is at 50.5%. For extra inning games, the over is hitting at just under 60%. And obviously, big reason why man starting on second. It almost feels like a given at this point. If you're right there and this game is going into extras, you're most likely hitting the over at this point, and the numbers kind of back that up. How are you feeling about the over under this year? Because there's been a lot of talk about hitting across the league down, and not just down by a lot. A lot of teams are not hitting for power. We have pitchers, relief pitchers that are consistently coming out. Like the average velocity on pitches right now, I think it's at like 94 or 95 miles per hour. Like it's huge. So many teams have guys now that just come out and just naturally throw over 100 miles an hour. And I have not been doing well on over-unders this year. That's usually my strong point is over-under on team totals and on games. I've been getting decimated this year. Maybe that's just me. How are you doing on over-unders? And do you think that there is some way to take in that hitting's just down across the league so far this year?
Yeah. Well, first off, if you had the under in that Phillies game, Phillies Braves, when Sandoval hit that home run, I feel so bad for you because it's a 3-1. It's a 3-1 game with 2 outs in the ninth, and then he hits the home run, and next thing you know, the score explodes in extra innings. So I feel so bad for you. But we've seen that trend, right? And if you're going to bet, first of all, you can't bet an under. You cannot bet an under. I don't care about the scoring. You can't bet an under because extra innings is just going to automatically kill your bet. What you can do is bet a first 5 under. If you like an under, it's because you like the pitching matchup against the opposing hitting.
Right.
So why not just go with the first 5 innings, rely on that handicap, which is the starting pitching against the opposing hitters? Very rarely are we handicapping bullpens when it comes to an under, right? Maybe when it comes to an over, you're saying, hey, they're going to knock the starter out of the game and the bullpen's giving up, 6 runs a game. So let's bet on the over.
That's the Tigers in a nutshell, right?
Yes,
the Tigers.
Yes. So you can handicap a bullpen when it comes to the over, not when it comes to an under, because an under, you're handicapping the starting pitching. I don't care if Aroldis Chapman hasn't allowed a run. If you're banking on the Yankees under, it's because of Garrett Cole. You think he's going to go 8 shutout innings, right? So forget about the total for the game and focus on the total for the first 5 innings. I know it's going to be hard when it's a great starting pitching matchup. It's 3.5 or 4. It's very low when it's 3.5 or even 3 and DeGrom starts. But DeGrom unders first 5 are undefeated this year. So keep doing that. But bet on the first 5 under as opposed to the full game under, because extra innings will absolutely burn you. As far as the hitting goes, remember, and I don't know if it's being brought up enough, they did doctor the balls this year.
Correct.
They changed the baseball to reduce the drag. Now, they've said that home run numbers are kind of similar, so it hasn't had an effect on home runs. It has had an effect on balls that are borderline home runs.
Right.
It doesn't have the effect because they say that once this drag effect doesn't take account balls that are hit 350 feet, right? It's a 350 versus 340 is not going to, it's going to make a little bit of a difference, but it will make a difference 290 to 300. Okay.
Sure.
That's where the difference is going to come into play. And that's the difference between hitting a home run and not hitting a home run, right? If you look at a home run, they say it has to have an exit velo of at least 98 with a certain launch angle. You have to have that exit velo. If exit velos are a little bit down, even just 1 mile per hour because of the reduced drag on the baseball, you're going to see less home runs and you're going to see less runs being produced. I don't think it's a situation where you're automatically looking at unders because of the baseball, but it certainly is something to take into effect as to why we're not seeing this automatic, increase in home runs and increase in runs like we saw in previous years. They did attempt to kind of mess with the baseball this year.
Yeah, I agree. And obviously, we have no real long data to look at. And this kind of reminds me back when they brought out the humidor and it started in Arizona. And then other parks started kind of getting into that mix. And, nobody really knew what to make of it. And I still feel like, I don't know if I feel like it's made that much of a difference. This, at least in the short term, definitely feels like there's a difference so far because, we've definitely seen, across the league. And Blake Snell was very vocal about this, even though Blake Snell's not pitching all that well. But at least during spring training, he was saying how much he liked the new baseball because he was getting better break on it. He was able to snap it off better. And at least so far as what we've seen, pitching has been the dominant factor in baseball so far. But in baseball, what is this a game of? It's a game of adjustments. Pitchers are going to have the upper hand here, and the hitters are going to make the adjustment as the season goes along. So I wouldn't be surprised as the season goes along, we start to see these numbers get backed up to where they were because hitters adapt, and now they can start hitting the ball again. But at least so far, it's been a coin flip of the over-under. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, the real problem is the shift in baseball. It's changed. It's changed the hitter's approach tremendously because hitters are now being instructed to hit over the shift, right? Which is obviously leading to more swings and misses, which is leading to more strikeouts. And the analytics will tell you that a strikeout is worth the same as a flyout, worth the same as a ground out. Doesn't matter. So they say a strikeout, who cares? No one cares about strikeouts anymore. Just go out there and try and hit a home run. Try and get it over the shift because you're not going to beat the shift to the sides. So you got to hit it over the infielders and get it into the outfield That's going to lead to more strikeouts. You're not getting the same home run numbers as you were because of the reduced drag on the baseballs. And so to me, it all comes down to the shift, but everything kind of relates or correlates, I should say, to that adjustment that hitters are trying to make because of it. And in the past, it worked because you swing with that uppercut, you're going to get the home run. This year, It's just not happening as much.
Last subject I want to touch upon, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on this one too, is betting at Coors Field. This Rockies team is so unbelievably bad.
Yeah.
With the pitching and their offense, no Nolan Arenado. So now they really just have what feels like Trevor Story in there.
Who doesn't do anything.
Exactly. So when you look at the over-under in Coors Field so far this season, it's 10-10-1. And yet, and even like today, the Reds are in town. The over-under in this game is 11.5.
Mm-hmm.
I am consistently betting the under at Coors Field just because I do not feel like this Rockies team is going to make up the difference for what the away team is going to do. So I've been doing two things: betting the under at Coors Field almost consistently, but taking the over on the team total of the away team.
I love that you said that
because that's where the over is going to hit. So I look at a total like tonight at 11, and it's 11.5 on the DraftKings Sportsbook with Luis Castillo and the Reds. The Reds have been a very good offensive team, but the Rockies have not. At what point are the books going to catch up on this? Because I'm shocked that it's 11.5 for tonight. And on the DraftKings Sportsbook, it just feels so high for a Colorado team that is one of the worst hitting teams in the league. It just feels like it's because they have the Coors Field name attached to it. It's automatically going to be a double-digit over. And at least for now, it's been somewhat profitable to take the under in those games.
I love that you said the team total on the road team, because that's really where the value is going to come into play here. Is betting on the team total. What's interesting is, like, I look at first five because I do a lot of first five bets.
Yeah.
Right? And Colorado actually at home is averaging 3 runs for the first 5 innings, as opposed to away where it's only 1 run or 1.5 runs. So their offense is just very bad. But I would look at, honestly, like, if you look at the Cincinnati Reds, okay, and you want to look at their away total for the season,
big difference.
It's very low. They don't score on the road. It's one of those things where they're hitting they're one of the best, not just F5, they're one of the best scoring teams at home in Major League Baseball this year, but on the F5, they're one of the best teams, almost 5 runs per F5 this year at home is just insane. I actually think, they're the number 2 team in baseball right now, 4.29 runs per first 5 at home, but only 1.7 on the road. It's a tough situation because you want to look at the team total going against the Rockies, but the under, like you said, the full game under, that's the play. Yeah, because the Rockies aren't going to score. The Reds on the road aren't going to score. And if the numbers are going to continue to be Coors Field high, the under is going to be the play.
Right.
Yeah, unless it goes to extra innings, and then you're screwed.
And then everything's ruined. Absolutely. Yeah. The Reds right now averaging 5.24 runs per game, 6.8 at home, 3.5 on the road.
It's amazing.
Massive. It's incredible. But obviously, Great American Ballpark, obviously a very hitter-friendly ballpark. But I actually saw that this morning and was shocked at how much of a difference it was. Mm-hmm. That's a massive, massive difference. All right, Julian, if you'd like to participate in the podcast, by all means.
Well, so now I want to bet an under on Cincinnati, Colorado tonight. I feel like you guys both said the full game under is better, but while I was listening, I was like, I feel like I should bet the first 5 under.
I don't know about the first 5 on.
The only thing that concerns me is Chichi Gonzalez, right? Because he has the tendency to give up runs. In his last outing, gave up 7 runs in 4 innings. His outing before that, he gave up 4 runs in 4 innings. The outing before that, he gave up 3 runs in 5 innings. Yeah. Reds first 5 is probably the play.
How has Castillo been lately? I know he got blown up in his first start, and
Castillo is, last out, 4 runs, 3 runs, 4 runs. Both of these guys give up runs. Okay. Yeah. And Castillo hasn't made it out of the 5th.
These guys give up runs, so we're betting the under.
But we're attacking the offenses here. for the game. It could be a situation where the first 5 over hits and the full game under hits as well. You might get that situation. I'd rather back the Reds here, obviously.
I was gonna say now it sounds like Reds first 5 might be a spot.
Yeah,
That would be where I would look at.
Yeah,
yes.
that's where I'd go. I'm not going to say it's my favorite bet on the board, but that's where I would lean, just because I can't trust Colorado right now. I can't trust.
All right. Nope. It's an unreasonable odds consensus play. Reds first 5.
Yeah, I'm down with that. Yeah,
I'll do it. I mean, I'll just do it just to do it. You know,
put it on the board.
You don't have to threaten me with a good time.
Yeah. All right. Well, okay, great. Because I'm going to bet this. Reds first 5 minus half a run. It is.
You want to talk about inept offenses? The Tampa Bay Rays. I think I could get more hits than them right now, and I haven't seen a fastball since college. But this offense is struggling big time, man. It's not just the performance the other night, but it's I don't know the last time that they scored more than 3 runs.
Right.
Maybe 2-3 weeks ago. Maybe I don't know. I mean, this team is just wow. They are not scoring.
All right. Well, there's another team to fade right there. Tampa and Colorado. Not good at hitting baseballs. All right. Couple quick things before we get out of here. I did say I was going to touch on some NBA. Betting this Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday of the end of the regular season is going to be tough. There's going to be a lot of guys out. There's going to be a lot of meaningless games. So you really got to pick your spots. On Wednesday, I gave out one of my bigger plays of the NBA season. It was Portland money line at Utah. People are afraid of Utah. The Jazz are good. Mm-hmm. No Donovan Mitchell, no Mike Conley. They almost expected to lose that game. They kept it close for a while. Portland blew them out in the second half for the most part. Even though it got to 7, I think it landed on. That was up at like 16 with 2 minutes to go, something like that. Those are the only spots you want to be looking for. I'm not even giving you any particular plays, but those are the spots that you want to be looking for down the stretch of the NBA regular season. The play-in round is going to be fun, and I have some takes on the play-in round. I just want to see that bracket before we get there. But like Thursday, for example, I don't necessarily see a spot on this card where one team is absolutely going to be going all out and the other isn't. That's at least in reason in terms of a spread. Like Memphis should beat Sacramento, but Atlanta should whoop Orlando, but that's going to be a monster number to lay. Like we have 2 great games, Miami against Philly and Phoenix and Portland. All 4 of those teams are going to be trying. So those are great games if you have a lean on a team that should win. But like Portland now is on the second night of a road back-to-back. Phoenix is going to give it a lot more than Utah did last night. I don't want to go back to the well there. I think on Friday, there's a couple of spots that should line up as, absolute wallopings because one side is trying and one isn't. Cleveland at Washington. I don't know if Beal's going to be back or not, but Russell Westbrook's been carrying the show. Washington's going to win that game pretty handily. Dallas against Toronto. The Mavericks are still battling to stay out of that play-in line, not let the Lakers, steal their way out of the play-in. That should be, and Toronto's just completely given up. You've got like a Philly Orlando, but that's going to be like a 15-point spread in Philly. I'm trying to stay away from monster numbers here.
Let me ask you about your opinion, because this is one of the things that I love doing in sports, and I do it in baseball and whatnot. Mm-hmm. I bet against teams the day after they clinch. A lot of the times there's celebrations, there's resting guys, there's things like that. The Knicks clinched the playoffs last night without playing. Okay. Yeah. They are not in the play-in round. They're in the playoffs. They can fight for seeding, right? Tonight they're playing against the Spurs, who are, yes, second night of a back-to-back. That's always difficult. Spurs lost to the Nets. The Spurs are not guaranteed a playoff spot right now.
They still need to win to get the 10 seed, the last play-in spot.
The last play-in spot. Spurs are 5.5 dogs tonight in New York against the Knicks. Are the Spurs a smart play tonight with the points, expecting them to play hard versus the Knicks, who might have had a little celebrating last night?
And the Spurs, I believe, this is off the top of my head, I think the Spurs are 22-12-1 against the spread on the road this season. They've been one of the best road bets in the NBA. I don't know if I'm going to bet it, but the Spurs would be the side for me. My concern is if the Knicks are locked in enough to play for seeding because it's going to be a big deal. The 6 versus the 5 seed. It's basically, and Miami's going to be trying tonight hosting Philly.
Yeah.
If you get the 6 seed, you're playing in Milwaukee to start the playoffs. If you get the 5 seed, you're playing in Atlanta, most likely. Atlanta is more of you if you're the Knicks, team.
And there's a shot for the 4 seed at home court.
Right. So, if you're playing Atlanta, it's now, whether you're home or away, it's now a team more on your level. It's kind of excited to be there. First postseason appearance in a while. Whereas if you get on the road at Milwaukee, you're getting a team that's been like favored to go to the NBA Finals a couple of years in a row, even though they're not quite there this year. So if I'm the Knicks, I have plenty of motivation to win tonight. I just can't speak to, I don't know, maybe they I probably won't bet the game. I think the Spurs intrigue me more because they need to win more, but it's a weird spot. But yeah, I mean, basically over the weekend, you're going to be looking for whether you have a take on a game where both teams are going to be trying, so you're going to get all out effort, or a team that's just going to blow another team out of the water. I think pay attention
to the lineups, you said, because guys could be sitting out.
It's going to be a bloodbath. Respect to the editors that are going to be on the DK Live feed this weekend. Wow. Because 15 Sunday games, all 30 teams in action last day during the season. I don't know who's on. I'm off. I'm so happy I'm off.
I'm off.
It's going to be brutal.
Reunited, and it feels so good. How are you, big guy?
I'm good. It is unfortunate that no porch today.
No porch.
But this will do. We're gonna get there.
And
we'll make it back out there.
I said it. I've said it before. I'll say it again when a few more people trickle in. The fact that we are not doing a porch sim today, it's on me. It's on this guy. Schedule's a little chaotic today. Glash, he texted, he offered, he was all about it. And we will make that happen. I promise you that this spring, summer, it will happen. There will be another porch sim. Maybe we'll do a fire pit sim. Maybe we'll get really electric and do an in-house together sim side by side. We could go crazy. But the fact that we're not doing it today in the same general location, the same property, my fault, guys. I'm sorry. I got to own it.
It's fine. I mean, stuff comes up. We have priorities. We have families. It's all good.
We have pets, some of us.
We have plants.
Yeah.
I mean,
true. You know. Plus, you got a lot going on. You're recovering from last night, from what I understand. You had an earlier sim, obviously. You got you got to study the video later for the big WNBA broadcast debut tomorrow. There's, I don't want to take you out of your way.
That works. I mean, these are all factors that factored into why this is it's not a porch day. It's okay.
Yeah. It's fine. Well, we're glad that everyone's hanging out. As AD Poker, an epic moment in human history, as always. Cuff, as Executive Sessions calls me, Cuff and Glash together again with the fire emojis. Sam, Adam, Glash, good to see both of you. Keep up the good work. Many thanks to all.
What is the cuff thing? I don't know.
I honestly I don't know any more so than I'm just guessing. Instead of cough, he's writing cuff. I don't think there's like an inside joke to it. I think that's just like what he's doing, and I'm good with it. You ever see the movie Cuffs with Christian Slater? It's enjoyable and also spelt with a K.
Never have.
You ever even heard of it? You probably
movie talk. Here we go.
Yeah, and with that, we're underway. Killis says, "Wow, like we haven't even gotten to the sim yet. We haven't given our lineups yet, and already Killis says, "Wow, Kaufman, was Latvia dogging you out, bro? Specifically, that you were super jealous of Glash's new gig." So we're underway. We're underway, just like that.
Yeah, I didn't really understand. Well, actually, that's a lie. I knew what Emerson was trying to do. I'm like, I had to keep cutting him off. Like, can we stop this, please? Because I have no idea what the hell he was talking about.
Whatever helps him sleep at night. You know what it is? And it's a shame there aren't as many people here yet. I'll just have to repeat it later. What kills him is that regardless of whether like I'm more popular or you're more popular, we're both more popular than he is. That's really what it boils down to.
Hey,
so he's trying to start infighting.
Yeah, so it's the perfect way to do it, though. You show up at the noon sim.
Yeah, and then just light the day on fire.
Yeah, right. Light the torch and then drop it and run. That's basically his strategy. And
yeah,
if people are chiming in here and are wondering why the game is not on yet, we did have some lag issues at the end of the last sim. So Daniel is getting everything all set. We're going to be here in just a minute for Texans and Ravens.
So I had on the jelly thing. I've already told the people I was on last night with Rossi and Tom Ace. What I texted you in excitement for this gig. I said, and I don't remember. Well, of course I texted you, but I mean specifically what I texted you. And I don't remember what the word for word was, but it was something to the effect of like, the road to the NBA starts now.
NBA's next. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
This is, like I'm not looking beyond Connecticut. It's a great gig. Obviously WNBA is huge and a friend here at DraftKings as well and play your contest. But, I'm setting my sights a little bit higher for my boy right here. And, this is WNBA. It's after a whole bunch of college stuff, which is awesome as well. And now we're going up to the pros, and it's just we're going to keep growing from here. And pretty soon, games of the week, and we're going to put you in Naismith when all's said and done, baby. We need like 40 or 50 years, but we'll get you there.
The only issue I have really with this WNBA job is the fact that the Sun play on the East Coast, and if I worked for a West Coast team, we could implement the buzzword. If it was the Los Angeles Sparks, we could do the buzzword when there's a 10 Eastern tip. That's the only thing I'm bummed about. So we'll see. Jeff Ulrich wants me to implement some Batman into the call.
Sure.
To
answer your question from Executive Sessions, he says cuff is as the Compton way of saying cough, ebonics. I like that. I actually like it even better. I hope people in my day-to-day start calling me cuff instead of cough.
I don't know about that.
No, you don't think so? Hey, so where'd that come from? Ebonics, bro, obviously. Smash that like if you love the tandem of Glash and of Cough, says the Freak of Nature. Speaking of the Freak of Nature, what is the number one thing? Tom Carroll in the chat. Can you guys fight already? We'll get there. We got some pent up Festivus stuff to get to, I'm sure, as we're underway here. But what's the number one thing? I'm glad that you're here, Tom Ace, to listen to this. What's the number one thing Freak of Nature typically says in the chat?
There's a good energy in the sim.
Okay. So
which is my line.
Even still, Freak of Nature throws it out all the time, as he also writes hashtag that's Lazio as opposed to that's life. We got a big first down.
Jordan Akins, that's my punt play.
Midfield, baby. Yeah, we'll get to the lineups in a second. I just want to throw this out. We were talking last night during Madden After Dark. Like what Jeff was saying about like throwing out some Batman during the sim, that might be a little harder. That might take a little more work. That might be a little more unrealistic. But we were trying to come up with things, one of those if you know type situations, where if the Sim fam is watching you do a game on, CBS Sports? Is that where these air?
CBS Sports Network, Nesson as well, Sunday.
Excellent. So if people are watching, where it will seem perfectly normal to any Connecticut Sun fan, but the Sim fam will know it's sort of an homage to them.
I got you.
For instance, like TC, Tom Carroll threw out, there's great energy in the game.
Yeah, that's good.
You could do that. Another one that I don't remember, maybe it was Mike Bizzle, forgive me if I'm wrong. Big gain again out to the 10-yard line. There was one in the chat that was any given Sun game.
Okay.
Yeah, you could do it. It doesn't roll off the tongue as well as any given sim day or any given Sunday. That doesn't really work, but you could figure. So I don't know if you have any that come to mind. I think there are a bunch of these that you could throw out during your broadcasts.
When the post player gets the pass on the block, and instead of calling it the doorstep, we'll call it the porch.
The porch. Perfect.
Into the porch.
Into the porch. Deshaun inside the 5 to Fells down at the 2. I like that. I like that a lot. And I will know, not only is that like, a tribute to the Sim fam, I will feel personally touched by that remark.
There are a handful of players in the league that have the last name Wilson, so we'll do a Wilson!
Sure. Or someone else pointed out, I don't know if this is accurate, I haven't looked at the roster. Somebody said that the Sun roster has 3 players by the last name of Jones. Is that correct?
Yep.
So you could kind of have a DraftKings shout out by saying if they're all on the court at the same time, it's a Jones stack on the floor.
Oh.
You could do something like that.
Oh, very good.
See? Well, that's gonna work.
I also don't want to start using like smash the like button. I'm not gonna use the word
don't go try and reading this invisible chat that doesn't exist.
I think maybe the easiest one could be
Russian score for Deshaun, by the way. Go ahead.
The easiest thing that could be done is at halftime and just say, all right, well, here is our box score graphic. It's manually updated by our great production team.
You could do that. You could absolutely do that. That's a good one. I mean, I don't think you want to wear Sarah's clothes to a broadcast.
No.
Are we assuming that when you have your quote unquote stand-ups with Rebecca Lobo, that you'll actually just be sitting courtside because you can't stand next to her? You'd have to be on a crate or something.
We're not courtside, actually. We're upstairs. We're in the we're up on the concourse level because of protocols. So, and we sit in chairs.
Gotta sit.
Yeah.
Chairs or stools?
Stooly chairs. Like there's a backrest to them.
Is that like a chair for Barstool fans? What does that mean?
No. I wasn't even trying to go down that road. I don't know how to explain it. Like it's a stool, but it has like
it has a chair back. Yeah, you can lean back.
Yeah. Lean back.
Lean back.
Yeah, it's a good point. You know, I got to come up with something and try to work it in.
I think there are some that you can throw out there that sound natural in the scope of your new gig and don't sound forced for the sim fan. You just got to be creative with it.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Wow.
I might be more excited than you are.
Yeah, I got to think. Yeah, that's good. Those are good suggestions.
Yeah. Tom says, producer TL, make them fight. Tom has brought up accurately, by the way, that since
actively,
accurately, actively he's talked about it, but accurately, I mean, since the last time we chatted, doing one of these sims anyway, we've chatted independent of this, but since the last time we were on air together.
Well, you know, hold on a second.
Lot of smack talk.
Hold on. But see, here's the thing with that though. You can't just say that sentence like without you have to put some meaning behind it because you just said
so you've been a jerk and I
no.
That's my meaning.
No, what you just said. Oh well, of course we talk, you know, independently of this. I don't think people realize that. I think they think we just show up here and there's no interaction unless we're on the microphone here in Simland. Like, do they not think we like text? Or like, there's no source of communication until we show up here or chat.
You know what truthfully is funny is that, and anyone who, and you don't have to work in the radio business to know this, anybody who does know anything about the radio business though, like there's a lot of, wherever, whatever city, town, whatever you live in, like probably more so, it's probably a bigger deal local versus national, but there's a lot of manufactured drama. There's a lot of fake fighting. Sometimes it's very real. Sometimes it's absolutely real. No question. I mean, there are people that work together that do not like one another. And, you know, I've done radio for years. You have as well. And there are absolutely people that, you know, like we'll crap on one another and we don't talk independent of that because we don't like each other. And you know, you'll do it on the air though. I'm talking on the air and it gets back to that person because you want it to. Like that's kind of how the whole thing works.
Right.
Flash and I can't think of a time in my career when I have had a more of a like on-air nemesis who I actually get along with swimmingly. But it's true. Like you would think, based on the way that we tweet one another, based on the way that we have any communication whatsoever that is public, that we hate each other, and it kind of cracks me up.
It's pretty funny. I think it's great.
It sort of spoils things for people though, because I think they want us to not like each other. And here's what I want to know from you, Sim fam.
Uh-oh.
The first sim that we worked together that everyone enjoyed so much, and I'm not just saying that, that's not ego, like I've seen it in the chat. People enjoyed that first sim that we did together, the infamous porch sim. Mm-hmm. You know, like we got along well. We had fun. We had a good time. You were making fun of me in the movies, and we were doing the buzzword, and I was making fun of that. Like but it wasn't hostile, you know. So why is this evolved to people wanting us to hate one another?
They need another layer. They need another layer of the Come on, our manager always tells us I could write a book. You know?
Yeah.
People want to see us break. That's what they want.
Not gonna happen.
They want chaos. I enjoy chaos. They want us to break.
Not gonna break.
Well, you know, but see, based on what you just said, people must think I showed up to your porch, packed it all up, got right in the car and left. Like, oh, I didn't say hi. Just like, oh, broadcast is over. Get in the car and go. Turns out, everybody, I was actually at Kaufman's porch till like 1 a.m. I'm like, holy crap, I gotta go.
Hanging out, having a couple of road sodas.
Yeah.
Darylyn says, I'm gonna make sure you break. Tom says, at least fake fight, guys. Come on. All right. Well, I think there is something we can address. I brought this up in The Sims because as I tweeted you the other day, there's nothing I will say about you that I won't say to you. I can't help but notice whether it's anti-Aaron Rodgers, whether it's, you know, like pro Tom Brady to an obnoxious degree, whether it's I hate the Celtics, Tatum sucks, Patriots are going to stink this year, any number of you. I feel like you hear my takes and you go the other way. You're being not only a contrarian, you're being a cough-trarian. You're going counter to my takes.
No, I mean, Okay, the Tatum thing. They've been so inconsistent all year. It was a Friday night game. I really wasn't watching. Woohoo, nice comeback. Like, I knew you were going to put something out on Twitter about great resiliency. They just can't get it together on the thing.
It was the third biggest comeback in NBA history.
Who
cares?
Yeah.
Who cares if they fall short and they lose? They won. They won the game, and Jason Tatum had 60 points, which has only been done by one other Celtic ever.
I mean, what'd they do on Sunday? What'd they do on Sunday against Portland?
Again, they're inconsistent, but that was a hell of a night.
I know. All right. Well, maybe I should just enjoy the night. I didn't enjoy the night. I was like,
you didn't enjoy the night. And look,
sorry.
This has been a season for Celtics fans where you just need to enjoy the night, because Lord knows what's going to happen the next day. I mean, are they playing right now? I don't even know.
They are.
That's where I'm at this moment.
Okay, here's another one. We'll go rapid fire.
Let's just have a Festivus.
Let's have a rapid fire here.
For it. Tara Lynn's here for it. We got a first and goal.
Hey, our girlfriend's here. Want to chat to our girlfriend? She's standing right next to me.
Good. Bring Sarah over. I got a question for Sarah, actually.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, listen. So somebody else had mentioned that. I had.
She doesn't have all day. Get to the point.
Holy Christ! All right. So great. Yeah, you can be on camera if you want, or you can duck, whatever you want to do. I did pop you and Emerson on for a half second when I was driving home from baseball, and I heard him say, but this is very typical of Emerson, but I'm glad Sarah can address this. I heard him say, I get those behind the scenes, videos of Glash doing his TikToks because Sarah sends them to me. Sarah, I felt special. I thought you just did that for me. Are you also sending videos to Emerson through Instagram?
I played the fifth.
Unbelievable. It's unreal. You think you have something with someone.
Yeah.
You both wore a jersey together. That wasn't good enough for you?
No, we still don't have our jersey monument in Simland.
She made the first ever monument in Simland history. Went to you. And you didn't even take ownership of it until 3 days into it.
It took time. It took time. It did.
But you know what, Sarah? You're awful.
I never said that.
I didn't invite Emerson to the movies.
That's right. Date night's coming up.
All right. You two talk.
When's this movie out? June?
June 25th, I think.
All right. What we need to do, Glash, move over. Can Sarah sit down? What we need to do.
She's out. She's gone.
Oh, okay. Well, we need to have we need to hang out and do a Fast and Furious binge before we get to the new one.
I'm in.
All get together.
Get the tissues when the 7th one comes around, man. I'm in.
Yeah, let's do it. It's unreal.
I'm glad you admitted it took time with the Krusty Kaufman. I mean, that's why
said it didn't take time.
That's why the restaurant is still trying to survive. I mean, it's still recovering from that 3-day absence when there were no workers because the owner just didn't care.
Listen, I still don't like it. I support the restaurant. I think the nickname sucks.
Well, I mean,
second and goal.
I got Dobbins. Let's go. I don't like phonics, but as you taught us all a year ago now, you get the nickname and you got to wear it.
I feel like I haven't even really pushed the phonics thing because even I think it's stupid.
Yeah, most of them are pretty dumb. I mean, you're cuff. You want to embrace cuff, but you hate crust.
I will get cuff tattooed before I embrace crust.
In cursive?
Where? Anywhere.
God.
My forehead.
That's
Young Barrymore says, I refer to you as Kaufman so much I forgot your name was Adam.
I know, no one calls me Brendan. No one calls me Brendan. No one.
Did I tell you I had a fight with how many times have you heard a sentence that starts this way? I had a fight with Ducey the other day. He took, and I'm glad Tara Lynn's here for this. He couldn't. The TL thing bothered him, like as a nick. He's like, her name is it's Tara Lynn, like it's not like it's not Tara Lynn, like Lynn is her middle name where TL makes sense, like Julio David or whatever JD Martinez's name is. It's you ought to call her TA. That makes more sense than TL. It really flustered him, and I'm gonna keep doing it, maybe more than before.
Can we get to the bottom of this? Tara Lynn, 100% serious here. Do you find
what you're doing right now? I tried it the other night.
Do you embrace TL as a nickname?
She embraces it, yes.
Okay.
She hasn't really acknowledged whether or not she likes it. she's just, but she absolutely embraces it. No
Is
question.
it good enough? Is it like, well, is everyone cool with that? Like, you're cool with it, clearly. I think Ducey just felt it was lazy.
That's fair.
Is
Some of the
TL
nicknames
just
in
lazy?
Simland are lazy.
That's what I feel like the core of this is. He felt it was lazy.
AD Poker says TL flows, though. TA reminds me of school. It's true. She's not a teacher's assistant.
Right.
Flash, Koff. We didn't even shout out our crew. We got TL. We got Daniel,
Right.
or Danny
Okay.
Boy. We got Bobo, Bert in ops with Cobra K. Just a solid crew.
Oh, actually, now that you went down this road with the nickname thing, I actually do have a bone to pick with you.
Oh, good.
What is this Frangeli? Enough.
So that one's not mine. That's a if you had to guess who from the chat came up with Frangeli, it shouldn't be that difficult. Who would you go with? Carolyn, by the way, says I like TL, I like T, I don't like TA. Tom Carroll, who's still listening, says TL's a great nickname. Totally agree. You know what's a crummy name? Kenny. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh.
I'm kidding.
Crusty name.
Young Kenneth. Bert goes, damn. No, I'm not coming after it. Kenny's a perfectly fine name.
It's on record, though.
Yeah, I know. It's all of a sudden Smash Lane. I was going to put it out there. What's the...
I don't know which commentator said Frangeli.
No, not commentator. Chatter.
Oh.
Not commentator.
Oh, I know. Robbie Noble. Yeah.
Robbie Noble. I was shouting out Frangelico because normally I do it, you do it, Christian does it, so many others. We'll do the Frangelico, and but Robbie, who has nicknames for all of us, started calling him Frangeli, and I said, you know what? I kind of love it. I think it's great. And Frangelico was like, yeah, I kind of dig it. And so I started embracing Frangeli.
Maybe now that it's Robbie Noble, I'll lay off.
Yeah, I didn't come up with that one. That's not me, but I love it. Yeah, Robbie Noble says, you don't like Frangeli, Glash?
Well, I mean, I thought Frangeli
he does now.
was funny.
Here's what it is. He likes it now that he knows I didn't come up with it. Because again, he's a Koftrarian.
There might be some truth to it. Well, I mean, I just thought we had a good thing going with Frangelico. I mean,
yeah. Got a good thing going right there by Lamar Jackson. Can you give your lineup, by the way?
Yeah, sure. I'm actually in third place.
Are you? Good. Keep it up. Rossi won our 8 o'clock game last night.
Good for him.
Yeah, he was excited.
I'm working with Rossi this week. I'm looking forward to it. I haven't worked with him in a long time.
I've got more than a week without Moose, or maybe better put, he's got more than a week without me. But I'm looking forward to being reunited with him at some point. I haven't even looked at the upcoming schedule to see when that's happening.
I hope Moose is, as Tara Lynn knows, I hope he's recovering from the sniffles. Jeff was a very good. Jeff sounded like a kid faking sick at school yesterday.
We're not together. I just looked. We're not together again until Friday. He and I. Man, he's got a couple week break. Lamar again. So he faked. He faked it then.
No. He was actually not feeling well. It was actually rude on my part. I was being. I wasn't taking him seriously, but he was serious, and I felt kind of bad about it after.
So what's your lineup here?
Yeah, sorry. Lamar's in the captain spot.
Yeah.
In our contest, he was 97.7% on.
I've never seen that before. Have you ever seen a number that high? Overall ownership?
No. That's a good number, 132. That's a good dose. Deshaun Watson's in my lineup. Andrews, Dobbins, Tucker, and Akins.
I like your lineup better than mine. So I went with, originally I had Lamar in the captain spot, along with the 50+% of people who went that way, including you. And I didn't like the rest of my build at all in terms of getting both quarterbacks in there. So I flipped it. Watson is my captain. I do have Jackson. I have maybe just Rossi on the brain. I stacked them kickers. I've got both Tucker and Fairbairn. And I've got Darren Fells and a goose egg currently out of Randall Cobb.
Shout out to Smash Lanta, who is always listening, clipping up the Kaufman-Kenny burn. Yes. Now, Smash Lanta, take to Twitter and do what you must. Context is everything, isn't it?
Yeah. It's probably just like a 2-second clip of, it's a crappy name, Kenny, and like the end. There's nothing else in the video.
As Mark Ingram takes it up the gut for 5 yards, just no idea how that comes out. Can I say something about just about
you got a mic
about Kenny? Like he
about broke BK yesterday.
Here's where I stand on this, right?
Yeah.
I said this to Tara Lynn earlier this week when she was making her 3-person booth debut, and I think the chat would back me up on this statement. Okay, we've been doing this. I would say, and people that take this personally, whatever, they'll get over it. You, Emerson, myself, probably Jeff, those 4. We've been consistently here from the beginning of this till now. When we first started these, we had no idea what to expect. But one thing that I think we can agree on, we had to earn people's respect. We had to earn why they were watching. They didn't you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we didn't just we couldn't just come on and assume they'll love us.
Yeah. So we were buried in the prep, buried in owners, we didn't know what to expect. And I think when you come on for the first time, you got to earn that too. And I feel like Kenny may have jumped the gun a little bit in terms of just being coming in with his fiery takes. I'm not saying he shouldn't be himself, and I'm like, dude, these people just don't know who you are yet. You have to let them get to know you, and then start going off. And I just feel like he didn't do a good enough job of letting people get to know him. So when he's like, oh, the chat is vicious against me, I'm like, yeah, you didn't give them a chance to get to know you first. And then when you have a dumb take like I do on Aaron Rodgers, they'll get over it faster.
It's funny you say that because, and I've talked about this on the sim. I've talked about this with Kenny before. The flip side of that is front-facing, right? Working with people, but never having a conversation maybe with them independent of the work. Case in point, I think I don't know. I don't know how Bukes, our pal Steve Buchanan, I don't know how Bukes legitimately, honestly, lie detector, polygraph test feels about Kenny. I only know what he displays when they're working together. And that's all Kenny has to go off of either. And Kenny, when we were working together one day, he didn't say it in these words, but he certainly seemed to express that he believes Bukes actually hates him. And you know what? He should, based on the way that Bukes treats him when they're on the air. Because we know, you and I know, the other Bukes. We know the Bukes that isn't a bully, that isn't a jerk, that isn't
a heart.
Somewhere in there, the Tin Man has a heart. But you wouldn't know it when he's working with Kenny. And so if I were just subjected to working with Bukes, I would think Bukes hates me too. I would think Bukes doesn't like anything.
Nope. Miserable ogre.
So I get it. Yeah, he's basically Shrek. Go ahead, Smash Lana. Tag him.
No, of course we're talking about the human Shrek and Shrek 2. Handsome.
Yeah, naturally.
Well, shout out to Steve, by the way.
Steve, Sour Patch Kid.
I don't know if this is necessarily public, but I'll apologize after. Bukes has been dropping the LBs. He looks great. I mean, he's eating a lot better. He's doing great. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe he's become more grumpy because he's had to adjust his diet and he can't eat crap anymore.
I honestly can't tell, not because he's not putting in the work, but because I only see him in a Zoom window.
Yeah,
and it's just
good.
It was remarkably evident with Zach, because Zach dropped, no joke, 75 pounds.
And probably 20 from his face.
Yeah, Zach
his head.
Zach melted away. And looks great. He's taking care of. Now he's leveled off, so now he's maintaining.
Yep.
Bukes, I guess I got to take more of a gander here. Andrew says, Glash cough on a sim? This must be a dream. Eat your heart out, Emerson.
Yeah, there's got to be a point where they put the 3 of us on together in one of these.
I hope so.
That's just going to be.
It's only going to happen when Drew, the puzzle maker, producer Drew, when the availability is just so bad, so low, he's going to have no choice but to have the 3 of us work together.
Yeah. Well, Daniel says
that already happened. It for 3 seconds during the anniversary sim. Or no, the Simper Bowl. That me, you, and Moose did together.
And the holiday. There was the holiday tournament because
Correct.
he did the pregame show. So we ended up being together, the four of us, for, like you said, a couple minutes. So yeah, that's my overall thought. I just think it's what's been created here over the last year plus now. Just by being here, I think we earned. People can think our takes suck and they can think we're annoying, but I think we earned their respect, and I think that cannot be. That you can't just take that for granted, I guess was my thought. So like who did a good job, and of course he's in the chat, so it's gonna sound like I'm just saying this because he's here, but like Tom Carroll did that. Like he didn't. I think people didn't know him, and he's like, want to get to know all of you. And then it's like any job, when you start something new, you want to let people get to know you, and then you can start spewing off takes. And I just think he may have he went to the takes pretty quickly, which is fine.
What would you guys have thought of Tom if day one he's telling you about like Forest meatballs and downloading Twitter on strangers' phones at gas stations? Like, we had to get to that place where we knew him.
That's my point.
Where that stuff, it fit. It fit the personality. It was right.
Oh, so when you come on here and you just start banging on Josh Allen and you just go off, it's like, dude, like, they don't know you yet. Like, what'd you expect? Like, they're like, who's this blabbering moron? I mean, I was a blabbering moron by week 2, but it's just, I don't know. I mean that from I mean that from the heart. Like I would not have approached it that way. That's all.
Well, so last night, I don't know if anybody mentioned this during the previous sim,
that should have been a touchdown.
Got out of bounds. Should have been. Maybe we'll get a review on the on last night when TC and I were together, Freeze Pops. We talked about you a lot. You should go back and listen. None of it was negative. It was all just really pumping up the Connecticut gig. And then we fell down a rabbit hole. We're looking at your website and
I heard of, like, this is weird. It's uncomfortable.
No, it was great. We're reviewing, and so we played the Madden commentary that you've got clipped up in there. And honestly, the strangest thing for me, at least, as Watson dives in, another score, was second rushing TD for Deshaun Watson. The strangest thing was the consistent play-by-play, and it was a reminder that way back in the day, but for months, it wasn't just like the first week. I mean, just we've been doing these so long and so many a day. There was a lot more play-by-play in these things than there obviously is now. Before our just terrible personalities started to really emerge. It probably is a little more difficult for people like Kenny, like Tom, like Rossi, like anybody, no one in particular, other than if you joined us later than from the beginning. Correct. To come in and just like, all right, so we want you to just be you right off the hop. Like there's game analysis, play, but whatever. Who cares about the sim? Just like, so what movies you like? What kind of food you into? You got any hot takes? Like that's right. That's challenging.
Yeah, well, we had the luxury of starting when nothing was going on.
Right.
So that's the other thing too. So it became, and it still is to this day for a lot of people, a place to unite and just. I think it's fantastic. Forget us. The chat, they have become friends. Like fantasy leagues have started. The league you created has started.
Yeah.
There's camaraderie here. And that all began, if you were here from the very beginning, we didn't know what to expect either. And I think a lot of people in here would admit they didn't know either. So the fact you came out of here with friends, I don't know how close some of you are at this stage. Maybe you've gotten people, like, you've done proposals in here. I mean... Yeah. It's great. And
I choose to believe those are real.
Oh, yeah.
I hope they are.
Someone proposed last night at Fenway.
That's fun.
They didn't have a ring, though. How dumb is that?
A little too cliche for me. My wife, I don't know how Sarah feels, and maybe it just depends, like, to what degree you're a sports fan and how big, like, the Red Sox are in your life, in your relationship. Maybe you met at a Red Sox game, so it's appropriate. Whatever. I mean, every couple's different. I'm not judging, other than to say this. The ballpark proposal feels a little cliche to me. My wife would, if I proposed to my wife at a sporting event, I'm not sure she would have said yes. She would have hated that because that's just not her personality.
I'm with you on this. I'm good. Abby Rizzle says, I don't care who you guys bring on here. Tell me jokes and win me money. I will laugh, re-enter games, fair exchange. No robbery. It ain't that serious. Amen.
Sarah's in the chat too, says, I made a great friend. His name's Adam. Hey, smash that like button. Do it for the dream stream. Or if you're Glash, do it for the Gleam stream. Whatever the case. Smash that like button.
Yeah.
Hit the subscribe button if you're watching. I mean, this is pathetic. At least let's get to 150, maybe 175. That'd be great. Alana says, don't forget all the Sim babies, plus the future babies caused by the Sims. Yeah, I have to imagine. I mean, nothing motivates baby making than listening to Glash and I do a Sim.
What a horrifying thought.
It really is.
Jeez.
I have friends, I guess semi-related to that without going too far down this road. I have friends that that do, like, they're just big sports fans. They fall asleep every night. They not, they're just as white noise, basically. They fall asleep listening to sports talk radio, like the Sports Hub specifically. They've probably fallen asleep to, like, your voice doing updates on the Adam Jones show. Like, they put on the radio and they fall asleep listening to sports talk radio. And you got to imagine they're doing some other stuff too before they fall asleep every once in a while. So it's like another person in the room. It's terrible. It's creepy. It's awful.
The Matador on Twitch says, I totally agree on this conversation. We had to know Kenny, but never did, and it just seemed like he was picking fights. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was getting at. That's all.
Daniel says, what a rabbit hole we're going down right now. Well, yeah, I timed it well with the quarter break. I wasn't going to keep going beyond that.
Sarah says, Mike Felger is Brendan's alibi. I do listen to Felger and Maz quite a bit. I'm not sure how you feel about their show. I know you worked there. I think it's fantastic.
They're great at what they do. I mean, they're terrific. It's a terrific show. It's an immensely successful show. There's no disputing the ratings, regardless of what you may or may not think of their takes. They are successful. 119 passing for Jackson, 114 for Watson at the half. So bonus is, we'll see for both these guys. Rushing bonus is probably more likely for Jackson. He is up to 62. Watson, not so much, but he does have the 2 rushing scores at this point. PGZ's man says, the way you guys are talking right now is why so many people like the both of you. If Kenny were here, he'd be breaking you stones at why you're doing this sim.
Well, see, that everything I just said, though, it's all a moot point now. It's over. Like, now we all know him, so it's fine. He just had a different way of getting there. That's all my point was.
Mm-hmm. No one's reached 50 receiving yards at the break, by the way. It's 14-10, not the best sim in the world, other than the fact that, hey, we're here. Man, I love the sim fam for the memories, too. You see Mike Bizzle's comment?
I was just going to say, don't. Mike Bizzle,
don't. We miss Mac Mama. I did get a FaceTime from Mac Mama once, hanging out with Sarah.
All right, let's wrap this up.
We'll get them on the sim sometime. It'll be great.
I'm in third. I'm doing all right in this contest.
I'm not.
I am going to win this Festivus. Let's go.
Actually, I'm not where you are, but I'm not doing poorly. I'm 23rd. STBK is in front. Bert Bobo 120th. The Mad Matinee, the Glashkoff Festivus free roll that we've got here with only 132 entries.
Hey, so I'm curious.
Do better, yeah.
Who is your new because you won't root for Tom in Tampa. Who's your new Aaron Rodgers this coming NFL season?
Like who's the guy that I just swear by all season long?
Yeah,
that I did Rodgers.
Really, really unfortunate. You can't just root for 12 down in Tampa. I guess that's.
You know who it is. It's impossible for you to hear, not you, like the royal you, to hear this without bias, but it is true. I am a staunch Cam Newton defender this year because I think so many people just assume he is going to be terrible and Mac Jones by week 3. And I don't want to see Mac Jones all year. I don't want to see him in anything other than garbage time. I want Cam to go out and prove everybody wrong that it actually takes a little bit of time in the system and knowing your teammates, not joining right before training camp and, then getting COVID a few weeks into the season and, just getting really fallen behind the way that he did. I I am looking for Cam to take this team to that 10 to 12 win range this year in a playoff spot. So, you know, like Rodgers for me last year was the bleep.
So, and no visual.
Playoff. Okay, that was the last thing you said.
This is tough.
Yeah, this is the worst.
For you, Daniel.
You know, I think in the spirit of like you can't really love something until it's gone, we're back. Here we are again.
We are back. So apologies, everybody. It's an internet problem.
Yeah, is what it is. We do apologize, but you know, your frustration is shared by us. It is no one's fault, but technology, unfortunately. Or blame Samir. Occasionally we do that. Jason says Kaufman's kid tripped over the Wi-Fi cable. Knocked out the whole sim.
We as the broadcasters, to give people some intel, it is not our personal internets. I mean, that was the thing with Christian. How about good for Christian? How he's really rebounded, because that was his shtick for a while.
Well, I think it honestly, I think it annoyed him as much as it did anybody else, and he went out and upgraded his Wi-Fi.
Yeah, he did.
Boosted that internet speed.
Mm-hmm. Well,
we spent a good amount of time talking when no one could hear us, but we're back.
Yeah, you only folks. There was just one play. It was Lamar running the wrong way, so it's 2nd and 13. He lost 3 yards, and yeah, like you said, third quarter just started. I'm still in third in this contest, so let's go. Actually, well, technically,
really
yeah. What's that?
I said, so really nothing has changed because you're just living in third. Cassie says, come on, guys. It's not like, you know, this is famous top of the line production. I don't expect what they don't have. It's fair.
Hope the pause improves my lineup, Kirk and Carroll.
There you go. Yeah, all of a sudden you come out of the pause and it's like 27-17 Baltimore. What the heck? Nope, you missed at play, as noted. Brendan Glasheen, Adam Kaufman, together again here in Simland. Third time, I believe, it's what I'm told anyway by Daniel, who does keep track of these things. Third time that we are together, just the two of us. Obviously, a couple other times that others have been part of a 3-person booth as well. Maybe at some point in time, it'll be a 3-person booth with the two of us and Tara Lynn, who is our producer. We have Daniel, our technical director. We got Cobra K. We got Bobo, Bert, and Ops, all hanging out with you. And it is a pleasure. Hit that like. Let's get to 150, not too far away. And punts away here for the Ravens.
Yeah, Andrews actually picked up a fumble, but of course it didn't lead to anything because they did not get the first down. So
how was the how was the last sim, the nooner that you and Emerson did? Because here's what the chat has told me, and not just the chat, by the way. I'm not going to name names, but it's not just the chat. I heard nothing about the nooner, but I heard that the previous time the two of you were together, it was just okay. I heard that you and I, much more interesting for the people. Much better tandem than you and Emerson.
Oh well, today was much better than the first time.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember now. The first one we did was
Daniel. Would you vouch for that? Was today better than the first time? I think you were here for both.
Easily, more laughs, Just we had material. We had stuff to work with. I don't know.
Good material.
Well, I went to the Red Sox last night. We were talking about that for a little bit because of his, he covers the team.
So what you're saying is you guys, you had something to talk about this time.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'll put it to you this way. Yeah. I don't even remember the first one. That's how I couldn't tell you what happened in that first one.
Daniel says the first one, in his estimation, was more, quote, fun, just more chaotic. This one was more composed the second time around.
Daniel, what happened in the first one? I truly do not remember. I trust
Daniel has an incredible memory for this stuff.
Okay. I don't remember what happened in that first one. No, Daniel. We're talking about me and Emerson.
We're not talking about us. We're talking about him and Emerson.
Me and Emerson. Me and Emerson were together like a weekday. It was like a Wednesday afternoon, like at like 4:00. It was random.
Daniel, Glash and I are always great together. We're talking about him and Emerson.
Exactly. There's only been 2 of them. That was our point. The first one. But I think you're right. I think Daniel worked that one that we first did together. So.
Daniel says, guys, I'm trying to keep the internet.
Yeah, that's a good point. We got to leave Daniel alone. He's trying to keep this thing going.
Tate says it was all right. Pretty sure I scored it. Juan says Glash doesn't remember what he had for breakfast. Oh, Daniel says the first one was very boring though.
See,
I love Daniel for his honesty.
It was.
One word to describe it: awkward.
Huh.
Why, did he offer to put you inside him? He does that a lot in these sims.
God. No, I've heard that plenty of times before.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was different. Like, come on. We know the deal. Like, we always sit in the one chair and then we tee up the analyst typically. Yeah. And it just, when you put 2 people like that together, we just didn't know how to do it. It's just weird. Yeah, exactly. We just didn't know because typically we're the ones that were the. I don't know. It's just different. It's just different.
Lead voices, if you will.
Yeah.
Anchoring the coverage.
Well, and look, the people that we work with know that we do
that.
It
says 2 alphas feeling each other out.
Yeah.
Were you guys trying to figure out which bushes to water? Who's going to mark their territory?
And I'll tell you what, like, it goes back to the old saying in broadcasting. It's just reps. If we were told, Koff, we had to do this every week.
Yep.
Get to a point where it's like, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. Like, it's just not how the schedule's built. When producer Drew makes the schedule and producer Madison was before and Slate, when they make the schedule, there's a left column and a right column, 1 and 2. And it's usually me, you, and Emerson, and then Rossi and or Kenny. And that's how the schedule's made. They put the 3 of us in.
Yep.
In that one slot. And that's really what it was for a year. Or at least 6 months, at least, in terms of just that consistent consistent build of the schedule.
Bonzo says that's life.
That was a Tara Lynn knows what that's life is all about. That was when I brought up the whole Tebow thing, and I was like, well, come on, we're not going to give the tight end that's 2 years out of college that went undrafted a chance, but we're going to give Tebow one. And at the same time, Tara Lynn and Jeff barked at me and said, that's life, Glash. I'm like, whoa, okay.
Deshaun Watson, who was bidding for his 3rd rushing touchdown, fumbled the ball, lost it. Ravens recover at the 12.
So I just said, in response to that, I said, well, I guess anytime I run into a situation where I disagree with someone or they start whining, I'm just going to say, hey, that's life.
That's life.
Get over it.
Hey, here's something you're being put to the test here, future Connecticut Sun broadcaster. Abby Rizzle says, Glash, who'd you vote for as most impactful WNBA player in the free pool? Or who would you have if you didn't enter that pool? I'm curious.
Most impactful. Well, it's got to be Taurasi. She's still a legend. And the fact that she is not talked about enough in the same breath as she should be on the same level as like Serena Williams. Year 17, league's leading scorer. Also, the Sun are playing. They are playing Phoenix tomorrow, so it'll be cool to see Diana Taurasi. That's like I got to be honest. That's That's a pinch me moment. Because, like, I remember getting Sports Illustrated when I was, like, 8 or 9, and there would be a Diana Taurasi poster in there. And I'm like, oh, yeah, Diana Taurasi. Like, she's a legend for the Phoenix Mercury. And then when you're diving into prep and you go, oh, my God, Taurasi's still playing. It's like it's LeBron level. Year 17, championships, gold medals, 3 titles. She's been there for all 3 of Phoenix's championships.
Multiple teams in her career?
No, all 17 years in Phoenix.
Nice.
So it's not LeBron-like in that sense, but all right, maybe Kobe. One team.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Yep. That's actually a better comparison.
We've got there's a Candace Parker shout out. Sue Bird says Jeff. Was the
Candace Parker, that's a monumental her situation, because like the NBA, and you know this, player movement has been a big thing since LeBron left Cleveland.
Yeah.
Candace Parker left the Sparks to go to Chicago. And that's because the WNBA has reworked its collective bargaining agreement to empower the players to move. And basically, like, I don't know, just go to a place where they feel like they want to be and market themselves, et cetera, et cetera. So Parker's a great example of that. That is impactful in that sense. That is a good one. That is a good option.
Final seconds of this third quarter, still 14-10. What about, and her name is escaping me right now, but the guard, I believe she's a guard, the elite player there at UConn. Is she has she turned pro? Was she drafted, or is she still in college?
Beckers?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's still in college. She's not in the league yet. Paige Beckers.
People were talking about her like she's going to be transformative, like truly a generational talent.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the tournament for you. The NCAA tournament.
Well, but not even just the tourney, like all year long.
Right. Right. But everyone's watching the tournament. And by everyone, I mean, casual fans as well. Mm-hmm. So her stock definitely went up from the tournament too, even though they didn't even win it. So
through 3 quarters, where are you sitting right now? I know stats are not fully up to date, but are you still top 5?
Holy crap, I'm in first place.
See, this is why we got to keep an eye on these things.
And we do have a solo leader in the
Jackson, by the way.
What do we have here? I have the public contest up as well. We have a solo leader there, Ronald 022 in the $250 free contest. With
how many points is compared to yours?
He's got 69.6. I've got 64.7.
Not as nice. 56 for Jackson on the ground, just 20 for Watson, but he has multiple rushing touchdowns. You've got 50 for Cooks through 3 quarters. He is your leading receiver in terms of yardage. 4 catches apiece for Andrews and Fells.
Good point too on Candace Parker. She's been doing the TNT coverage on Tuesdays, and she was great.
Yeah.
Yep. Think about that, man. Like the travel to and from that Atlanta studio, getting ready for a season. That's cool. I forgot about that, actually. It's a good. Yeah.
No, I mean, we're seeing a lot more women's voices covering the NBA, which you should. I mean, it's kind of amazing it's taken this long, and they're doing a great job doing it, whether studio or. And when I say that, I'm mainly talking about former either collegiate or WNBA players or pro players. Maybe they played overseas, like players that people that really, not to say like you need to play the game to know the game, but that much more so clearly. Anyone who played the game just knows the game better than those who didn't. I mean, I think that's common sense. And so to see more and more female voices getting an opportunity covering the NBA, and I'm not talking sideline reporters, I'm talking about studio analysts or color commentators, who are in that quote unquote 2-share next to the play-by-play person. And by the way, we're seeing more and more female play-by-play people, in and around the NBA as well. So it's really just been a very good year in that way, or last couple of years in terms of just moving the needle.
I talked about this with Jeff on Friday, and I know you've used this line before, like making NBA lineups is a job.
Right.
I'll tell you right now, in the WNBA, when you only have 144 players on 12 teams, 12 per team, rotations are tight. It's essentially ran like when Jim Boeheim runs Syracuse and they play 7 people. I mean, that's essentially what the WNBA does. So if you have any interest in checking out games, which I would greatly appreciate, of course, but also the benefit there too is rotations are tight, easier to build lineups. There's more like set in stone stuff. And I actually think, if folks, the WNBA's popularity is going up, I think it's actually going to be more of a challenge to create variety in your DFS lineups, because if more and more people are playing it, then, and I'm also talking about the sports betting side of it as well, it's just, I think more and more people are going to catch on to things, trends. So there is a benefit there. Yeah, Maya Moore, good call, Robert. And Maya did not play last year.
Yeah.
So that's a good point. She didn't play in the bubble.
Was Maya Moore the one who put her career on hold to work to
social justice reform?
Yeah.
Yep.
No, but not just that. Wasn't there maybe it wasn't Maya Moore. There was a former player who maybe either took a leave of absence from her career or straight up retired, who was working to get someone who was wrongfully imprisoned out of jail, and ultimately I think got engaged to him as well.
Oh, there you go. Daniel's got it.
Yeah, to help an incarcerated man. Yeah, I just can't think of which player it was, but I remember seeing the story. I don't remember if that was Maya Moore or not. Yeah, Maya Moore, says Tate. Yeah, okay. She married the man she freed. Yeah. Awesome story.
Multiple years, says Jeff Friedman in the chat. What's up, Jeff? Good to see you in here. Feels like it's been a while. If you've been here all day, I apologize.
Yeah, he's been around. He's been hanging out with us. Absolutely.
Lewis Daniel, Koff and Tommy were listening to old highlights of you. You used to do play-by-play. What happened? What happened to you?
That's like the that's the Jay Moore Christopher Walken story. Jay, your dog has no tail. What happened? Yeah, what happened to your play-by-play, Glash? You used to be so much better at this.
Yeah, now you suck. Now your identity's lost. I don't know. You can turn it on and off, as you know.
Do you miss it? Do you miss spending more time talking about the sim, as opposed to the nonsense? Oof.
If I say you don't, if I say I don't miss it, does that make me a bad person?
Nope. I just think it's funny. I mean, this is something that we mentioned from time to time. When these things first started, and as you said earlier, not knowing what to expect, it wasn't just not knowing what to expect in terms of viewership, people playing the contest, how many people would be here, would people care, would people like it, all that stuff. It was, as we have a touchdown here, and it's Lamar Jackson this time. On top of that, it was, how do we handle these things? It was the other side of it. Like what percent should be play-by-play versus what percentage should be the other stuff. And we kind of said at the time, like, well, it should probably be like 70-30 play-by-play. And it was, and then it was like, maybe 60-40. As long as the broadcast is 60-40 one way or the other, that's a good balance. And now we're so like 90-10 nonsense. And it might even be 95-5. Extra points good. 3-point lead for Baltimore halfway through this fourth quarter. But I'm good with it. I think the people are good with it, at least those who are, hanging with us.
Yeah, I really don't know what to think. I guess, I prioritize the chat and go off of what their thoughts are. And if the thoughts are great and it generates conversation and we go down rabbit holes, we do it. If the game ends up being, I think didn't you have a game the other day where the score was 35-35 or something absurd?
Oh, better. We had a record number of points. It was 49-42. Most points ever in Simland. Derrick Henry rushed for 5 touchdowns. Zeke rushed for 3. It was just absurd. It was so much fun.
Murray, C.A. Murray on Twitch. Yes, we had a technical issue at the start of the third quarter. So if you're going back to watch earlier and you had some trouble, that's what happened. Daniel says Skip Perkins. I know. Well, we're talking to one of the guys who took Skip Perkins down. It's really too bad.
Well, we killed him.
Yeah. Nice job.
Wasn't he supposed to be reincarnated as Chip Perkins, though?
Yeah, Chip's still missing.
Can't find him, huh?
Can't find him. Went back in time, maybe.
We can turn back time.
This is all going really well for me in terms of this game. So,
to win this thing?
Yes, because I got like a 2.5 point lead here.
Well, I think it only makes sense that you win the free roll that I created on the sim that we beat together, just to prove to everyone that you are, in fact, better than me. or at least just prove it to Emerson.
This might be a good way to go out. Of Sims, not my life. Sorry, I should have clarified.
We will never do another sim together. Flash is going to retire from sim. Oh, this is something that was asked. I don't know. You've probably addressed this in sims that you've been on, but this was asked multiple times when we were talking about you in this new gig last night. And I answered it to the best of my knowledge, but better to come from the horse's mouth. What does this mean for your dream stream availability? Are we going to experience any less of you on these sims?
I mean, yeah, but not to the point. I'll if there's a game day, I'm not working here. Not happening. It's too.
But how many games are there that you're calling?
16. It's not a long. It's not a big schedule. I mean, because the Olympics this year they divided the season into 2 parts because of the Olympics. So their first half runs through the second week of July, and then they take a break, and then they come back in August.
Yeah, I mean, you'll still be working considerably more than Emerson.
Yeah. Yeah, on non-game days, I'll be here. But on game days, I got to get down there, and it's too much. Because, as you know, we start at noon. And if it's a 7 o'clock game, I could still do the noon. Like, I thought about it. Like, what if I did the noon sim?
Yeah.
But even then, what if it ends up being like an hour and 10? It's kind of tight. It's a little tight. Tight.
So wait, what times do games start? 7?
A lot of 7s.
Okay. So what if you went? Where do they play Mohegan? What if you went to Mohegan early and did the sim from your broadcast location? Did like the 4 o'clock, and then you.
That's not a bad idea.
And then you still, you're set up there. You still have some time to get yourself ready for the 7. Like the 6 is unrealistic. You got
broadcast the sim from the arena.
Yeah.
That'd actually be kind of cool.
I mean, if you wanna be committed to this, and not half butt it, I think what you need to do is do the sim from the arena.
Not a terrible idea.
We've proven you can take your stuff on the road. You've been to the porch.
Yeah. Wow. This is more realistically. Do it in like a hotel room. I'm not getting a hotel room every game. But the hotel room would be the night before a game, usually.
Right. Yeah, you could do Madden After Dark. From the hotel. Poor people in the room next to you.
That is funny. Wow. I gotta give this some thought. This is a good. I have not thought of this. This is a good idea.
You see, as Lewis asked Koth if he told Glash the catchphrases he needs to work into the Sun broadcast yet. We did. We went over that right at the beginning of the sim. So scroll on back on the YouTube feed and you can experience that.
I wonder what the quiet hours are at the Mohegan Sun.
There aren't any.
People are gonna knock on my door. Shut up, would you?
Yeah, but they'll be hammered, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. Well, you never know. It's a good point, though.
You'll be sitting there going, son.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Anytime I'm at Mohegan, it's a mandatory Sun buzzword. That's a great idea.
Assuming overtime is coming, we'll see. First and goal for the Texans here. Final minute. All timeouts available both sides. Clock is ticking. 7-yard line. Kirk and Carroll Glash get 86th out of that hotel.
This is important for me. If he throws it to someone I don't have, this isn't good. I don't have a single pass catcher for Houston except Akins.
Okay. Well, I don't think he's going to hit him, but maybe Deshaun just runs for another one.
Second place has David Johnson. And second place also has Darren Fells in the captain spot. Uh-oh. If not wrong game, Brendan. If Fells gets a touchdown here, I think I lose this lead. Come on. Anyone but Fells.
He's going to take off. Will he get there? Touchdown, Deshaun Watson, to all but cement a victory for Brendan Glasheen.
Wow. Let's go. I'm better than you, Kaufman.
I told you. I told you. That's going to vault me up into
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. There's a new leader. It's Andrew.
Oh, no. Oh, because he's got him captained. Yeah, you don't have him captained.
Oh, no.
Oh, what a day Watson's having. What a day.
I need Baltimore. Oh, actually, no, they can't tie it. It's going to be a 4-point game. Damn.
Brutal.
I know. I didn't last, Daniel. I said I'm better than you, Kaufman, and 20 seconds later, it's gone.
Well, karma stings. Reality sets in from time to time. No overtime, folks. 21-17. Baltimore can still win this thing, but not going to have extra time. Yeah, Sims come at you fast, says Daniel.
Hey, you said this earlier. Hey, we're not even at 150 likes yet. Come on, DK Sim fam. Please smash that like button for us.
Specifically for us.
Yes. And, and Tate from Game Ops. Robert as well. Robert is new to our team. Yeah. Producer Terrellin.
Daniel, though, for sure.
All right.
We've got Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll coming up, by the way, for the next sim. 45 minutes away. Should be.
Is Mount Rushmore kind of thing going on there still?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. A lot of it.
I wonder how that started.
I've never... Well, who knows how anything starts here in Simland. I've never listened to one of those Mount Rushmore broadcasts, but I know those two guys, and I assume the chat, otherwise they wouldn't do it, I think. Those two guys enjoy the hell out of it. They really, really love it.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be the Jets and Seahawks on the way. Actually, first of two between that pairing.
Tom Carroll just chimed in. Wow, this game is still happening? Freeze Pops, we had a little tech issue at halftime. So, thanks for asking how we are.
Yeah, we're great. Celtics run away with the Timberwolves at the break, by the way.
Freeze Pops, you missed the fight, man. It was a good time. I punched my monitor, then coughed through his DVD shelf at the TV. It's a good time.
Big old Bear, Chicago Bears says this is a great sim with the two best DK hosts. Flash, cough.
Hey, I know.
Keep your heart out, Lazia.
This was a topic that, may I add, you should be outside doing these by now. Why aren't you outside? It's beautiful out, and you have that capability.
I'll tell you why.
Okay.
It's still a pain in the butt to move all the equipment.
And you got to do your work at night. That makes sense.
Right. Yeah, it's not. Oh, I wouldn't like to be outside. Where it is beautiful. To your point, I've been outside most of the day. Basically, other than Babe he's done for the day. I am done for the day. I got to go to soccer. It's game day. Enjoy the rest of the Dream Stream day.
Years with the Jets.
Are you sorry? You're right.
Yeah, I just think
the year surprise a lot of people this year.
Is going to be fine, right? That's not that. If you don't believe in QBR, fine. That's that aside. It was their offense, and what do they? Even though they have some really good young players like Noah Times New Roman Font, or how Emerson likes to call him, Noah Fant. What is his actual name? Actual pronunciation? But I just take a look at the additions that they've made, and the Chargers are getting better. The Raiders, fine, right? They're kind of all over the place. Kansas City is always going to be there. And then you start to take a look at the teams that they're going to have to play. I just don't think they did enough on offense. Bringing in Mike Boone from the Vikings isn't really going to help, and having a rookie running back too, right? That's not really going to help their offense and give Drew Lock a lot more to do. And so when you're getting up against these teams who score a lot of points, like I do think the Chargers and the Chiefs are going to have, and right, they only play those teams 4 times. I just take a look at that, and having this, 8.5 wins, even with an extra game. I think they're right on that number. I think they're right at 8. And so when that's the case, and you need that half point, it could happen. But I'm going to go under right here.
I will point out before we move on that the one thing to give you faith in the Broncos would be that Drew Lock had, I think, a top 5 time in the pocket per game for most of the season, which I guess maybe points to the fact that Drew Lock maybe not that good, but
right,
he could improve. He could improve with time in the pocket.
Sure. So could Tua. Tua could improve as well. So we just got to give him time, right?
He's got a noodle arm, though. All right, let's move on.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the Eagles, guys. They only managed 4 wins last year. We know that. They won 7 or more games in 7 of their last 8 seasons, though. They just got Devonta Smith. I mean, do we think Doug Peterson has a good enough roster to get Philly back to those winning ways and get over 6.5 wins, Reed?
I don't. Even though I'm a fan, Jesse, of this team now, I think it's a really good young team. Dallas Garrett, Miles Sanders, right? Smith, Jalen Reagor, Jalen Hurts, right? You're bringing back a lot of these guys you have a lot of young players to have a good team moving forward. But again, if you take a look, and this division too is kind of up for grabs, right? We always know that this division is up for grabs. We'll talk about Dallas in a little bit, and I know Kenny's got no love lost with the Giants, but I do think that that's a team that could surprise, maybe not surprise, but it could be better than expectation. You take a look at the Eagles, and they have some guys on offense, but their defense didn't get better, right? And so when you take a look at that and what they did in the offseason, I just don't look at this team right now as a 7-8 win team, a 500 team, especially with what happened last year. I think Jalen Hurts, the jury is still out. I think he's better than Carson Wentz for this team specifically. But at the same time, you're going up against the NFC South, the AFC West, and then you got teams like the 49ers, and I don't know what the Lions are going to do, but those are some tough tests of football. So I'm going to say under.
All right, what are you going to say, Kenny? You want to go under?
Yeah, I'm going to go under as well. Reed laid it out pretty well with the opponents. And I think that one thing I do want to point out here is that the NFC East, okay, it's a good division. I think that people got the impression last year that it was this joke of a division. It was a meme division because every team won like 6 games. Look, I don't think the Giants are very good, but I do think, I will admit too, that like they played a lot of those opponents in the division hard, and all those games were close. So in that scenario, in that way, I think there's a lot of parity in this division. It's going to be close once again. But I was a big vocal supporter of the football team coming into the playoffs last year. I said, this is a really good defense. They do have a really good defense, and this defense is going to be tough to beat. The Giants have a good, the Cowboys have a good offense. They're going to be tough to beat. So the Eagles, I don't know if they're going to get a lot of wins there. You mentioned that they have a really, really difficult schedule outside of their division too. I just think that this is really difficult for them to get to. And also, do we know if Nick Sirianni is even a good coach? Like, no one was excited about that hire. I don't think even Eagles fans wanted to see Nick Sirianni as the hire there. Jalen Hurts, he's played like 3 games. He has talent. I think he's good, but like, that's not a lot of time to judge a guy on whether or not he's good or not. I think we have to see how he performs this entire season. I'm willing to take the under. I think it's just really difficult to get to 7 wins.
All right, let's talk about the Bears, Kenny. They've gotten 8 wins or more in each of their last 3 seasons. They just took Justin Fields. Do you feel like they have what it takes to put together another season and get over 7.5 wins?
I sure do, Jesse. This team was an offense away from being one of the best in football last year. That defense was really, really good. And look, they did lose Fuller. We mentioned that he signed with my new favorite cornerback trio, but they still have Khalil Mack. They still have Mario Edwards. They bring back Allen Robinson on offense. They should be competitive with, if not better, than the Vikings and the Lions. And I also am, a believer in Jared Goff, in that new situation, but I still think he stinks. Look, I just think that they're probably the second best team in this division. So they should get some wins inside the division with that good defense. And Justin Fields here, I do think that he should start early on, if not week 1. I know that there's people, Adam Kaufman's of the world would say, well, let's just talk about this team like Andy Dalton's the starting quarterback. Dalton's not going to be the starting quarterback for more than 2 games here. Justin Fields, I believe in him. I think he's a good quarterback. I think he's pro-ready. And I think that he will take a team that's really begging for a pro-ready quarterback right now to take them to new heights. And I do think that the Bears can get there. I think the Bears will make the playoffs this season, so they'll get over 7.5 wins.
All right, Reed, what do you think? Over 7.5 wins?
Yeah, Adam Kaufman also doesn't know that the Bears traded up to get Justin Fields, not to sit him down on, ride pine behind Andy Dalton. What are they going to get from Andy Dalton? Absolutely nothing. And that's why, your social media team has to change their QB1 post to Justin Fields already. And I think, when you take a look at what they did in the draft, not only what they did also in free agency, bolstering up their offense, Kenny, is Justin Fields was great, but take a look at the other Oklahoma State. The tackle from Oklahoma State, Jenkins. I think that was a big signing for the Bears as well, especially with someone that's going to need a lot of protection like Justin Fields as a rookie quarterback, or even if it's Andy Dalton for a game or 2. We know that he likes to hold on to the ball way too much and way too long. You take a look at like Kenny mentioned, this division too. We know that there's a good chance Aaron Rodgers isn't going to be in this division. So now does this one become someone or a division that is ripe for the taking? I think absolutely. In Chicago, like Kenny mentioned, they have a strong defense. They didn't lose a ton of guys. in free agency on the defensive side, trying to do this one more year, let's try and get this going. And I think Justin Fields, and you know who's going to want a pro quarterback, not just a pro-ready quarterback, that's Allen Robinson. Unless Justin Fields is still untested, but he's going to be better than anyone that Allen Robinson has had in his past or potentially in his future, unless Aaron Rodgers decides to stay in division and go to the Bears, which is never going to happen. So, yeah, I'm with Kenny here, over 7.5.
All right, Reed, take us home. Cowboys, they drafted Micah Parsons, 9.5 wins. Mike McCarthy got 6 in his maiden year at the Cowboys. Do we feel like they're going over or under? Under.
Yeah, I never the Cowboys, Lakers, any of these public teams are always inflated in the preseason, right? And what their prognostication of Dallas is going to, everyone got injured essentially on the Cowboys, especially Dak Prescott. Their defense was horrid last year, and so we can superimpose what happened last year to this year, but still, I still think this offense is going to be great because of Dak Prescott and just the talent that they have. But their defense, even though you have Micah Parsons, still didn't do a ton to get better. I thought maybe they'd get some free agencies, free agent defensive players over the offseason, but they didn't really. They went to the draft instead. 9.5 wins, I think it's just inflated by at least a game, in my opinion, when you talk about Dallas. I'm going to say under.
You agree, Kenny?
I do agree. This is a really, really high total, and I do love the Cowboys with all my heart. I think that they have some of the most talented players in football. This could be one of the most talented offenses in football. But I mentioned before, and I'm going to stick to my guns, that this division is very competitive. I think the Washington football team is going to have a lot to say in this division from the defensive side of the ball. I think the Giants here, they're no chumps. I mean, well, they are chumps, but in terms of playing teams like this, they're no chumps. And the Eagles, I don't think that they certainly have, they have a lot of pride, and I don't think that they're going to just go away silently. They also, have the target on their back from, Giants fans whined about how they lost the game last year on purpose, week 17. So, I don't know. I think the Cowboys here have a tough task ahead of them, not only in the division, but in the out of division schedule as well. And there's just a lot of questions here that I have about this defense. It was really bad last year. Micah Parsons, I do like, but that's one player. And their line also has started to decline a little bit. So, also Ezekiel Elliott. He lost his job, temporary last year. What are we going to get from him? I just don't know. So I have to take the under here.
DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's AJ Scholes are here with me for NHL Best Bets. So who are you taking to win each series? Jeff, Boston versus Washington. We got the Bruins favored -155. They were destined, to play former Boston captain Dino Chara and the Washington Caps. Talk about a narrative here. So who are you taking to win?
Yeah, I think the consensus play might be to just take the plus money on Washington. I'm going to give Boston some credit here. I think they're the better team heading into here. There's just a couple X factors that I really like. Obviously, the addition to Taylor Hall, but also, the injuries on the Washington side. I know Ovechkin's going to be back, but how do you just go from 0 to 100, with playoff hockey? I think that worries me. I think their goaltenders are both really young. That worries me a little bit too. And like I said, I just love the secondary scoring that Boston has finally added. That's kind of what we've all been waiting for. Tuukka Rask playing well in net. I'll eat the juice here. I'll take the favorites with Boston in this series. I know it's probably going to be a close series, but I like Boston.
All right, AJ, Saturday, 7:15, game 1 of the series. Who are you taking?
I will take the value on Washington. I totally get what Jeff is saying, but you're talking about one of the all-time greatest pure goal scorers in Alexander Ovechkin. This is a guy that'll know what he's doing and can get right back at it. I think the bigger concern for me is actually his usual center mate there, Evgeny Kuznetsov. When he returns from the COVID protocols, what sort of impact that will have. TJ Oshie also being out of the lineup is a question mark for me. But look, you've got Ovi, you've got the better blue line, in my opinion, especially with John Carlson there to lead the way offensively. He looks like he'll be back in action as well, practicing today with the team. The net minding definitely favors Boston, so I can see what Jeff is going with there, but I'll take the value on Washington in this one.
All right, Penguins, Islanders, game 1, Sunday at noon. The Islanders plus 121, Pittsburgh -150. AJ, who wins this series?
Well, here's where I'm going to eat it a little bit and take the Penguins. Absolutely. The biggest thing for me is not the pure stars at the top in Crosby and Malkin. It's the fact that they added Jeff Carter, which I think has just been one of the best moves of the postseason, up there with a couple of others, Sam Bennett, Anthony Mantha, also really solid moves. But Carter gives them a dynamic third line paired with Jared McCann. And then the relatively unknown Freddie Gaudreau on the other side. This is a group that's tough to play against. They're solid defensively. All three of these guys can play center, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them taking faceoffs in the offensive zone as well, giving them opportunities to score. And I really think they're the X factor for me. The goaltending is better, certainly in Simeon Varlamov, who ended the year tied with 7 shutouts. But I think that third line will just create matchup havoc. The blue line looks better to me, led by Chris Letang for the Penguins, and so I will take them in this series.
Jeff, who are you taking in this series?
We are just on opposite ends here, completely different wavelengths. I'm going with the underdog here in the Islanders. It's the playoff time. This is when the Islanders' boring defensive style of hockey just shows up, and all of a sudden they grinded out a 6 or a 7 game win. I really do think, if you're getting like around plus 190 or whatever they're at right now, the Islanders, pretty big underdogs. I think there's value here. I mean, they clearly have some of the best goaltending in the league, which, again, when you're talking into the playoffs, that's a big factor. Pittsburgh definitely healthy, Crosby playing well. I just don't know if their style of play is going to hold up against a team like the Islanders in a 7-game series. I think Pittsburgh's a team who, again, they were carried a little bit by their captain in the regular season. I'm just not sure if it's going to transfer over to playoff hockey. I like the Islanders. Again, we've seen them in the spot perform before. So as the underdog, I'd be apt to be on their side here.
All right, next up, Jeff, Nashville at Carolina, game 1, Monday at 8 p.m. Carolina, large favorites at minus 240. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think minus 240 is big enough. I really like the Carolina Hurricanes. They were kind of my pick in the middle of the season to perhaps get like an outright on for the Stanley Cup. And, Nashville, it's a good story. They rode a really hot streak by Juicy Saros. But you look at Carolina, even if they falter a little bit early in this series, like they have 2 really high-end goalies, and Mazurek is back as well now. So, such a good special teams, high upside on the power play, going up against the Nashville team that just doesn't have much tertiary scoring. I'm just not sure how Nashville gets this done. I think this is actually a very fair price to bet Carolina. I know it's 240, but I think they should be closer to minus 300 or even lower.
AJ, do you agree on this one?
Absolutely. I think you have to. I'd be insane to come in here and tell you to take Nashville. Look, since the start of April, the Carolina Hurricanes have given up the 3rd fewest goals per game at 2.23. They have the 3rd best PK percentage at 90.3, the 5th best shots on goal per game rate at 32.4. They've been unstoppable in April. They'll have home ice advantage, which is a huge factor when you consider on the year they went 23-5 at PNC Arena. In the season series, Carolina won it 6-2 by a combined 24-17 score. There's a reason the Carolina Hurricanes have the 4th best Stanley Cup odds at plus 700. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see them close this out in like 5 games.
Okay, guys, finally, and you guys agreed on one. Tampa Bay at Florida, game 1, Sunday at 7:30. Okay, AJ, to start for this one, Nikita Kucherov, Steven Stamkos are expected to be available for the Lightning. So, I mean, is this just going to be a very different Tampa Bay team than the Panthers have seen?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they skated together today on the number 1 power play unit. So all signs indicate that they will be back. Look, I know it's hard to totally understand what you're going to get out of Nikita Kucherov, considering he's missed the entire season. But you look at the 5 years before that, only Connor McDavid and Patrick Kane topped Kucherov's 464 points. That includes an unmatched 166 power play points. He'll have some significant rust to shake off, no doubt about it. But even at like 75%, he's still better than most of the rest of the league. You add in Stamkos, who's been out since early April. That's, 2 of your top 6 right there. Both going to be on the number 1 power play. There's just so much going for the Lightning getting these guys back. Hedman looks ready to return after his 2-game absence. This is nothing like the team we've seen in even the last month that is going to be on the ice for the Lightning.
Jeff, you like in Tampa Bay at minus 143?
This is easily the toughest choice for me here. I don't have a definitive pick, so I'm just going to go with the underdog in the Panthers. I don't want to bet Tampa as the favorites. I think they could clearly get a boost, obviously, with Stamkos and Kucherov, but I just don't know what these guys. Again, we're asking a player who didn't play to come right back into playoff hockey. I think it's a bigger jump than people realize. Vasilevsky and net is the one here that just doesn't have me super confident in the underdog Panthers, but I'm going to go with the Panthers anyways. This Sam Bennett acquisition with Huberdeau, they have been absolute dynamite at 5-on-5. Their expected goal rate is through the roof. I think that's going to play a big factor here. I think they're going to catch Tampa off guard. I think this is going to be a close series. Look, the Panthers won the season series here 5-3. I'm going to go with the Panthers. Again, I just think that in this series, and I know I'm kind of on the fence here, but I think you just go with the plus money in these situations. I think this is going to be a close one. Two good head coaches. Give me the Panthers.
Let's dive into this brand spanking new 17-game schedule here. As a former player yourself, how do you feel about the extra game?
I know most guys don't like it, Emerson. I think I look at it differently, right? If you went around the locker room and talked to a bunch of guys like me who made the minimum 5 out of my 7 years in the league, and you said, hey, guys, let's pretend it's Christmas, okay? You guys want to play one more game at the end of the year for $100,000? They'd all be like, yes, yes. Everybody would say yes to that. And so that's why they did it. Now, I know that there are some superstars that already make millions of dollars, 10, 20, 30, $40 million a year that don't like it. Guess what? I don't care, dude. Cry me a river. You're rich. I'm not. I'll play another game for another $100,000, whatever it is. Heck, yes. A lot of these guys only have 3-year careers. A lot of these guys, every check is valuable. And look, one more game is not that big a deal in the big scheme of things. You've already put that much time in to get to that point. You might as well tack on one more and make some more money for your family.
Hey, how soon until we see an 18th game? What do you think? Those guys, their heads are going to explode.
Well, so they just did a 10-year deal with the CBA.
Okay.
So that's not happening for at least 10 years unless the NFL came to the NFLPA with some type of crazy revenue share increase where they would get even a larger percentage of the money. They got a decent upgrade. They got about a full percent on $16 billion to go ahead and play one more game. That's $1.6 billion a year that they got to go ahead and do that. I think that's pretty nice.
All right, so what were some of the games that immediately stood out to you when you first saw this new schedule?
Yeah, I mean, I think like everybody, right? Brady back in Foxborough. Are you kidding me? Even Tom Brady's dad is fired up for it, calling radio stations, pumped up about it. The funny thing about it is, I mean, it'll be a special night on multiple levels, but it doesn't matter if the Patriots win. Brady just won the Super Bowl without them. Like, that's kind of a big deal. So obviously, though, Brady back in Foxborough, my former teammate, that's a huge one. I think everyone has a lot of intrigue related to Aaron Rodgers and like that game against the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. Is Aaron Rodgers playing for the Packers? I actually spoke to Michael North from the NFL yesterday, Emerson, on the Ross Tucker podcast. And if you look, most of the Packers primetime games are the first few weeks. Let's say Aaron Rodgers isn't there. It's, is Jordan Love good? Is he not good? Let's see it. Or they're late in the year where they can flex out of it. There's only
scorching hot right now.
The big advantage, how actionable is.
Welcome in, boys and girls, children of no ages, because you're all adults, right? Yeah, making sure. Anywho, I'm Jason Rossi, my tag team partner for the next hour, Tommy Freeze Pops. By next hour, I mean 2. So strap in, boys and girls, you're in for a ride. At your boy TC Fresh. Yeah, well, we were probably bigger kids, and whether that's laterally or horizontally, but like whenever they said like, does it click in? And you're like, oh, is there too much room? I was always like, there's actually
no, I'm good.
Not enough.
I think it clicked.
Yeah, everyone's like, why don't you like roller coasters? I'm like, I don't know, because I was a husky 6-year-old who couldn't go on the like tilt-a-whirl. Anywho, we got Jets, we got Seattle, we got ourselves a sim, we got some fun to be had. Freeze Pops actually went out and look at this, purchased the downfall of my COVID or the COVID era, whatever you want to call it, the pandemic era. But we'll talk a little bit about that. I feel good. I feel fine. I'm glad to be with you, my man. How are we feeling over there?
I am feeling great. Yeah, it was one of those things where when you're on a roller coaster and it's just the one bar that comes up and the bar clicks, it's like, all right, I guess we're safe now for this plastic bar that's going to hold, my husky self in place while I'm, spun around at 100 miles an hour up there on the Superman ride out in Springfield. I guess I'm good.
Think we're okay?
I guess I'm going to live here.
Yeah. So like we said, we got Seattle, we got the Jets. What's the lineup look like for you, Mr. Freeze Pops?
So I actually really like my lineup here. Not going to lie. Next sim, don't like my lineup. This one, I do. I got Russell Wilson in the captain's spot. I got Seattle DST in there, Jamison Crowder, Chris Herndon, Lockett, and Olsen. So I got a little tight end stack. I've been a big fan of the tight end stack of late.
I dig it. I dig your style.
I like my lineup.
I went in our freebie. The other one didn't fill. I've come to realize, everybody, DK SimFam, I talked with Freeze Pops. I think it was last week. I'm like, why does Koff do the NBA? Why don't we do more Madden ones, right? Now I see why. Because if you do low stakes Madden, only certain people can enter A, and B, if you've done enough contests, you're not allowed in.
I got locked out.
So that makes sense, because I'm like 50 people. We can get that. Not mine.
Easily.
It's not name value. It's just literally like the amount of people that are in the app.
Right. But all you guys have played the app too many times to get in these quote unquote beginner contests. So we're learning together here, people.
Should I just do a high stakes one for our 6 o'clock? Like, what does anybody know? Because I am like, we obviously work for DraftKings contributors, but like, what is the next level? How much money would we have to put in to put together, let's say, a 25-person 6 o'clock? $5, $10? I'm down. Crowns? What is it? So if anybody out there knows more than I, which probably everybody, holler at us in the chat. But
we talking crowns? I got crowns for days, dog.
I think crowns and money kind of correlate.
I got crowns for days, dog.
Well, when I put in $1, it said, do you want to use $1? 550 crowns. I was like, oh, crowns.
Oh, throw them crowns in there, baby.
Tara Lynn is our producer extraordinaire today. We have our guy Daniel on the ones through 1,600,722. Not a real number. And
Daniel killing it today.
Killing what? Is he killing the sim?
Killing the game.
Oh, okay. So he's killing it.
Yes.
Slaying
for sure.
And then we got Bert and Tate with our ops crew today. So smash that thumbs up on your way in. It's Saturday. It's beautiful here in the East Coast. Looks like nationwide we have good weather when I was watching my 2 seconds of weather this morning. But hope you're all enjoying it. Nice Saturday here in Maine. In May. I wish I was.
Are you in Maine?
No. Just downstairs.
Have you been in Maine this whole time? Been lying to us about living in Massachusetts?
Dude, I've just been unreal. I was one of those people when the pandemic hit, I just moved it into
booked it to Maine.
Yeah, I was like, see ya.
Did you know that colonial Maine was actually a part of Massachusetts?
No, gonna be honest. What's colonial Maine? Is that just part of Maine?
When it was, before it was the United States. Yeah. When Massachusetts was a colony, Maine was a part of the Massachusetts territory.
Got it. Okay. Good to know. Jordan Lindenbaum, see you in there. Hopefully you rostered some real deep cuts in here. I'd be rostering guys like Kickers and Hogan and who else is a vulture?
Oh, I didn't get Hogan in my lineup. I have a hard and fast rule that if there is a possibility of having a lacrosse player in my lineup, I always do it. Those guys are shifty.
Forgot also sexy lacrosse player.
Yeah, for sure. Hot.
I'm not laughing. I'm serious. Let's see who we got in the chat here. We got, well, Tommy Freeze Pops is up in this place.
Always.
Fidel's Freak. This is great energy so far in the commentary. Appreciate you, Freak. Killa, Jordan, Fidel's, I don't know if I say that right. Dante. Who else we have? Brian C. What's going on? Vader. Also, Free Piercy on Twitch says, just make it 20 people and we'll resize if it doesn't fill.
I don't know how to adjust a contest once it's made, though.
All right, let me check. I'm going to check right now. So I have one for the 6 o'clock. Currently has 25 out of 50, but can I resize it? Details. Hold on. Oh, view, entry.
Ernest Tyson saying, Rossi, how are you? Tom, good hearing you as well. Hi, Ernest. Hope your Saturday's going all right.
Ernest, I am so good, man. I'm just confused.
Tara Lynn pointing out that there's great energy in this sim. I agree. And while Rossi's trying to figure this thing out, I just want to state for the record here, I tuned into the last sim expecting fireworks. There had been some buildup. It was Koff. It was Glash. You know, they were going to air all their grievances. They've been going at it sort of between the sims. They don't work together often. So I thought, okay, here we go. We're going to see a battle here.
Yeah.
And I come in, and it's a love fest. These guys, oh, I love you so much.
You
we
know
do
why?
the Sims together. We helped create the Simland. It's a beautiful thing. I love you. People don't realize we are friends outside of this thing. And, oh, it's just all contrived radio drama, blah, blah. I'm like, guys, no. We're here to see you guys go at it. And this is what you give us? You give us some banana pancakes? No. I came here for the beef.
Where's
all
the
right? Where is the beef? I want to cover this thing in A1 and eat, boys, all right? And I didn't get that. So I'm a little perturbed because of that, Rossi, not going to lie.
All right, well, first I want to say...
need a real airing of grievances at some point.
Oh, we'll let it out, dude. I'll let some stuff go. But just very quickly, is Meager saying, Rossi, hype up the paid contest. So, all right, I'll cough it the rest of the way. 25 more people. It's a $1. I know my guy Freeze Pops would be in, but it's low stakes. He is too much of a high roller. You know that certain room in the Casamino? He goes over there. So get in there. Tara Lynn bringing some beauty to the Dream Stream, says John. And
I don't know. I think we're both pretty hot, personally.
If I'm going to be dead serious with you, like, I haven't eaten a full meal in about a week. So, like, I'm looking gross and nice. I'm looking like melted ice cream, and it is delectable. We'll talk more about that as we go along. Freaking H said he came here for Oh Tommy Boy. Like him singing or just him himself?
Oh, Tommy Boy, the pipes are calling from land to Simland.
By the way, I don't think that ball was intended there for, looks like Greg jumped in front. I think that was going to DK Metcalf. But anyways, jump in that contest. $1 entry, $1, 50 people. Winner gets 42 bucks or something like that. 3 people win. Sorry, $22 to first place, 13 to second, 9 to third place. 50 people, $1. Get in there. It's in the DK Sim Fan Manager. Another catch there, but yeah, I agree. Going back to your point though, Freeze Pops. That when these two get together, they laugh, they joke. So you know what it is? I've noticed we're all, and I'm gonna put you in there as the coward Keyboy Warriors,
No
just
way.
because you back down to Eric Winalda. I'll never forgive you.
Nope.
One time, that's all it takes. You back down right away. Let that guy just dominate you in the sim.
Sure.
You were like, you are the greatest ever. I love you. I heard those words. But, there's a lot of like, oh, I'm going to get him for this, or I'm going to joke with him about that. Then people get together and it's like, hey, man, how's it going? Cool. Good.
Okay, here, can I defend myself on Winalda, though?
Absolutely.
I was ambushed. I hopped in the Zoom and he was just there. I had no time to prepare mentally to address him in a manner that would have allowed me to make a real argument against him. I was put in a bad position.
I agree.
So,
Russell Wilson putting the Seattle in a good position here.
So that's my defense.
You're right.
Look,
I give you that. You are right.
take it or leave it. If you guys want to still call me a coward, fine. You have a solid argument to make that. But I mean, look, the Glash and Koff thing. I mean, these guys know each other well enough that they should be able to, get after it.
Play it up. Like play
it's
up.
It's not like I don't know Winalda personally.
Oh,
Koff and
touchdown
Glash known
here.
each other for years.
Yeah, touchdown for Seattle. Was it Hyde or was it Carson? That is
Hyde.
Oh, wow. I think that's Hyde, right? 30. Here we go. This is the embarrassing one.
I don't have the roster.
All I know is hold on. I go right over to our Slack and I just see Tara Lynn write, I'm hotter. All right, we'll take it easy. All right, nobody likes Hyde. Thank you, Tate. I thought it was Hyde because Carson, I think, is 32.
You know what I'm giving that?
Thumbs down. I'm giving that a thumbs down. Like, I don't need any self-confidence in here, all right? Whatever. Like, do your thing, girl. Go out on spread your Instagram stories, being all out and about and awesome.
Last night in St. Louis, they all the singing.
I'm supposed to be there, yeah, but people here, you know what? But yeah, we are very. One day I'm gonna call up Tara Lynn and be like, Tara Lynn, only Hall of Famers can talk about the Hall of Fame. Like, one $5 billion company started by.
He was like their flagship broadcaster that they started it with.
Giants and show on like Peacock and other like that sounds ridiculous. So when Rich Eisen's running this 40, it's like, I can't believe we're back. Hey guys, listen, from my eyes to your eyes, from this mouth to your ears, we apologize. Things happen. We're not sitting here in we're not sitting here in the Scrooge McDuck pit of money. We're all individually doing things from different places. We got our guy Daniel hustling, working his tail off. Things happen. We'll get right back to the game here. We appreciate you. We apologize wholeheartedly. I know it's frustrating. Trust me, I don't want to be here any longer than I have to either. But with that being said, we'll get back to the sim in just a moment. But thank you guys for being patient. Sorry for anything of any frustrations. You can just blame me. Not blame Kaufman. It's easier that way.
Yeah, 100%. I put a hat on since you guys last saw me.
That was cool. Should have seen how we got the hat on too. No hands. Why? There's a or on it might be TikTok, Instagram, I can't tell, where you have to get up, you lay on your belly, you have to get up with no hands. You see that?
You have to stand up with no hands from the stomach position?
From like a push-up position with your hands behind your back.
What is that what's the difficult part of that? I guess I've never tried, so I don't know. Is that like a core strength thing, or
I think it's literally
a flexibility issue? Like how
I think it's
what's the
inappropriate.
difficult part?
I think it's just inappropriate. If you want my real opinion, I think it's just for
okay.
models. I think it's just for Insta
there's some gyration involved.
No, it's more the bendability in the certain regions that are bending.
Okay.
Okay. But I saw that, and then there was a whole thing of it. So I said, maybe I'll do one of these challenges. Throw on my my spandex. Get down with it. Who even scored? Said Robes. Robes, that would be Carlos Hyde.
Carlos Hyde. Yep.
Robes
at the quarter break, I'm going to eat a circus peanut.
The quarter break, we're not even breaking. I think we roll right through.
Oh, okay. Halftime?
Maybe halftime. Maybe the 6 o'clock at this point. No, we'll do it at halftime.
Okay.
Robe saying, and listen, guys, throw out some stuff. Let's turn the simmer out, all right? Throw out some questions. We'll answer them. We'll have some fun with you. Robes asks, says, Rossi, can you talk about the Vikings and give me some hope for the season?
Oh, that's actually, I'm glad you brought up the Vikings because we had Brett Favre on the podcast this past week, and he said the Vikings can win a Super Bowl with Kirk Cousins as their quarterback.
Well,
I vehemently disagree.
I think if you want my hot, here, ready? Get ready for it. Turn the grill on.
I think I know what you're about to say, and I'm going to disagree with it, but go ahead.
Jeez, spoilers. You can win the Super Bowl with probably every starting quarterback in the NFL today.
Disagree.
If you have a strong enough team around them, if you can Trent Dilfer your way to a Super Bowl with like a strong defense, even go back to the Patriots in that last Super Bowl they won against the Rams, Tom Brady was not good. He was just what he had a great.
He was important for them to get there. Like they weren't beating the Chiefs without Tom Brady.
That wasn't my argument. I'm not saying Tom Brady isn't great. I'm just using the second half. Look at the numbers in the second half for Brady overall. Yes, did he have outstanding? He's the greatest quarterback of all time. He's going to flex that when needed. But I still think like you can have a serviceable to above average serviceable quarterback with an outstanding defense, great running game. I think you can still win it as long as you make enough plays. The Vikings should have been in the Super Bowl. The one the Eagles smoked him in the NFC title game. They knew their emotional high came after the Minnesota Miracle there, but that team was good enough. I thought Cousins. I mean, that was Case Keenum at the time, but like they were good enough to make that jump. I thought, but hey, that's just me. By the way, Carlos Hyde, 3 carries, 11 yards, tud. That's all you need to know. That's the big number. Greg Olsen got
that. I just want to pull up a list of the Super Bowl champions here over the past, X amount of years.
Can I try to run them back?
Sure. Okay. So let's look at last year. Okay. Who was the quarterback of the team that won this past season?
Oh, okay. Well,
Tom Brady.
Jeez. Am I answering questions or am I not? Tom Brady for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Got it.
Yeah. And he was pretty good, right?
Yep. Well, that's not the point of what I'm going to say. Of course, these are all going to be all-time greats. I still believe, though, like, let's just use Baker Mayfield. If things go Baker Mayfield, I think, could win the Super Bowl for the
Baker Mayfield is a much better quarterback than Kirk Cousins. Is he not?
Yeah, I think he is. I do. I think his ceiling is higher. I just think if the Vikings, nice stop there at the 1. So could we get another Hyde vulture, even though he's not really a vulture because he scores a ton. By the way, enter in the $1 next 6 p.m. contest out there that I entered. Still need 22 people, 22 people. I don't feel good about it. But I just think, to go to his point, I'll answer this question. We can bounce back and forth with this conversation. But here's my thing with the Vikings. I'm going to be as honest and as real as I can be with you, Robes. I don't see much here. I like the offseason. There's a touchdown. On the ground, it is Chris Carson. Into the end zone. So 2 rushing touchdowns for Seattle. We're half a minute into the second quarter. There it is. Okay, another touchdown. So my belief, though, Free Spots, and I think we talked about this when we first did the Mount Rushmores. We said the Vikings were probably the most boring team going into the offseason. Not a lot of, like, Jefferson's nice. Like, the offense is fine. Dalvin Cook could be an MVP candidate, but, like, nothing great. But they slowly had this quietly good offseason, I thought. A guy like Patrick Peterson being added while he's way past his prime. I think a defense like that is a perfect fit for him. I thought, like, New England, Minnesota, Baltimore, like one of those is a good fit for an aging corner to put him in a position like with the way that they, their situation and their kind of like strategy defensively. So I like that. I think the defense will be fine. You should be better. This is my thing, and I want to hear from you too, Free Spots. I think the Vikings should be better. I just look at this, and I didn't look at the schedule or anything going with this. I still don't think they're there. I think they're like a step or 2 behind the overall tops. Like if I had to think a team's better than them, the division. If Aaron Rodgers doesn't come back, we revisit. But right now, I'm not believing it till he's gone. So I still think the Packers are going to be better than them. I currently believe like if we go to like the Rams, I think the whole NFC West could be better than them. I know just, maybe the 49ers dip. One of these teams will dip, but I think if I had to rank them right now, I'd put them, that's at least 6. From the South, Tampa Bay is better than them. Then you get a little questionable after that. I can understand. Like, I don't know what people believe in New Orleans right now. I don't know what people think of the who's the other team? Why am I missing? What team? Oh, Atlanta. Nothing there.
Atlanta.
Carolina, I think, could improve. I think I would put Carolina and the Vikings kind of in that same, like, could be better, could be worse, kind of in that middle ground, fighting for, like, potentially make the playoffs. But and then the AFC East, I think the Cowboys will improve, maybe not by a ton. I personally think the Washington should improve, but who knows? It is tough. Like, if you're a Vikings fan, let me say, you wanted hope. Here's your hope. There's enough teams around you that are not great. The Chicago Bears, maybe they don't make that jump with the rookie this year. You should be better than Detroit. Like, you should be better than some of these teams. And you got to hope Aaron Rodgers moves out of town so then you win that division. There's my hope. Freeze Pops, what do you say?
I don't think that they are going to win a Super Bowl with Kirk Cousins as their quarterback.
That wasn't the question. He just said give him hope.
Well, I mean, if you're a fan, you want your team to win the Super Bowl, right? Especially when you have a really good roster. The Vikings have a great roster. I mean, you have Justin Jefferson, you have Dalvin Cook, who's one of the most exciting playmakers in the league. You got Thielen. You got a great defense year after year in Minnesota. You have a great coach. You're right there. You're right on the cusp of it, but you're going to struggle to be in that 7-9, 8-8 territory, which, this extra game, I guess those records become 8-9 or 9-8 or 7-10, because you don't have a guy that can get you over the hump. He's not consistent enough. Maybe you're a wild card weekend team. Maybe you get one win, like they came in and kind of shocked that New Orleans team a couple years ago. But it's just not a consistent level. And look, the Nick Foles runs and the Joe Flacco's runs, those are anomalies. Those are the exceptions, not the rules. You look at the last 20 years of quarterbacks making and winning the Super Bowl. That's quarterbacks, 40 quarterback matchups, right, over a 20-year span. Only 6 of them I would call mediocre quarterbacks. And I know Tom Brady is in a lot of those games, so maybe it's a weak argument to make, but I did a quick count. I exited out of the list, so I don't have it in front of me. It's Brad Johnson. It's Eli Manning a couple times, who was actually decent, but I'll throw him in this list. Flacco, Foles, and I'm blanking on a couple of the other ones, but I counted 6 that you could call mediocre that were playing in those games. Rich Gannon was an MVP of the league, so regardless, that's such a
Brad Johnson. You're talking.
Yeah. So I was just looking at from Trent Dilfer on, because everyone loves to use the Trent Dilfer argument of the Ravens.
Yeah, Brad Johnson. He's another one. I think I honestly put Brad Johnson right there with Trent Dilfer. I know Johnson.
No, exactly. I counted Brad Johnson as one of the guys that's in that 6.
Yeah. I see.
He was a journeyman guy. So I just look, and I know, brother Phil, it's a team game. Yeah. It is a team game, no doubt. You have to have a great team to win the Super Bowl, but the quarterback needs to be a higher level guy to really put yourself in that position and feel good about it. So that's why I'm just out on Kirk, man. It's not there. He hasn't done enough on a consistent basis to elicit confidence for that team in an offseason to say, yeah, they could go win a Super Bowl. And I know they paid him like it because he's flashed at points, but
80 Poker says Minnesota always underachieves, unfortunately. Semi-proud fan here. Haha, they don't have the heart, Cousins in quotation, so he needs Falco, to get a game over the lead to the highest level, forever just above 500. I think that's a really good analogy. Like, it is true. Like, I don't know if there was because didn't they draft a quarterback this year, by the way?
Kellen Mond, yes, but he's more a project guy. Like he's
good.
An athlete. He's an athlete for sure.
But that's a good thing. If you're a fan,
I agree.
It will give enough heat if they see something. If Cousins, here's the problem though. Cousins isn't let me say this with all due respect. He's not a quarterback that you're going to be worried like you have to take out of a game. He's not like a miserable performer where you're like, oh, he's too much of a gambler. He takes too many chances. If anything, maybe the criticism at this point in that Minnesota offense is they don't take enough chances. And maybe this year that changes because you said the offense has enough star power, has enough like great players.
It really does. But that's why I want to have a guy in there that's going to get the ball to them on a consistent basis. Like, if Alex Smith didn't retire, I think he would have been a great fit in Minnesota because he doesn't turn the ball over. Kirk Cousins loves to throw the ball to the other team.
But I would have what's his interception numbers? I don't think he does. I don't think he
look it up.
I'm going to right now. I don't think he's like an Eli Manning. First of all, Brother Phil says Eli Manning is a classic title. Steelers will probably be right there with him.
New York too. There's a total New York big. I don't know.
That
would help. But I think the Giants thing's going to push him over the edge. I do.
Here it's going to be a 20. Like he's the most highly criticized.
Eli doesn't get enough credit for, and was always on the field, and he was the closest. Think about how many hits Russell Wilson has taken through the years.
And I want to say one thing, and again, I'm not an Eli fan, and I know what are we doing? Like, it was just dumb. It didn't make any sense. Like, that was McAdoo doing a Macadon't.
Terrible coach.
That was such a bad call. There's sometimes, like, that was a Browns-esque. You see that. You're like, you're a really good organization. I know people don't want to give, like, the Giants credit, and I know, like, things didn't go super great at the end with Tom
Coughlin.
Thank you. I was gonna call him Tomlin. I was like, wait, that's not right. Put his name together. But yeah, it was just such a dumb move, and we'll see what Joe Judge turns out to be. He has the feeling of like he's gonna be able to do stuff.
He had a good first. Was a lot of really close losses.
Forgetting here.
I believe it was McAdoo.
No, he was not the coach 2 years ago.
I'm gonna have to Google Giants coaches now.
Look at this. Look, in my 40 years of watching, regardless of quarterback, that was the Bucs. No, I don't disagree with it. Listen, we all know this. Quarterback is the most critical position. I think head coach is really the most important. Call me crazy, but you have to have. You've seen coaches be able to step it up, like in position, make sure their guys know every little. It's the way it goes. Like it's just coaches and quarterback get way too much credit and way too much criticism. I think.
But Pat Shurmur.
Thank you, Pat Shurmur. Yes. Speaking about the Vikings.
Did a whole bunch of nothing.
Yeah, that was a bad call, too. Pops. And we'll get to it in the third. We'll answer it in the third. If you're an organization today, now you're going to insult your brain and body with this absolute garbage, but we'll get to it.
Here we go. So I don't know if I'm on camera or not.
Spangler.
Was Spangler. So. Oh, okay, so now it's almost chalky.
Yeah, told you. But then what? It's weird. Now it's like gum, right?
Yeah, that's like no. It's got like taffy elements, but it's like the chalkiness of like a Necco. You know those?
Yeah, dude, it's gross. You know what else? Section of texture, like what you're dealing with right now.
This doesn't feel like Earth food. Like this feels like something an astronaut should eat.
Astronauts. When you go to like the museum. I'm like, wait a minute. Why are you guys trying to sell me some crap that you call astronaut food? Because that's what the astronauts eat. Then I see them with like microwaves and stuff up in like space. What's up with that?
I don't know what's going on here with this
Earth food. Earth food, says Tara Lynn. By the way, we got Tara Lynn, Daniel, our technical director, Bert, and Tate. For anybody, we're just having a little bit of situation today. It's all good.
Guys, they're not cheese puffs.
Oh, and by the way, B fan. Don't be that guy. Don't say the smashing of the dislike button. Dude, if things happen, we're sorry.
Yeah, it's not cool.
Not cool, dude.
It's engagement nonetheless, though.
Yeah, but I don't like that. That's like not good engagement. But Musby says it's not hard-boiled eggs, so I'm out. I told you guys to get to a certain amount of likes that week. You didn't do it. How about this? Within the next month, we'll do the hard-boiled eggs.
Should I microwave this?
No. You'll probably explode. No, because I bet you it won't do anything. It's literally just sugar and
everything you've just said makes me want to microwave it.
Pop it in the microwave. Go for it. We'll get to the third quarter.
I don't know. Here we go. We'll ask Morgan. Hey, Morgan, if you're not napping, do I have permission to microwave a circus peanut?
It's not going to do anything to the microwave.
Who knows though? Like, do you have any idea what, like, this thing is dense, bro?
No, but it's just sugar and like gross. It's not like metal or anything that's going to like actually short wire or anything.
Yeah, but a Mento doesn't look like it would do anything if you do anything with it. But when you drop that thing in a bottle of Diet Coke, it explodes. You know, things happen. Science is weird, man.
Yeah, but we're talking. Yeah, well, there's fizz in so many different elements. Chris Adams says, "I'm a personal trainer. I'll help anyone who needs help, dude. Get it. I'm a personal trainer too now. I just eat chicken breast and broccoli all week because my body went to diabetic shock a week ago today."
All right, I've eaten 3 of these. I think I'm good.
You're done. This is it, and then it's all. You know what? You're gonna get them away from you. Throw them in the trash immediately because I'm telling you, dude, you're gonna eat another one, and then you're gonna eat something during the Bruins game, something gnarly. You're gonna have like ice cream, and then you're going to go out to dinner.
Yeah, I can't believe how hard they are.
Thank you, Brian. Brian says, smash the like button for Tara Lynn, DraftKings most educated model. I don't really understand what that means, but I like it. I don't know why you have to call it.
Do we have multiple models that work for us?
Yeah, me. I'm definitely not the most educated, but plus size male model, baby. Let's go.
Hey, model nonetheless.
Yeah, listen, I'll start putting on this little OOTD.
I feel like you'd have to put on some LBs to technically be a plus size model.
Well, it depends on well, maybe.
You're more medium size.
No, I don't know about medium, but I appreciate it. I'm wearing a large shirt, but again, once I pop the top, they won't be all the comments will go away.
Once you pop, the fun don't stop, baby.
Yeah, baby. And listen. Body positivity. Don't matter what you look like. Be you, baby. And if you don't like yourself, change it. It's all good.
I'm getting a weird aftertaste here.
Yeah, it's bad, dude. You're gonna need some water and something bad. Bert says perfect size model. Thanks, dude. Perfect size. That's me. Fun sized, maybe. There will be. Oh yeah.
I got some weird aftertaste going on. Okay, so you had a question for me.
Hold on, before we get to that, we're gonna bang through some of the comments here. Well, first of all, we don't like to use that word, but I'm just gonna say watching guys eat. Yay, DK, good job. All right, listen, I know your name is called Kenny Ducey's Bad Takes. Just put a smile on your face, bro. If you don't like it, no bigs. Tara Lynn, well, she just loves getting the compliments, even though she says she doesn't, which we all should. Compliment everybody. Tom Nye, the science guy, says Stephen Boss. Let's see. Tara Lynn is the best, says the freak in nature. Let's see. People commenting on your Diet Coke mentions. I didn't know that was a thing. That's fine. Brian C says, I know it ain't your fault, but we definitely get frustrated, my man. No, it's all good. I get it. He says, every transparent thoughts on how you could clear straighten the streams. Dude, these things happen. Listen, at the end of the day, just like your internet and your house, wherever you're doing, you can say, oh, we're a big company. Totally understand. We're all individually in our own places with our own internet. So just to give you guys, if you want transparency, that's as transparent as we can get. I think some days we're rocking and rolling, no bigs. Could be weather, could be so many people all over the internet, could be too good. Who knows? So that's going to be a touchdown pass to, is that Le'Veon? It is. Le'Veon Bell. Look at that. Sam Darnold getting the tud.
I want to see where I am in this contest here. Oh, I'm in first.
Look at you. Tony says.
I probably won't be after that's updated, though.
That's okay. Take a screenshot. Tony says, who is supposed to be the plus size model there? Oh, listen,
I'm in third.
You'll be back.
Hey, as long as I'm finishing towards the top, I'm a happy boy. I heard you won the other day.
Dude, I crushed. I don't know what my biggest hater in the world, Obi-Wan, who used to always troll me like, you've never won.
Yeah, dude, you stink.
Yep, won it, smoked him, got him.
Where'd Obi-Wan finish?
Cares? Probably didn't even enter.
No, I'm an Obi-Wan fan, actually. He's a hater to you and to Koff, but I stand by Obi-Wan. We all need an Obi-Wan in our lives.
Listen, I welcome all engagement, like you said. I just, when people call me out for a certain thing and then I do it, I don't want to hear it anymore.
That's in your face, bro.
Yeah, like don't be calling me out. And then when I do it, like I don't want to hear like for the next, we haven't won since. Like, so what? You told me I never won, and I did. And I did win before, by the way. It's just been a real long time.
was just a dry spell. It happens to everybody.
Sure does, man. Get married. So here we go. We in the third quarter. So here's a hypothetical, and I want the engagement from the chats too. I know we're having a weird sim, and everything looks to be clear right now. We'll get through this one as soon as we can. I hear madness upstairs in my house, but here we go. If you are enter team, your favorite team, there's a coaching vacancy. Are you the type that would? Oh no, you know what my cat's doing right now? He's doing an early doozy. He's doing a Kenny Ducey right now. It's gonna stink up. God,
that stinks.
Son of a gun. All right, sorry. You're a GM, owner, whatever it is for a team. And here's the deal: you have your choice of and any coach, college, head coach from another team, coordinator. Are you more than which way would you go? A coach that's coached before, you think deserves another shot, you like the style maybe in the interview, or somebody new? And the reason this comes up is because we were just talking about like a Pat Shurmur's and guys that we've seen time and time again get second chances, some with success, some without. So were you, Mr. Freeze Pops, general manager owner, going to take a chance on a guy, let's just say like, I'm not going to name names because some of them are going to be foolish, right? But like a guy that has been a head coach, or you want new fresh blood, give a new voice to the whole system, or do you think that experience is better? What do you say?
So I'm looking for a guy who has a little bit of a healthy mix of both, right? Like I want someone who's going to be able to relate with the younger players on my team. I want a guy who has legit experience working with good people that have success in the league that I respect. And I want someone, I'm going to skew towards being an offensive mind over a defensive head coach. And I know Belichick is like the greatest coach ever, right? But I'm just looking at the way the league is trending and the teams that are in the mix for these Super Bowls over the last few years. Kyle Shanahan, offensive mind. Andy Reid, offensive mind. Sean McVay, offensive mind. The list, I mean, you could go far back. Doug Peterson, offensive mind. So, and I know he's not with the Eagles anymore, but, just taking a look over the last few years.
Yeah.
That's the way the league is trending for me. I want a guy who is going to be able to be as cohesive as he can be with my quarterback. I've made it very clear how important I think having a good quarterback is. So I want to put him in the best position possible to win football games. You can find a great defensive coordinator to handle defense and be sort of the CEO of a defense. We saw Todd Bowles do it in Tampa this past year. So that's what I want. I want a guy, and I know that's like, that's basically like creating a coach in a lab, right? Like Kyle Shanahan to me is like the ideal head coach. Like he worked with a lot of really high-end dudes that have had success in the league. He's on the younger side. He's an offensive mind. He's, to me, like the dude I want to lead my team.
Okay. All right. So you kind of, but you didn't really, so what is it? Is it a retread or is it so you want a new guy that's been?
It's less of a retread for sure. Like if it's his first head coaching gig, but he's got all of that juice behind him. I'm
kind of like what McDaniels was for the Broncos at the time.
Yeah, sure. But like McDaniels would fit that mold, no doubt.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Just curious. Okay, and then Tate.
Kyle Shanahan was my sort of, when the Niners hired him after everything he had done, with the teams he's been on and all that stuff, that was the guy.
Sure. Tate says, I think I would have went with a younger, innovative coach, but all the recent Super Bowl winning coaches have been older vet coaches. Younger ones like McVay and Shanahan get there, but coaches like Reid and Arians win it. That's more recent, though. I get what you're saying. I don't love the idea of these young, I would lean towards what you're saying. Like, I'm not taking a guy out of college if I'm running an organization. I think I'd lean more towards a retread. And I know it sounds weird. Not like a Pat Shurmur, like where this came up with, but like a guy that you're like, oh, like right now, it blows my mind that the emotionless Jim Caldwell is not a head coach in the NFL. It literally, like, he is a sound head coach. He brings winning wherever he goes. Brought the freaking Detroit Lions to relevance and the playoffs twice in 4 years and got fired. Are you serious? So if I'm that's where I thought the Browns are going to go a couple years ago, like the Stefanski, like where you Stefanski seems to fit the mold you're talking. Like looking at all these openings, like how Caldwell isn't, in one of these places is just like Frank Reich kind of fits your mold as well. It just blows my mind. And I think a lot of these teams that made some hires this year, especially Philadelphia, I thought Caldwell would be like a great Philadelphia guy. Like calm that whole organization down with some madness that happened. Never going to be made to look like a fool. Never going to give you much. Kind of has a Belichickian demeanor to him where he doesn't really say anything. And like, you got to respect that. And you get a guy who looks like another whack-a-mole. What's his name there in Philadelphia? He's another, what's his name? Let me pull it up here. Oh yeah, my cat's going crazy. Just meowing and pooping everywhere. Eric Bieniemy. Yeah, but I don't think so. I'm going to be honest with you, Tate. I know it sounds crazy. If he didn't get a job this past year, like, there's got to be something else there. He might really he might just be an offensive coordinator nerd. I think about that sometimes. Some of these guys could just be like, not head coach material. I know it sounds weird, but I think that's what I'm getting out of Bieniemy without knowing, obviously.
I would definitely give him a chance.
Yeah.
I was shocked that the Chargers did not hire him. Knowing what they have in Herbert and seeing how Bieniemy has helped Mahomes get to the level he's at, I think that guy needs to get a shot with one of these good one of these good young quarterbacks.
It's a great point too, especially with the in division you would want to take him. Nick Sirianni is the coach for the Eagles. Yeah, okay, good call.
The Caldwell thing's interesting because I remember when he first got fired, he was getting interviews, but he doesn't even really come up anymore. It makes me wonder if he wants to coach. I mean, he's up there in age. We're not talking about a spring chicken here. He was in the NFL for a long time before he got his first opportunity, which is a problem. Yeah, he's 66 years old. He might be that might be the oldest head coach in the league if he were to get a job right up there. I mean, Pete Carroll and Bill Belichick are sort of the outliers.
No,
I know Andy Reid's a little bit,
but we need to right the ship. And if he can turn organization, we were a Super Bowl winner 3 years ago. Now we're in a position where we're like benching dudes, not playing guys, playing for a loss, just weird stuff. Fire the coach, and then you need somebody that comes in and just goes, brings everything down. This guy in his press conference looks like an absolute maniac. I don't know, call me crazy, but anyways, we'll get here to the Le'Veon Bell lone touchdown in the third quarter. That's your scores. Enter that $1 contest. See where we're at. We're getting there.
Must be saying, Tom, what if a coach has a QB with a noodle arm a week for no Super Bowl? I am not someone that is a proponent of firing Mike Tomlin after. I think that you need to give that guy one more year, at the very least, very, very pared down. And you got to let that guy sway he had in that locker room.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just think if your team's 11-0 at some point during a season, well, 11 weeks in, that's the point. Then you move on.
Rock Forever says some of these coordinators who become head coaches,
like McDaniels.
Fumble.
Oh, we got a fumble here.
Picked up by Seattle, going the other way.
I mean, everyone in that organization said, like, yeah, he had no control of the situation. He was in over his head. He got his chance and it didn't work out. Is he going to get another shot at some point? Probably. I think he's had way too much success after coming back to New England to not get another chance. But again, we would have never known if Josh McDaniels was ready for that or good enough to be a head coach if they didn't give him a chance.
No, it's true. It is true, as we have Russell Wilson here in the fourth quarter. Scrambles, gets the first, ducks down underneath, going to be about 6 minutes left to play. And Tate and Ops having a little bit of fun with you guys here on a Saturday. Hope you're all doing real well. Hope life's treating you good. Hopefully this is just a little cherry on top of an awesome day you're having outside of Simland, family, friends, whatever it may be. And if not, we're here together. We're going to team up again for the 6 o'clock. So appreciate always. We appreciate you guys, have you guys top of mind, and we'll always battle through and figure things out for you. We got ourselves 2nd and 10. We were talking to the coordinator, the coaches, hot takes.
You ready for B's Caps later, dude?
And I haven't watched a Bruins game all year, not because I don't love them. It's because my streaming service doesn't have.
Yeah, but this.
Love it. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I
am upset that they have to play Chara in the first round.
Hockey fan. Don't even care about hockey. There is nothing better, especially the West Coast games that are gonna be on Lather over the next week. You're gonna absolutely love watching like late night playoff.
The energy is and how games are just wild. Like it's so unpredictable. Always have a team making a run that you didn't expect. And yeah, if you're a night owl, it's those West Coast. And that's why he got fired. And that's probably part of the reason why the Indianapolis job was going to leave New England. And then he got some sort of guy, both got in there and were like, hey, sit down. You're not leaving. And yeah, I think that if McDaniels was confident.
Yeah, that was still one of the, I can't wait for the story on that. Like
weird, right? Does not get talked about enough.
No. Wentz into a real quarterback again. I'm a real.
I forget. Are you a Wentz? Are you anti-Wentz or are you a wait and see guy? I'm more wait and see than anyone else.
You have to be wait and see. Let's be real. A change of scenery always can do things. I think Wentz forgot how to play football. I really do. I think something happened. The injury. Like we also have to give a lot of like Adrian Peterson's of the world, regardless of what you think of him personally, whatever. Like him coming back from an injury like that and to have the seasons he's had and still potentially going to be is really such a credit like to the mental state of things. Like a guy like Alex Smith. That's why I truly believe they should rename the took your leg in your life. What I'm saying here about Wentz is Wentz got a severe injury. He was on the trajectory of being the next top. Like he got the big payday. Everything was looking in his direction. He never fully was say producing radio. Let's just using that. And you're sick for 6 weeks. And you're out fucking things kind of meh, they're okay. You're back to like 4
the way radio works,
there's a reason to be like, well, but I think psychologically it's hard on you because you're like, I am really good, but they did something without me. Do people believe things? I want him to be better. To be honest, I don't really love the Colts organization, but like I'm at the point now where Brady's no longer obviously the Patriots quarterback, so I'm not worried about as much legacy stuff. Like he's gone down as the greatest regardless. So I think I want more top-end, long-term starting quarterbacks in this league. And I think Wentz has a shot here, but I also wouldn't be surprised if he stinks and they bow out of him after a year and they still, gave up a second, which then would be a second-round pick, and you move on.
Yep. Colts are in a weird middle ground right now where they have a roster to win a Super Bowl.
I'm letting you know this, Tom, I'm going to spoil you real quick. Look at your contest because I'm not giving you time. You're going to
I am not going to look. Because I don't want to ruin anything.
What do you mean?
Don't talk about the perfect game if the perfect game.
No, I'm not talking about that. I mean player of the game and not my kid award. I'm not giving.
Okay. See, the reason why I haven't looked is because I don't want to jinx myself.
I'll give you some suggestions. I'll give you some.
Okay. No, I'm just gonna look. I'll jinx myself. It's fine.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. I can tell you right now.
Already did it, Rossi. It's your fault if I lose.
DK Metcalf Russell one catch for 14 yards. Just.
DK, he's going to be my babysitter, Billy. Let's go with Chris Herndon as the wood and nickel winner. 17 points in the flex, only 27% owned. If you got him in the captain spot, you're probably a happy guy.
Yeah, I was going to say him. Crowder had a nice day, almost hitting the bonus. See if he can get it here. 4th and 3, 30 seconds to play. Just get it, baby.
Yeah, I'm going to lose anyways. I'm not gonna win.
Sorry, dude.
It wasn't even a jinx situation. Mathematically, it would have been tough.
Looks like Ziwa is going to win that freebie there. We still have a few more entries open in the contest coming up at 6. I don't think we're going to fill it. Guys aren't rallying around the contests. I don't know if there's something I did personally to you. I appreciate you, though. Brother Phil will read this and then before we get out of here. Says, listen, it's easy to look with 4 Pro Bowl O-linemen in front of you, which Wentz had his first couple of seasons. The line went bad and his play mirrored that. Don't disagree, Brother Phil. Not 100% agree overall. But still, I think there's a big psyche thing that happened there. I think that's why think about it. Their coach and quarterback that were on the rise, the next front cover of, I don't know, Sports Illustrated isn't what it used to be, but these were the poster children of the future. Everything changed. Herndon just hit the bonus. Thanks, Bert. So even better call by Freeze Pops, the most intelligent big man we have here, and I mean that by height. Great. And he just ate circus peanuts, so he's going to be sick. Crowder hit the bonus. I don't know when that happened, but he did.
His ownership's a little higher, so that's why I went with Herndon over.
No. Good call. It was a good call. We're going to wrap this puppy up again. Shout out to Daniel. We battled today. Tara Lynn, our producer as well. Great stuff.
I also think Peterson was a little overrated.
Ooh.
I think that Eagles team kind of caught lightning in a bottle.
Yeah.
They had like everything work out for them perfectly for one season from a salary cap perspective, where they got like the right mix of veterans and young guys, and it just all sort of mixed really well at that point. And honestly, and I've talked about this before, the Eagles are sort of an anomaly. They had like one good season together, and then they were sort of out of the mix. Whereas all of these other teams that have been successful and had Super Bowl runs over the course of the last 50 years of football, it all kind of built towards that. And the Eagles, it was just like they came together and then they all just went away.
I don't know. I just think it's such a shame. Almost like this game a little bit. Not the most star-studded event. 21-7 was your final. Appreciate you guys being here. We'll talk more about this and more on the other side. Shout out again to Tara Lynn. Great job on the first half of the day. Same thing to Bert, to Tate, to Daniel, battling my man. We'll see how everything kind of shakes out. But we'll be back 6 o'clock sim. Again, there is a few spots. I think there's still like 14 spots open. And the $1 entry, $1, and 3 people can win. 3 people, not one. There's not a winner take all. So enter, tell a friend. We have that friend promotion going on as well. Get them in there. But yeah, let's make sure that we get everything good to go. All right, let's get that thing pumped up. We got about 52 minutes. I'm going to go do my thing with the little one. And so is Mr. Freeze Pops. Different meanings, but nonetheless, here we go, baby. Tara Lynn, again, shout out to you, Bert, Tate, Daniel. Go in the meantime, go check out Great Dane Nation. It's an awesome podcast this week with Brett Favre. Making headlines across the world, by the way. So
thank you.
Don't sleep on this podcast, by the way, guys. The Great Dane and Freeze Pops killing it every week. The guests are getting bigger and badder, and the notoriety of this Brett Favre interview. Brett Favre knows what he's doing right now, and he's doing it so well. Milking it like a cow.
Exactly, man. He's like, oh, Aaron Rodgers? Sure, I have takes.
So there we go. Well, speaking about takes, we're going to have more of them in about 50 minutes. Enter the contest. One Buckaroonie. Go check him out at your boy TC Fresh, at Jason D. Rossi. Great Dane Nation. Pop Culture Pile Driver. Both on your podcast. Leave 5-star reviews. Hit play. Don't even have to listen for all we care. It just helps the algorithm. And everybody, hope you have a great rest of your 5 o'clock Eastern hour. We'll be back at 6. Here is Pat Mayo. He's talking a little MMA before tonight's big event. Here he is.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings. Today, a bit of a change of pace. DraftKings MMA or UFC strategy and research. How, if you've never done it or even have played it and want to get better at DraftKings UFC, how do you do that? What's the difference between a cash game and a GPP lineup as it pertains to UFC on DraftKings? Where should you be researching? What should you be looking for? What type of fighters should you pick? That's what we're going to be talking through today. And obviously, I don't know anything about this. The place where I always start, and Mayo Media Network has some of the best collection of UFC minds in the gambling and DraftKings business. Of course, you can watch and subscribe to the Dogger Pass podcast every single Wednesday when there's a card on Mayo Media Network with Paul Shaughnessy and Cody Safik. You can find the links to the podcast in the description of this video and podcast. It has its own separate feed. The show is so good, but also the short hitters up on Mayo Media Network. Mad Lab, our guy, has the main event breakdown from betting and DraftKings perspective every single week in short form on the Mayo Media Network YouTube channel and on Daily Fantasy Sports Picks and Bets The Mix audio podcast podcast feed. Plus, Brett Apley from dailyfanmma.com does his quick DraftKings picks for cash and GPP, and he is also on the line right now. Brett Apley, what's going on?
What's going on, Pat? It's great to talk to you. You know, I love me some UFC strategy, and we got John here on the podcast as well. So awesome. I'm looking forward to chatting it up with you guys.
Yeah, I wanted to bring in the best minds that I knew as it pertained to strategy as it comes to DraftKings and UFC. Like Paul and Cody break down the fights, but that's a betting show. It's not necessarily a DraftKings show. And as we know, there are certain edges that you want to find in the betting market. But when it comes to DraftKings, it's a daily fantasy game. There are different types of edges in roster construction, in ownership, in playing multiple lineups that really factors into that. So I had to get from ftndaily.com. Use code Mayo for a discount on the product over there. John Kelly, first timer. What's going on?
Yeah, excited to be on your show, Pat. I appreciate you having me on. And like Brett said, we'll obviously get into some strategy talk, which is something I'm very passionate about. I know he is as well. So I'm excited for this one.
So let's just right off the hop, if people are watching this, I assume that they've played either NFL or PGA or MLB, and maybe not. Maybe you're just jumping into, hey, how do I play DraftKings UFC? So John, let's start with you first. When I say cash game and tournament, what are the differences between those sorts of rosters when you're trying to go through everything?
Yeah, so for me, I'm definitely more of a tournament player. I almost never play cash for MMA slates, and I know maybe Brett can speak to that a little better than me. But obviously for cash, you're looking for more safety, just like with other sports. Obviously, you know, the more high variance fights, typically like in the heavyweight division and some of the other fighters that where you don't really have as quite a strong read on them. You probably want to avoid them for cash games. Another strategy that people like to use would be stacking the main event. I know that's a popular strategy for cash games because you're really just looking to have a safe floor. You don't necessarily need 100 points from all 6 of your fighters like you would to take down a tournament. So that's the main difference for me. But yeah, I'm definitely not. I'm more of a tournament guy. The money's up top.
Yeah, so the main difference, if people don't know, a cash game, when we talk about it, you are playing a roster or multiple rosters against the entire field, even potentially in a large tournament, but you can play in a 50-50 where 50% of the field wins. So you only have to beat half the field, or if you play in a double up where you have to beat like 42, or you have to beat 58% of the field, I guess it would be, in order to double your money in that sort of event. So you only have to beat a certain segment of the rest of the players, whereas in a GPP, the $1 million top prize tournaments, you need to have the best roster of 80,000 people. So the thought process that goes into it, where John just says, hey, you need to have the safest, the floor, let's call it, of outcomes in your 6 lineups. You might not even need all 6 of your fighters to win. As he said, some people take both sides of a main event because you get all 5 rounds of it, and you can have a high-end guy and a cheap guy from that fight to pad the rest of your roster. That intuitively makes a lot of sense when you don't need to beat every other person in the field. Now, GPPs, large field tournaments on DraftKings, a bit of a different story, Brett.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's exactly like John said, you know, in tournaments, the cool thing about an MMA slate, like let's say there's 12 fights, unless something crazy happens, we know there's going to be 12 winners, right? So it's, for tournaments, you're looking to roster the 6 best winners out of the 12 winners on your lineup. Whereas a cash game slate and a cash game construction, you don't need the optimal lineup to beat 50% of the field. And I don't even think you need 6 winners. In fact, I think shooting for 6 winners in cash is actually a mistake because oftentimes it provides your lineup with a lot more risk than is necessary to beat 50% of the field or to beat, you know, one other person, like if it's a head-to-head. So in cash games, you're looking for safety. You're looking for generally 4 winners. If you can get 4 winners on your lineup out of 6 over the long run, you're going to profit. In tournaments, it's a completely different story. I'm looking for upside. I don't care if a fighter loses. I don't care how much risk there is. I'm looking for max upside. What happens if they win? If they win, can they score 100, 120 points? If so, I'm going to consider them, even if they're not likely to win, even if it's a risk.
I kind of look at this like PGA. Now, PGA and MMA have a lot in common in terms of being a daily fantasy game, is that there's just a lot of variance. That, you know, the most favored fighter on a card, let's say it's a heavyweight bout, he's a -400 favorite, could get knocked out within 20 seconds, and everyone's like, ooh. that really kind of screws up the entire slate. Whereas in golf, the number one golfer in the world could miss the cut that week. That's just what happens in golf. He's not going to miss the cut every week. There's a reason he'd be the highest price player, the number one player, but it happens more often than not than something in, let's say, basketball. Basketball tends to be the most predictive of any of the sports. Would you agree with that, John?
Oh, for sure. I think basketball and baseball too, it's definitely more math related, whereas MMA, I think, is more strategy, which is great why we get to talk about it, because it's more, leverage and thinking from as a tournament player, how can I benefit if something doesn't go like the field thinks they go? So it's definitely more of a tournament game. I think that's why I pretty much avoid cash games, because there's just more volatility. But that's what makes it fun. So I definitely think it's that's the way to approach it.
And that's how I feel about MMA and PGA in particular, that I just have no time for cash games. It's hard enough to pick 6 of 6 fighters to win or 6 of 6 golfers to make the cut, that, I might as well throw it in a $5, $20 like high upside tournament where I could win $100,000 instead of an extra $20 if I actually do get it right, because just the floor for that is going to be so difficult. Whereas in something like basketball, doubling up and grinding out cash games can be very viable, because you can project floors into players. Players are more consistent from a night-to-night basis. Brett, with some of these fighters, like guys are coming off like 3 years off and going back to the UFC now.
Yeah, for sure. I built my bankroll originally in 2015, 16, 17, grinding up cash games. There was a lot bigger edge then. Now a lot of people are really smart, and it's tougher to grind out the cash game. So I've definitely gravitated more towards tournaments in the past year or two. You can still make money on it, but it's interesting. Yes, although MMA's high variance, there's still obvious cash game plays, because there's still fighters that are safer than others. And safety can mean a lot of different things. It can mean a fighter who's active. It can mean betting lines, which is a big part of cash game construction. And we can talk about this if you want, but value, salaries come out. And unlike pretty much any other sport, betting lines in MMA change pretty drastically throughout the week. So you could get a fighter who opens at -120, who closes north of -200, which just doesn't really happen in other sports. And that changes the value of each particular fighter, in comparison to their DraftKings price. So a lot of times when you're creating cash game constructions, you're simply looking at who is the best value in this range, who is the biggest favorite compared to other fighters in this range, especially when you're below the mid-range, when you're, focusing on cheaper fighters. Like last week, there's a fighter priced at, let's say, 7.2K who's plus 200, and then a fighter priced at 7.3K who's plus 115. I would much rather play that plus 115 in cash games, maybe not for tournaments, maybe they lack upside, but in cash games, focusing on value for betting line in comparison to the price is just so important.
Let's stick with betting lines and leveraging, let's say, DraftKings Sportsbook lines or wherever it is that you look for your betting lines and tracking it throughout the week, John, where, maybe some fighter opens at -170 and then all of a sudden they're -320 by the time Saturday actually gets around for the fights. That would lead me to believe that, regardless of what their price is, overvalued or undervalued, that if all the money has shifted and the odds have shifted towards one fighter, that would result in that player being pretty popular on DraftKings that week. Am I wrong to make that assumption?
No, you're 100% right. And that's something that I think Brett alluded to as well. I think with MMA, the betting odds are more important with this sport than any other sport. And the reason why is exactly like you stated, because it not only is going to show you who's the favorite, what fights are likely to end inside the distance, which is a key metric that a lot of people use, but it also gives you a direct view of what the ownership is likely going to be, because everybody's gravitating towards the odds value plays, like Brett says, or the fighters that are getting that heavy line movement, or they have a strong inside distance line. So not only does it give you a picture of how you can kind of see the fight playing out, but it also gives you that direct view of what's probably going to be pretty close to ownership for the DraftKings slate as well.
How much does ownership factor into your selection, Brett? Because I kind of go over this a lot with every single sport where like, oh, this guy's going to be super highly owned. I probably shouldn't use him. And I'm thinking about that as something that pertains to, let's say, I don't know, golf, which has 144 people in the field. Like, this guy's going to be 27% owned. Oh, I can't own him. Although, if you reverse engineer the entire situation, you having a duplicate lineup of someone else, even with that guy in it, is pretty slim based on the amount of players that you get to choose from. I would actually think that ownership would mean the most in MMA because let's say you had a 12 fight card. There's only 24 fighters on the card. Some guys are going to be like 70% owned, aren't they?
Yeah, it doesn't generally get that high, but you could definitely see fighters in the 50s and 60s depending on the slate. To me, ownership doesn't matter much in cash games because in cash games, I'm looking to play the best plays, and I think I can beat people long-term by playing the best plays. In tournaments, ownership means a ton. And to some people, like professional DFS players that I know who play MMA, ownership means literally everything because how many golfers are in a typical slate, would you say?
144.
Okay. So when there's 24 fighters, it's just so hard to be unique. And when you're creating tournament constructions, a large part of producing plus EV lineups is trying to create lineups that when they hit, when you have the nuts, you're unique and you can take home a lot of money. There's nothing worse than, hitting the nuts and, thinking that you've won 100K and then you check the scoreboard and you've tied with 150 people. So to some people, ownership is almost everything. They'll do anything they can to create unique, high upside constructions. And yeah, I factor it in more and more and more in my lineups each week in tournaments, and not only just straight ownership, but you're looking at leverage. Like last week, for example, or the last couple weeks, for example, there's been a fighter, very high, very projected to be very heavily owned, who's very likely to win inside the distance, who, yeah, I believe they probably will succeed. But if they don't work out, it's most likely because they've just lost the fight. And if they've lost the fight, their low-owned opponent underdog is going to be on the optimal lineup. And so it's this crazy combination of ownership and, more importantly, leverage.
Well, John, that actually kind of speaks to something here, and Brett just kind of hit on it, that at least with UFC and MMA, that if you do have a chalk, a popular, high-owned fighter at a good price, let's say they're $9,200, that means their opponent would be like 71 or 7,000, something like that. If you knew that one fighter was going to be, let's say, 60% owned with a high inside-the-distance fight prop, that's why everyone is on them, they just scream great play. This is still MMA, guys lose all the time out of nowhere. That at least with UFC, it seems like if you're gonna fade ownership, you actually have a logical pivot point to go to. It's just the other guy in that fight.
Yeah, a lot of times that's exactly what you should do. It doesn't always work that way. Typically in fights that are likely to finish, absolutely. If a guy's 6,800, 7K and he finishes, he's pretty much a lock for the optimal. But it's just one of those things like we saw it last week with Abdul Razak Al Hassan, who has a really strong inside distance line. So he's exactly the example that you mentioned. He was like 60% owned in high contest. And we already know, because he's done it in his two previous fights, if he doesn't get that first round finish, he doesn't look good. And he typically busts and he typically loses. And that's exactly what happened. Jacob Malkoun forced him to wrestle a little bit. He gassed out and he lost. So Malkoun won the fight. He was single digit ownership, and I believe he was on the optimal lineup. So situations like that, like you mentioned, that's exactly what you're looking to do. And it doesn't always work out like that. Obviously, guys that have such a strong inside distance line, sometimes they just are the best plays of the slate. So it's kind of one of those things where you have to find the right balance.
So how do you?
I think that's
how do you differentiate between that though? Like, what's a good play at a high ownership, Brett, and what's something that maybe you should fade? Is that where playing 5, 10, 20 lineups comes in?
Well, I think what he said was a great point, because sometimes the best plays are just the best plays, and you need to play them kind of no matter what the ownership is. But it's very dependent on the type of fighter and the betting odds. For example, Amanda Nunes versus Megan Anderson, she's north of -1,000 to win, north of -250 inside the distance. She has a ton of wrestling success. There's just so many ways that she can pay off a big price tag. So if she's -1,000, I can say her opponent's going to be low owned and she would be a good leverage play, but I don't always want to invest that much money chasing a plus 1,000 underdog, for example. Whereas there are fighters like Al Hassan where his path to victory isn't grinding out takedowns over 25 minutes would score you a ton of points. He's not a minus 1,000 favorite. And if you look at the betting line, Malkoun was actually implied around 29% to win. So I think it's really important to look at implied win percentages, because sometimes people just say like, all right, this is a big favorite, he's very likely to win. What does that mean? Is he 9 out of 10 likely? Or in this case, the underdog's 29% to win. That's still a good chunk of the outcome. So I tend to fade high-priced, high-owned fighters more when they're low volume strikers, knockout dependent. Their path to victory is an early finish, which I tend to believe is overvalued anyway. And on the opposite side, I'm much more likely to chase high-owned, high-priced fighters when they are high-level grapplers, because grappling is much lower variance, much more consistent, and when they're big favorites, which betting line, tells us generally how likely they actually are to win.
You spoke about implied odds and trying to calculate that. Can you tell people how you calculate that just by looking at the betting odds?
Well, let's see. I use a tool. So let me pull it up.
Where can you get said tool?
This is just the tool that I use. I think there's a lot of tools, but if you go to sportsbettingsites.org, and this particular link is /betting-tools/odds-converter. So I can send you the link, but basically you can type in any implied probability, 56%. It changes it to -127 implied, or as the betting line, I could type in any betting line, -178, and it tells me it's 64% implied probability. So I use this tool throughout, my entire weekly process, just because I feel like sometimes looking at betting odds, it's very tough to, calculate in your head what the actual implied probability is. Like I see people all the time say, oh, this fighter was -500. Now they're -480. The line's dropping. What's happening? That really makes no difference in the implied percentage. But, if you see a drop from +100 to +150, that's a massive percentage drop. So I think it's really important to understand and look at throughout the week what the implied percentages are on top of the betting lines.
You kept mentioning props, John, about inside the distance or knockout or going the distance, maybe even over under rounds. How much thought do you put into that when you look at each fight? Be like, okay, there's a huge discrepancy in what's going on here, or it's a very close line. It's like -120 and even odds on either side, but the over under on the 1.5 rounds, like, oh, the under is like -300. Someone's going to get knocked out in this fight. Would those be the sort of value pieces that you would go look at? Like, oh, quick knockout potentially in this fight on either side. One guy is like slightly favored, but maybe you just take the other side and hedge yourself out of it.
Yeah, for sure. And you can use best fight odds. I think that's a popular one that a lot of people use, that shows you pretty much every sports book and what each of those prop lines are, like you mentioned. I try to do sort of my fight breakdowns before looking at odds. So I sort of generate my opinion, and then I'll look at odds later to see if it confirms what I already think. So it's one of those things where it's definitely something that's on my mind, but it also is like, sometimes the odds just aren't correct, right? Like it all depends on who's fighting who. Like all the stylistic matchups are different. And going back to what Brett was saying, he used the term path to victory. So for people that aren't deep into MMA and stuff, that's huge for what we do. Path to victory and understanding a fighter's win condition. I think honestly, that's the biggest edge right now. We talked a little bit pre-show about the change in DraftKings scoring coming into 2021. I honestly think that's the biggest edge right now, because anytime scoring changes, obviously people who adapt the quickest are going to usually get the best results. And I really think that people still haven't fully adapted, because Al Hassan's a great example of it. That's a fighter whose win condition, like Brett talked about, is KO 1 or bust. So, and we had multiple high volume wrestlers and grapplers on that slate: Tracy Cortez, Tony Gravely, Robert Whitaker in the main event, not much of a grappler, but we had other fighters that probably had a higher floor and ceiling in a win, but yet Al Hassan was the most heavily owned fighter. So that's a perfect example of why I think the field really hasn't fully adapted. So it's understanding fighters' win condition what does their win look like? Because obviously Curtis Blades, Gregor Gillespie, guys like that who are going to land takedowns in volume and going to bank control time, I want to target them a lot more heavily than people that are just going to be knockout in the first round or bust.
Brett, DraftKings made scoring changes to MMA for their game in January of 2021. And I think John hits on a good point because I've seen this a lot. The most successful slates, not that I'm a good DraftKings player, I'm not. I'm throwing that out there right now. I'm definitely not a professional by any means. But the most success that I have, regardless of the sport, are when a new game pops up or there's a different format, because I mean, I'm mainly talking about golf, that sometimes there's a team format, or it's like match play, or it's just something off what we see every single week. That's generally when I do my best, because I try to think through the strategy of, oh, how is this different? And then smarter people catch up to me and are just better at making picks, and they wipe the floor with me over time. But now that the scoring rules have changes, what are the biggest differences in terms of what types of fighters that you should be targeting? Because I think you're right that most people are like, oh man, can my guy win in 10 seconds? That sounds great.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, because there's still a lot of people who will be like, they'll watch a fight, they'll see the score, and they'll just be like, well, that's dumb. The fighter should have scored 100 points. He only scored 85 points. This is stupid. Where it's like, okay, this is how the scoring system works. I don't really care what the scoring system is, but I want to create my lineups and my constructions based on whatever the scoring system is telling me, to target. So the scoring changes, I think, are actually pretty impactful, to the point where I'll roster anyone with a pulse who can wrestle at this point on DraftKings. They changed significant strikes from 0.5 to 0.4, and that may not seem like a big difference. Excuse me, it wasn't 0.5 to 0.4. It's a significant strike is 0.2, and then any other strike is 0.2. So instead of it being 0.5 per significant strike, the bottom line is you can no longer win on DraftKings with fighters who will go 3 rounds and land 100 significant strikes. Because prior to this, a fighter would land 100 significant strikes, 50 points for the strikes, 30 points for a win. That's 80 points. Now it scores much, much less. And fighters who strike, who stand and bang, that's all they do. There aren't really any other ways for them to score. Whereas now DraftKings has added 0.03 per second control time. Takedowns are still worth 5. And the non-significant strike at 0.2 matters a lot, because that typically comes in on the mat when these fighters are just laying on top of each other, landing little bunny punches. Those didn't count before. They weren't significant strikes. Now they count 0.2 and they add up. So a fighter who wrestles can score via takedowns. They can score via significant strikes. They can score via control time. They can score via non-significant strikes. They can score inside the, by finishing inside the distance. Whereas a fighter who stands and trades, they can score significant strikes, but even in a decision, it's not going to matter. They basically need a knockdown, a knockout to exceed value. So I am all in on grapplers at this stage. Anyone who can wrestle has upside, and it doesn't mean to say that fighters who can win by knockout won't have success, because they will, but wrestlers are much safer. They're more consistent, and a wrestler who dominates his way to a 3-round decision oftentimes scores more than a first-round finisher anyways. And I'm not saying that should be the case, but that is what the scoring system tells us currently.
I think that's a very good point, that people don't like to operate within the rules of the system of the game that you're playing. They want to say, well, my rules are better, and that's how I'm going to make my teams, which makes no sense, but that's how people like to think of things. Like, oh, I have better rules for this game. If they would just listen to me, I would improve this 100%. And you could be 100% right about that, but that's not the game that you're playing. You have to play within the parameters that DraftKings has set, so knowing the rules up front is huge. So, John, is there anything you would add to that in terms of what types of fighters you want to target while picking your lines? And maybe it changes from a favorite to a middle tier price guy to someone who's at the very bottom. Like, I know that I've had success both betting and on DraftKings by taking the underdog women's fighter in a matchup with like an inexperienced favorite. That just tends to work out for me.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty sharp strategy that's worked out quite a few times. I know there's been a few times on the Dogger Pass podcast that you guys have referenced that. And I unfortunately have been on the other side of some of those fights. But yeah, I really don't have much to add as far as Brett's takeaway. That's pretty much exactly how I approach it as well. And it's sort of what I talked about before is kind of not necessarily avoiding the fighters who rely on their striking, but definitely like we really need to understand that they have a much lower floor and ceiling because finishes don't always happen. So a lot of times you're like, to quote your buddy Drew Dinkmeyer, he said he learned from his old boss, what do you win when you win? So as a GPP player, that's always kind of how I'm thinking about approaching that slate is like, okay, I need to understand fighters' win condition, what it's going to look like in that matchup, and how can I benefit based on how I think the fight plays out. So that's sort of the approach that I take. So the only thing that I'll really add to what Brett said is, okay, so now we know we want to target those high volume wrestlers and grapplers. Well, now it's up to us to figure out who those fighters are, right? And obviously you have me, Brett, Paul, Cody, like anyone can tell you that if they sort of research it and look into it. But that's sort of the next step, right? Is taking the big approach strategy wise and then narrowing it down to, okay, which fighters fight like that and are they going to fight like that in this matchup? Because stylistic matchups are sort of the next step in that, because a lot of times there's some fighters that might be high volume wrestlers, and then in certain matchups if they're facing Kamaru Usman, Gilbert Burns, he wanted to strike with him because he knows Gilbert Burns, one of his only win conditions is he's a high level black belt on the mat. So obviously he doesn't really want to take him down. Right. So it's just understanding the different matchups and sort of taking that approach as well.
Well, I think that's a really important point. So it's leading me to try to form my own conclusions in my head here, Brett, that if you were going to pay for a high price player or in a match that is, or a fight that's about like even money or minus 140 plus 110 on the other side, that I would want the grappler wrestling type fighter because their path to victory is scoring all these DraftKings points by out wrestling the other player. That if I was going to take an underdog, I would probably want someone who has knockout potential or submission potential as their only path to win.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. And again, it depends on the ownership, because if Al Hassan, a first round knockout or bust fighter, if that's his win condition and he's going to be 15% owned, I mean, yeah, it's not my favorite play, but I'm going to be overweight on that because he's only 15% owned. If he's 65% owned, then it becomes, I'm going to be underweight. Just how much underweight do I want to be? In terms of underdogs, you can go a lot of different ways. I do think we can talk about this separately, but losers of fights don't score nearly as much anymore. So you do need and should be looking for fighters to win. Yeah, there's a knockout path for underdogs. But I mean, even a boring wrestling-based decision from an underdog generally is going to score you a lot of points. So it matters much more when you're targeting higher-priced fighters what their ceiling is than lower-priced fighters, because a fighter who's 7K and scores 80 points, I mean, it's not ideal. It's not for sure going to be the nuts, but there's a pretty good chance they'll be on winning tournament lineups. And at the very least, you're going to have a pretty strong cash. So, and that's also why when I'm building constructions across the board, I kind of focus on what fighters below the mid-range do I think can win. I don't go to the top of the list and say, well, 9.5K fighter looks great, plug him in. I'm going to pair him with a 9.4K fighter. And now where can I fill in the rest of my build? In tournaments, you're looking for 6 wins. People ask me all the time about stacking in tournaments because once or twice a year it works out. I think it will work out even less with a new scoring system, but you should be shooting for 6 wins. And so to me, it's really, really important what underdogs you focus on, your core of players. And I mean, yeah, there are ways where you can go stars and scrubs, but when you go stars and scrubs, you're generally ending up with big underdogs, fighters with ugly win conditions, fighters who aren't very skilled. Whereas if you build more mid-range or you're focused on higher price underdogs, they might have more path to victories. They might be more skilled fighters. And I find that's oftentimes, or at least the way that I approach construction and I've had success with building lineups that have true 6-win high upside potential.
Can you quickly explain what you mean by overweight and underweight in terms of lineups as it pertains to, and this isn't one lineup, obviously, let's just call it 10 lineups that someone is going to throw into one of these tournaments. Can you kind of explain what that means for people who might not know?
Yeah, for sure. So again, we're talking about ownership here, and it's always very important to look at what the projected ownership will be. And I run it on my site, and I'm sure there's lots of places across the industry that do projected ownership, but you want to have a pretty good feel of what the ownership will look like. It won't be perfect as far as if I say a fighter's 66% owned, they're not going to be exactly 66% owned, but they're probably going to be one of the highest owned fighters on the board. So when you are creating constructions, let's say you have 10 lineups to work with, you're basically building a portfolio. And from an ideal construction standpoint, you're trying to come up with, how do I want to structure my portfolio compared to what the field is going to be on? So if a fighter is 50% owned publicly, do I want to be 50% owned as well and just be completely neutral? Do I want to be 20% owned, which would be underweight to the field? Whereas if that 50% fighter crushes, I'm screwed. Or do I want to be overweight to the field, which is, let's say I'm 8 out of 10 lineups, 80%. Whereas if that fighter wins, yeah, he's 50% owned by the field, but I have so much of them, it's still a positive for me. So it's good to kind of think about it like that with each fighter or fight, how much overweight or underweight you want to be in comparison to what the field's projected.
You can find the ownership projections from Brett plus all of his content up at dailyfanmma.com. If you were wondering where to check all of this stuff out, you can find that all in the description of this podcast and video. John, what over at ftndaily.com do you guys present in terms of helping people out in terms of ownership or even projections on fighters as it comes through? Because I know with you, like, you're breaking down the fights, you're watching the tape and try to construct your lineups that way. But I know a lot of people just go to like the optimizer, project points, and spit out lineups.
Yeah, that's definitely one way you can approach it. You know, I typically tend to steer clear from that, but that's totally fine if it's working for you. What we do over at FTN Daily, we have a lot of tools that you can use, some free, some behind the paywall. So definitely check that out, ftndaily.com, ftnbets.com. But the biggest thing I think is we have this, we call it the cheat sheet. So basically, myself and Jonas Schiffman, you know, we're the two people running the MMA product over there. We upload our target exposures for each fighters. So it sort of gives people a look of, you know, who our core is going to be for that week. And then, you know, how much you should be targeting certain underdogs. And obviously we sort of talk through the whole strategy from a big picture view in our Discord channel as well, which I think is very helpful too.
Oh, welcome in, DK Sim fam. So glad to be back here with you. The tag team of Jason Rossi, Tommy Freeze Pops, here for 6 p.m. simulated football, where we have the Buffalo Bills and the Los Angeles Chargers. Freeze Pops, I think my paid for contest is not going to go through. I'm just going to sit here
Brutal
for the next hour. Just straight bitter. How many?
So brutal. I'm sorry for you, buddy.
It's not going to happen. 4 spots. But I appreciate everybody. All right, I'll do 20 next time. I'll just be very, very conservative. I thought 50 still was. It's Saturday. Maybe people, getting after it with some MMA. You guys saw some content from Pat Mayo. But Freeze Pops, lineups are going to be locking momentarily while my pillow will never dry from all the tears that will soak. But we got a great crew here tonight. Want to just say, again, for everybody that's been with us all day and hanging in there, it has been a tough go. We get it. We apologize. We are sorry. We're all individually in individual homes or places or bathroom stalls doing the best we can to get this thing done. It's been this way since day one, since the pandemic started. So we got a new crew. Hopefully there'll be no lags. There'll be no issues. But if there are, hang with us, understand, be patient, and we appreciate you more than you'll ever know. We got TP, our technical director. Jordan is our producer. P. Fry is in the ops squad, and he is Freeze Pops right here. What is your lineup look like here, Mr. Tommy?
I went with the defense stack.
Really?
Yeah, went with the defense stack here. I don't know why. I knew I was going to play the Chargers defense because Bosa's a beast.
Okay.
And every single time the Chargers are in the mix, Bosa's just dominating. So I said, you know what? I'm putting them in there. I got Diggs in the captain spot.
Got it.
Allen, Eckler, and Reed. So when I had that lineup together and I had 1 spot left, the Bills D was really the best player available on the board for me. So I said, you know what? Let's go defense stack. We'll see how it goes. I finished second in the last contest, Rossi. So
feeling it.
Maybe I got a little good juice here. A little Saturday juice. Or maybe that's the circus peanut I'm feeling.
I know that's straight poison going through your body as we speak. Did you eat in between the sim at all?
No.
It's gonna hit you.
I don't really have. I'm sort of barren on that front right now.
So. Oh, okay. But you're going out later.
I would have.
You might be different than I because I literally consume like as minimal amount of sugar as possible. I'm not saying that you're like a sugar fiend. I'm not trying to judge you, but I'm just saying like whenever, like if someone doesn't have soda for 10 years and then they have a soda, something's gonna go off. You know,
you think I have a higher pain tolerance?
You might. That's a great way to put it. Here we go. Like we said, it's Chargers. It is the Bills. Both teams with high hopes coming into this upcoming NFL season. Your top owned, thanks to Jordan. Shout out to him again. Allen, number 1 owned at 74%. Right below him. Look at this run. What a start by Singletary. Not in the top 5. Eckler coming in at 63. Stephon Diggs coming in at 51. Herbert, I'm actually shocked. I know it's lower ownership anyways, but Herbert coming in number 4 with 43%. Mike Williams rounds out the top 5 at 38%.
Yeah, I wanted Mike Williams, but I couldn't squeeze him in because I needed to have Eckler and Allen in there. I wanted Diggs as well. As we see. Oof, he's a beast.
He is. So contest didn't fill, so now I don't have a line. I'm just going to sit here.
You should have gotten my free rolls, Rossi.
Dude, my mind was all over the place in between sims. I had screaming littles. I had showers, baths, not just for me. Here we go. Josh Allen. I'm gonna root for you vicariously.
Thank you.
And off underneath, Singletary going nowhere. Again,
which of these 2 teams do you see winning a Super Bowl first?
Whew. Hot question right off the press. My gut tells me it's the Bills. My gut tells me karma is going to come the Bills' way after all these years.
You have to imagine at some point, right? I mean,
because
what a tortured franchise.
I don't believe in the Chargers just yet. I think they're going to be like the fun team to watch. I don't know if I'm ready to put a rookie coach, and I still don't know if I love the hire there. Again, they went defense, I believe, right? Didn't they take the defensive guy from the
Rams defensive coordinator?
Yeah, so I don't know if I love that. Oh, look at this. TP, our technical director, says, did you guys hear about the trend in favor of the Chargers winning it this year? Dude, go for it, everybody. If you have a feeling, I'm not ready to make that. the Chargers so far are my biggest turnaround team right now. If I had to have my early selection, like team that was not a playoff team, at least that I think will make the playoffs, they're there right now because obviously Denver could easily become that team if, Aaron Rodgers takes a trip. But going back to your question, I think the Chargers, they're both really on the upward trajectory, right? They have young quarterbacks that you believe in. We'll see what Herbert does in his second year. I think that's why I'm kind of wait and see. I don't know if I'm ready to anoint him like one of the top half quarterbacks in this league. I think I'm ready there with Josh Allen, made the big jump in year 3. I think he's established himself, and there he goes. Oh, wow. That's your guy, Bosa. Oh, whoa. Got pants there.
I am not shocked he fumbled there. That ball was hanging out there. I thought he was going to fumble sooner.
Dude.
Man, no ball awareness there for Josh Allen. Tuck that thing away, buddy.
Forget about that nice deep pass there to start for Herbert going nowhere. But, man, I will just say, he made Joey Bosa look foolish. Then he got absolutely rocked. So, Chargers take over and complete on first. But, I just think eventually Buffalo, because has Buffalo won a Super Bowl? No, they've never won, right?
No, never. They went to 4 straight, lost all of them.
I know that. I just didn't. I'm trying to think in my head because how many teams have not won a Super Bowl? I know there's the list of who hasn't gone. Like the Browns, I know have not won a Super Bowl.
Browns have never been to a Super Bowl.
Brown never been as well. I know the Texans, the Lions,
Jaguars.
Obviously, the Panthers have never won.
So you want to know who's never won?
I'm just trying to, I was sure.
Bengals have never won.
Oh, Bengals, that's right.
We're gonna look up I'm just gonna pull up the list because I don't want to.
The Bills, the Chargers have never won a Super Bowl. I don't believe.
Correct. They've been to 1, lost 94 to the Niners.
That was when Steve Young just embarrassed everybody.
Oof! What a game. All right, so teams that have never won a Super Bowl. Vikings, they've been to 4, lost all of them. All of these teams have lost all of them, but I'll give you the appearances either.
Purple people eaters.
Yep, Vikings, 4 appearances, no wins. Bills, 4 appearances, no wins. Bengals, 2 appearances, no wins. Falcons, 2 appearances, no wins. Panthers, 2 appearances, no wins. Cardinals, 1 appearance, no win. And the rest is 1. So 1 appearance, no win is the rest of the way. Cardinals, Titans, Chargers, and then all of these are 0 appearances. Browns, Lions, Jaguars, Texans.
Wow. Man, it just shows, like, look at the last 20 years. Like, obviously Atlanta should have won a Super Bowl. Let's just call it as it is. They should have won that Super Bowl against the Patriots. Like, let's just call it
totally
what it is. Like, they should have.
100%.
Outside of that, like, wait, so Carolina was on that list, right? Been to 2.
Been to 2, never won.
Okay, so
they probably should have beaten the Patriots in 2003.
I'd actually say they should have beat the Broncos. Call me crazy, maybe a homer, if you will, but I think, wow, nice run here from Eckler. Oh,
they were better. I think they were a better team than Denver that season, but they just didn't show up that day.
Well, that's what it was. That's what I look at. Like, that team was, Cam Newton was a man possessed that whole season and just wasn't. And
great defense too.
Yeah, and Peyton Manning was just not even people say a shell of yourself sometimes. He wasn't even that. He was barely
Talk about falling off the cliff, bro. That guy was so good, and then he was so bad.
Darwin in Twitch. By the way, shout out to YouTube, Twitch. We see y'all. We'll be chatting with you. He says, Jets won a Super Bowl? Yeah, they won the 3rd Super Bowl.
Super Bowl 3.
That was Willie Joe.
Willie Namath.
Willie
Joe, as we call him here on Dreamstream. Shout out to another Great Dane Nation guest early on. Check it out. See,
I want to kiss you. Yeah, good stuff there. But yeah, the Jets early, not often. Kansas City, obviously, that was their big holdup until 2 seasons ago. They won the.
They've won 2 Super Bowls.
Yep. And now 3, right? Isn't that their 3rd? Or
2.
Oh, just 2.
Yep, they won 1 with Hank Stram and now 1 with Andy Reid.
Look at that, the goats.
They won a bunch of AFL titles.
Yes, true. Yeah, so that's it is interesting though when you look at some of these teams and that like never have won. Like who should have? I'm just thinking like during this Patriots reign, like how much, especially dominance in the AFC. Like Jags, I don't know if they would have won if they beat the Patriots, which they should have again in that AFC title game. Would they have beaten that Eagles team? Was that that was the Eagles, right?
Yeah, I would say no. I think the Eagles were sort of a team on a mission that year.
Yeah, I agree.
With those underdog masks.
Yes, those.
That would have been the worst quarterback matchup in the history of the Super Bowl.
Imagine Bortles, Foles. Oh my lord, amazing. Incomplete pass.
What do you think is it Gannon, Johnson? I know Gannon was MVP, but like, if you're looking at careers,
no.
I guess Collins, Dilfer's bad.
Collins, Dilfer's there. I'm sorry. Like, with all due respect, Collins was never an MVP caliber. Dilfer the same. Even though Dilfer, if you go back, like, he gets kind of trashed on. First of all, one of the best analysts in the game. I don't know why he doesn't have a permanent job still at a bigger company. He has like his own thing, and he makes.
Well, the story on Dilfer, and I think it's out there, so I'll just talk about it. When he was renegotiating his deal at ESPN, apparently he asked for like a private jet to every game.
No, you know what though? Can I?
And then ESPN just didn't blink. They're like, no, we're done. And he was like, okay, and then he walked.
I want to just say one thing about that. As someone that has had to negotiate many things, whether it be for my day-to-day job or any time of negotiation, you have one shot at
Ask for the moon, baby.
You have to do it. So if like DraftKings or wherever you work, let's just say you work, I'm just going to throw it ridiculous, like a made-up company. You work at whitewalls.com, and it's all about doing whatever. And
Let's say you work at like vehicleexpert.com.
whitewalls.com. I'm going to stick with that. And you have a shot to like, they're like, okay, let's just say you have contracts, whatever it is, and you have a chance to negotiate. You ask for as much and as ridiculous as you can. You overprice yourself to the point where they have to then, obviously they're going to laugh at you potentially, like what they did with Dilfer, and you know to settle. But you never go and go, well, maybe I'll just take that as that's going to be a touchdown. No one's settling. And Mike Williams, there he is. You talked about him, wanted him. That would have helped me in that $1 contest. But
I wanted that guy.
Yeah, real quick, catching up with the chat here after the touchdowns. Stephen Boss says the Bears won one, but should have won two. Thanks a lot, Rex Grossman. Again, you know what's funny? I've said this, and I think I've said this on Dream Street. Peyton Manning shouldn't have a Super Bowl ring. I've said it. His Super Bowl wins are absolute garbage. Like, I'm sorry, they just are. And it's just the one game. His career is deserving in a sense, but his Super Bowl wins are like, blah. Talk about two choke artists.
Yeah, so that 06 Colts team was definitely not the best Colts team he was on. I would say early, like 03, that team was really good. 04, and then really the 09 team that lost to the Saints. Like that's really the one that he was like, okay, this is the best team in the NFL. They should win the Super Bowl this year.
That was the team that basically wanted to lose in the end of the season just so they didn't replicate what the Patriots did. And they lost 2 games, and it was so dumb. So dumb. Totally. Like, I think that really – and Pat McAfee, to his credit, talks about it. Basically, it said Dungy was like, we're going to go out and play, but we're – and then, like, the second half, Curtis Painter's there. And he's like, wait a minute. Like, what are you talking – what? It was just strange. And but yeah, if you go back, Peyton Manning, you know, with the Broncos, this isn't salty. This is my opinion. With the Broncos, again, that run, like Brock Osweiler was winning them the games that got them to the position they were. Also, again, just facts, it's reality here. The Patriots decided to run the ball with Steven Jackson for no reason in Miami the last game of the season and lose the game, lose home field, and then lose to the Broncos
I still
by 2
never
points.
really been given clarity on that. No one really knows what was going through Belichick's head there.
No, so those are 2, and then the other part would be, you know, again, going back to that Bears Super Bowl, the Patriots were up freaking 21-3, and they blew it in the second half, and then
but you're right though. That Colts team wasn't very good. If you remember, that Colts team was the 3 seed in the AFC. Patriots were 4 seed.
Yeah, Steelers, right?
Yeah, so because remember the Pats, they had to win in San Diego. San Diego was the best team in the AFC that year.
So many by the way, San Diego, we're at the break here. Appreciate you guys being here with us. Smash that thumbs up. Again, shout out to TP, P Fry, Jordan, our crew here, Tommy Freeze Pops, Jason Rossi. We got 7-0. Herbert, 62 yards, connecting with Mike Williams for a touchdown. Talking a little Super Bowl revisiting, and we see you guys. I see your comments. Keep them coming. We'll get back to them. I'll see them all. But Midwest Heather says, hard to believe. I like the Colts now. Bears can, well, you know what DX used to say. Got 2 words for you. And she said loves Green Bay minus the Rodgers fiasco. But Colts team had a running game, said Edward. They did. No, you know what the Colts did in that 06 run? And I still by he should have been like, I don't know if there's such thing as a playoff MVP. It was 2 words, Bob Sanders.
And he got healthy.
He came back against Kansas City in the wild card game, who Larry Johnson was on a tear. They were going to run. They should have beaten that Colts team so bad. Bob Sanders came in and just laid a whooping. He brought such an energy and a force into that defense that really propelled them. And then there's the game against the who did they play in the next round? Who did the Colts? Because that was the wild card.
I believe it was the Ravens.
Colts Ravens.
Was it the Rex Ryan defense Ravens?
I may have been.
I believe Vinatieri kicked like 5 field goals against them.
Oh, that's right. The worst game ever. What a hard, except for, shout out to my guy Vinatieri. I love kickers. But again, look, it's just weird. And you know what? Credit to it. You can win ugly or whatever as long as you win. You got Super Bowl rings. No one's going to look back and be like, you're terrible. Midwest Heather saying Colts had a great coach.
I think Dungy's a little overrated, personally.
He's a good coach.
Yeah, I think he's overrated. Nurse Petty saying, shut your disrespectful mouth. Brock didn't win them any games. Von Miller and company did. Broncos defense was incredible. One of the all-time best defenses that year. DeMarcus Ware on the other side. Amazing secondary. Chris Harris, Aqib Talib. I love Aqib Talib. One of my favorite players ever in the history of the league.
Remember when Aqib Talib got taken up by Wes Welker also in that run? Side note, the year before that we were talking about them going. Remember when he just knocked Welker right out?
Yeah.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. And then Welker was gone.
Yeah, Welker. What a weird career that guy had.
Hold on, here we go. Must be. You two confuse me. Well, welcome to the club. It never adds up. Didn't you say that Manning was the second best quarterback ever, not Joe Montana? Hold on, before it was on.
Neither one of us is.
It's not disputing how good of a quarterback he was. I'm just talking literally taking this, like, the idea of, like, those Super Bowls. Like, we could be sitting in a world right now where Peyton Manning has no rings. He could be Dan Marino.
One ring, I would say. Like, if you replay those postseasons, I would say that the Colts overachieved in 06. I would say the Broncos overachieved this. I mean, to get to the Super Bowl on the strength of a defense is really hard to do, hence why we rarely see it. So if you replay that postseason 10 times, I bet the Broncos win one of them, because the Panthers were a wagon that year, 15-1 guys.
Yeah, happens.
And then 09, I think they win. If you replay that postseason 10 times, I think the Colts win 8 of them.
Yeah, again,
the Saints were great too that year, but the Colts were on another level, I think.
Yeah, and by the way, Nurse Petty, I also agree with you. I'm just saying Brock was the quarterback, should I say at least. But he
started a bunch of games for them that year.
6. He beat the Patriots.
Yeah.
On the snowy Sunday night.
I remember.
Give him some love, by the way.
And then he got a massive contract from Houston, I believe.
Yeah, and then got quickly traded to the Browns. Where else would he go? Someone, I forget who it was now, who asked about Backlash. Yeah, there's a WWE pay-per-view. I'm going to let you guys know tomorrow. I'm going to 2 o'clock with Babysitter Billy. I'm going to be we'll probably be talking a lot about it. There's the DraftKings free pool for WWE WrestleMania Backlash tomorrow night. I'm probably going to do what I did last time around. For those who joined me, we're going to probably bring it over to my Twitter at Jason D. Rossi. We'll do probably a little bit in between the 2 and the 4. You guys come on over. We'll hang out. We'll talk a little wrestling. But my pick is going to be Reigns in that one. But we'll get to all that.
Congo Cab saying turning a nothing franchise around in Tampa Bay and saying he's overrated. Wow, Tom. Dungy's a Hall of Famer. I think his stuff in Tampa is underrated. In fact, I was in favor of having him in the discussion of being on their Mount Rushmore for what he did in Tampa Bay and building that franchise to be an elite team for a 4-year stretch. I think that Gruden's ring is sort of tainted because he sort of won it with all of Dungy's dudes and his infrastructure. But I think what he did in Indianapolis was underwhelming. I do. To have Peyton Manning in his absolute apex prime, the guy won, I think, 4 MVPs with Dungy in Indianapolis, 3 or 4, something crazy. I think it was 4. And to not win a ring, to not win more than 1 ring there was a disappointment.
Agreed. Jordan says Dungy over Lovey. I think I agree with that.
Overall. Oh, definitely. Lovey Smith was a bad coach.
Must be. So here, we're going to come down. Well, first off, Rick says, who stole more money with their effort? Brock Osweiler or Sam Bradford? Dude, stole money? Nobody, because you earned it. But again, the negotiation like we talked about. But Brock Osweiler, clearly.
Osweiler.
like Sam Bradford was a really strong quarterback for a few years. You know my thoughts on him. You know I love him. Ernest says, easy pick on Poole for WWE, Rossi. WWE is predictable. You just said it, Ernest. Now watch. Just watch. Okay. Must-Be says, so today, rate the top 3 QBs in order. You want to go first?
Today's game? Because later on he says top 3 all time.
Well, let's go first. We'll go today. And again, these can be changed. I think we're both going to put number 1's going to be Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, he's number 1. It's the rest of the way that begins to get more difficult. I'll put Rodgers 2.
Rodgers 2, same. And then this is where you can put Brady just because of what he was able to do, especially in the second half last year.
I don't want to be biased, but I feel like Brady has to be 3.
He's a living legend, and he won the Super Bowl, and he played really well.
I mean, it's Brady or Josh Allen for me.
I'd say it's Brady or Russell Wilson. And
you know what? You're totally right. Russell Wilson is 3rd. Russell Wilson's the guy.
And obviously,
I know you hate Russell Wilson.
No, I don't. Would you stop putting that H word in front of my name? I will just say that
it's Russell.
Russell Wilson. He said today, so I'm going to actually still give Brady the nod because of what he's been able to do. It's Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson right behind him, those two, in my opinion. You didn't ask for 5.
Deshaun was great last year, too. There's so many good quarterbacks right now.
And then all time, I believe we both agreed on this. Brady, Manning, Montana.
That's it right there for us.
We've talked a lot about this stuff, guys, but Must-Be, I appreciate the question. Let us know yours. Do you guys have a different top 3 right now? Throw them out there. Is Kirk Cousins in your top 3? There's a touchdown right there from Singletary. He threw the ball further than he ran. My God, what a toss.
I think that most people are going to have Mahomes and Rodgers, and that 3rd spot's up for debate. You can have Brady, you can have Allen, you can have Wilson, you can have Watson. There's so many dudes you can throw in that mix.
I'm trying to think of guys like that. I'm trying to think who somebody you're not throwing out a Big Ben, you're not throwing out a Baker. We're not Lamar. I could see the argument.
Lamar, you could make an argument.
Yep. I'm not ready for that.
He sort of had a down year last year for what we expected coming off that amazing first year as a starter.
Kicking Club says, Jamarcus Russell, did he put forth any effort at all? And if you read about it, the answer is no. He was a very gifted guy. He is a very sad story, too, if you really get into it, but a lot of,
Totally.
But, came from nothing kind of guy, got the opportunity, transfers to LSU. I think he was a JUCO guy. I think he was a junior. Think so. But he just played his butt off, became a star. As soon as he got the contract, it was like, oh, I'm great. Didn't want to – I believe they had to order fast food for him to even show up to film sessions. That could just be a rumor, but it's hilarious.
No, I believe it because that organization was a disaster at the time. I mean, here's the thing, the Raiders, he was awful, but I don't think that they put an infrastructure in place to put him in a position to be great. They were trying to get him in, they were trying to catch him at, gotcha moments. They'd give him blank game tapes and say, at the next meeting, be like, oh, what did you think of that tape? And he would just make stuff up. And they all knew that they gave him a blank tape. Yeah, that's funny and all, and you're proving a point. But at the same time, it's why don't you make sure that you sit down with your starting quarterback, who's supposed to be the face of your franchise, and watch tape with the guy? Right? Yeah. Instead of just being haha, you said you watched it, and it was a blank tape. It's sort of a bummer. I feel bad for that dude. Granted, he made a lot of money, lost it all, but was not put in a position to succeed. Wasn't ready. He wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, I don't feel bad for him, but I think you had to do that for him to notice the immaturity that he had. I love, and by the way, a lot of teams do that stuff. They'll give them a playbook with random stuff in it just to say oh, what did you think of that play? They'll be like, oh, that's where the receiver goes to the left, and nah, I gave you a textbook. That was social studies 2nd grade. And it's oh. So it's you're an idiot, and now we know it, and now we don't respect you. So now you have to earn the what they try to do to Jamarcus Russell is what every movie that thinks guys should tell a woman they don't look good kind of way of thinking. It's beat them down to grow them up. It's that's not really a good way to Free Spot's point. It's not actually the way you should do it. You shouldn't say
no.
Oh, you look gross in that shirt, and then be but your hair looks good. You don't do that crap.
Yeah, no, it's awful.
But if I'm a franchise that just handed over the reins, to your point, you could do that one day, but then it's all right, Jamarcus, you're our guy, so here's the game plan. I'm going to take you under my wing as the QB coach, and we are going to every day be meeting here at 8 a.m. And then we're going to run through this 2 hours before practice. After practice, we're going to come. Like, you make it so structured for the guy. And another thing, people said the same thing about Dwayne Haskins with Washington 2 seasons ago. It was a Wild West in there too. And then you saw, that's why Ron Rivera wanted no part in the guy. He's like, this guy's broken.
Right. Bad habits.
Seriously. Jordan says, Rossi, I think you should coach the team. No, I can't coach. I never would want to be a head coach. I'd like to be like a position, not even position, go, wow, Allen's going to break it.
You want to be a special teams coach. Are you kidding me? You love kickers.
I do love kickers, but I think that's like blind love. Like, I bet you I would be. What I really want to be is like, not a ball boy, because that's so downline. Somewhere
you want to be the get back coach?
Somewhere between, yeah, kind of like, no, I want somebody that has a secondary's assistant. Like somebody, I don't want to have the pressure of like a lot of power. Like, I don't want that in the NFL because it's so knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah.
Like, the secondary burnt, fire them.
The thing that's kind of crappy about that, though, is...
Oh, touchdown.
Touchdown here, Mike.
Twice. Mike Williams,
baby. If you're like an assistant to an assistant in the NFL, you're still putting in like 100-hour weeks.
Beyond.
And you're getting paid the least of anyone on the... It's like, ooh,
that's a good point.
It's tough.
I think just like if you were to tell me right now today, like I could go be on the Patriots staff, like I'd want to be somewhere in that, like it's just somewhere. And I know you're maybe not making a ton, we'll just say, but like it would be great just for like, because I realistically couldn't step in and be like an offensive coach. Like it's just not realistic. But I would love to be like learning, and I'd love to just know how organizations truly work. I still think that's so valuable.
Quality control guy. You're a quality control coach.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, get me in there. Let me see things.
You're just making sure things operate the right way. You're sort of dipping your toe in every department. Quality control, Rossi.
I also would love. I've always been infatuated. Like when I was in high school, I loved working with the offensive line. That was always because I still think there's so much nuance to the offensive line that in the world we live in, nobody talks about. Because
my O-line coach in high school was one of the guys that I look at as like, one of the important people in my life. That guy taught me a lot. Rest in peace.
R.I.P. Shout out to all the coaches. Let's see this. So how's Manning better than Joe if none of the Manning Super Bowls were about him? Okay, it must be. Let me explain this one last time. I didn't say it wasn't about him. I was just saying if you look back, there is a case that could be made he could have no rings. I could say that about Tom Brady too, technically, if we want to really go down this rabbit hole. I was just using Manning because that Bears team was really bad. In the rain, even worse. Their offense, Rex Grossman, was historically bad. Also, Kyle Orton won a ton of games for them to get there. Grossman took back over at the end. And again, the Broncos team was like Peyton Manning didn't come back. I think he missed 6 weeks and came back the second half of week 17 when the team was firing on all cylinders. Credit where credit's due. The guy's there. Not saying
Osweiler's probably salty that they gave up that spot to Manning. He probably feels like that should be his ring.
Listen, at the end of the day, he has a ring and he got paid a ton of money, so he'll be fine. But like, he got taken out at halftime of week 17. It's like, brutal. I just drove the car here, and instead of me driving it into the driveway, you're gonna let Peyton take.
You know what? This reminds me of the 06 Heat team, where mid-season Pat Riley just decided he was going to be the head coach.
I love it. But you know what? That was such a
power move.
Oh, it was. Like, you're out, I'm in later.
Hey, this team might win a title. I'm going to take over from here. Thanks.
And real quick, totally side note, shout out to Eric Spoelstra. Completely talked about as being like a joke of a head coach when the Big Three. This guy is vastly underrated in the NBA.
Totally. No, I'm guilty of it. I used to crap all over Eric Spoelstra, but he's proven me wrong. That guy is a really good coach.
He is maybe one of the best coach him up. Like Rick Carlisle was.
He might be the best in the league right now. I think Rick Carlisle's become a little overrated.
No, he's doing it again. If he has a second act to bring a team back from I understand he's got stars now that he hasn't.
Yeah, he's got Luka. I mean,
but he had Dirk too. But I'm just saying, guys like that you watch and you see the coach actually perform. You can see where the coach's impact comes in. Love it. But back to the NFL.
That 2011 Mavs team is an all-time coaching job. AJ Barea still has real estate in LeBron James's head,
as he should.
The pride of Northeastern.
Let's see. Bishop says, after being guilty of cheating, here we go, on at least one occasion, why isn't Brady's accomplishments questioned? All considering if it was someone else would be absolutely part of the conversation. First of all, Bishop, just going to say this. You can call me a homer, call me whatever you like. I don't care. The fact that you just said after Brady is guilty of cheating at least one occasion, when are we talking about air and ball right now? Like, are we?
Which every single quarterback does still to this day. By the way,
and then you go, why
talks about all the time.
Why is Brady's accomplishment not coming into question? If it was anyone else, it would have absolutely been part of their conversation. Have you not listened to the conversation about Tom Brady? Like, what? He's just
talked about constantly.
He's just getting over it now. If he didn't win in Tampa, let's say they won 8-8 and he retires in 2 years, that's going to hang over forever. But just like, let's just be honest. Like, let's sit here and be real. Regardless, you can hate him. I didn't like Michael Jordan in the 90s. There's a lot of crazy stories about him. We all know. But like, greatness is greatness. Like, appreciate it sometimes. Don't always be like, oh, like Tom Brady could have the ball with 10 pounds in it for all you know. And I still love, who's the linebacker for the Colts? By the way, we're hitting halftime here. Who's the guy who intercepted the ball? Who everyone thought was the reason.
Oh, I don't remember.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We don't have to look it up. You guys all know what I'm talking about. He has famously come out every time he's ever talked about it. He laughs. He's like, are you kidding me? Like, you think I caught the ball and ran to the side and goes, guys, I think there's a little less air in this one. Like, that is going to go down realistically like 50 years from now. If we're all blessed to be here and health and everything, and hope you're all doing well, healthy, and feeling good in life right now. But that is going to go down as one of the most overblown, ridiculous stories of all time.
I think it already has.
No, but like literally, when you really think about like the Cardinals, I'm sorry, I know they should be thrown out of MLB. What they did is one of the worst cheating scandals since the black.
They paid for it though, big time.
But no, they didn't. No,
they gave up many draft picks, lost a lot of money, and they had to fire a bunch of dudes.
Absolutely impactless. They have been impacted. Nothing. They have gotten Goldschmidt. They've
overcome it.
They should have been they literally, I'm not kidding. They should have put a 2-year ban on the franchise where like win, lose, draw. They're not able, like they should have gotten like what USC had to do. Like they can play, but they can never be in the playoffs.
I think it was a harsher punishment than what the Astros got.
But the Astros was like still situational. The fact that you hacked another team's scouting is like beyond.
It's brutal. It's so brutal.
Worst. It's the worst cheating scandal in the history of sports, in my opinion.
It doesn't get talked about enough, no doubt.
It doesn't, because no one's like, whatever. But it's like,
it's baseball.
Yeah, and then but it's like, oh, the Astros do this. That's a fastball cheating scandal. It's like, there's
Bishop saying taping teams' practices. That has been
Brady?
debunked.
Wait, hold on.
That also has been debunked.
I also want to just let you know, Tom Brady. It is absolutely debunked. I know the guy who wrote the report, guilty to this day. Worked with him for years. Yeah. Poor guy's never going to live it down, but it was one of the biggest lies that people still don't understand.
He got a bad tip.
Yeah, they did. It's not true. And these are not homers. Literally look it up. It was falsified, not true. The only filming that ever happened with the Patriots, just like any other team, was they positioned their cameraman in the wrong position against the Jets, and Eric Mangini decided to blow the whistle and be real spiteful, and it has ruined his career and ruined his friendship with Bill Belichick, who, by the way...
realistically... Go ahead.
I just want to finish. Eric Mangini's son, his name is Bill, because of Bill Belichick. The two haven't spoken in almost, 13 years?
Yeah, I don't blame the guy.
Crazy.
What I was going to say is the Spygate thing is also overblown too. Like, can we just put that out there? Like,
yeah,
taping the coach's signals, and using that for your advantage.
Sorry,
first of all, it's like people change signals week to week. Number one, number two,
the good teams do.
They're doing taping of a guy in a stadium full of 60, 70, 80,000 people, right? On national television. You don't think this footage is out there?
Well, that's the thing. It is. And just so you guys know, the one thing I know from interviewing Belichick, listen to any interview with any coach. Every single coach changes every single nuance of thing in their offense or their defense, their calls, their packages, their audibles, every single week. That's not me making it up. They say it because literally if you watch the game, think about it this way. This is their profession. This is not us playing Madden when you're next to your buddy or we're here, in DraftKings throwing a couple shekels around. It's like they know. So like the Chargers this year, we'll take these two teams. The Chargers, when they're under center against the Bills and whatever, I'm just making this up, week 3, whoever, say they're playing the Ravens week 4, the Ravens are watching that film, watching the all 22s, have audio of the field. There's field audio, by the way, that is recorded by the league. You can watch the stuff on, they have I think there's a package you can get through NFL.com. The end of the story here is you can know everything about a team. The good teams change their calls. The good quarterbacks change their cadence every single week. Not just the good teams, even the Lions didn't win a game one year. And guess what they did? Every time they changed things because they still had to. Because if not, you're just basically giving the other team the advantage of what they're doing. And I'm in the chat. We're not going to play this game about just Google it. Just Google it. I'm absolutely a Boston homer. I will absolutely say it. Most of us are. But just like you would be if I said, I still think Mike Tomlin should have been thrown out of the league. Don't get me started. The guy tried to trip a player. But you know what?
Way worse.
Go crazy on me. You can go crazy on me too. It's all relative. Have some fun. Don't be scared of greatness, guys. When the Kansas City Chiefs win the next 10 Super Bowls, guess what? They're going to find a way to scandalize something. Andy Reid, there's gonna be something stupid that comes out. There always is.
The late '90s Broncos, people forget they cheated the salary cap to have the amount of players they had. I mean, you can look at every single dynasty over the course of time and point to one little thing and be like, well, they did. Steelers in the '70s, tons of steroid users. They've come out and said we used steroids. I mean, There's every single decade you can look at it. It is what it is. Anyways,
my guy Congo Cab, I love him. He says, "Come on, don't try to clean it up. They got caught. You sounded like super homers, some super homers. Stop it." You're right, Congo Cab. If Patriots didn't film that practice 10 years later, the Raiders would have beat them, right? No one. I'm just joking. No, let's be real. Listen, it happened. What happened happened. I don't even have to defend it. Guess what? Say they taped every practice. Say that's what happened. They didn't win every game. They ever won every if they're the worst cheaters ever. Let's say that. Yeah, if they taped the Rams and that worked somehow, nice interception here. If that's why you believe that the Patriots won that way, then hey man, that's for you guys. And for me to believe
Rams lost because they didn't take the Patriots seriously. All those dudes were going out all week in New Orleans getting hammered. It's been well reported at this point. Marshall Faulk didn't take that game seriously at all. Belichick was having them kick off the ball so the ball would land, on the one. So there was, instead of just kicking it into the end zone for touchbacks, the way Belichick has his kickers do. And Falk wasn't used to that. And he thinks they clearly cheated because they were setting us up in field position. They know that it's no, that's called game planning, dude.
Yeah, I will be honest and take the Patriots out. Just say that no one, it was the Steelers. I'm just going to throw in a team. What ended up happening is when teams are that good, just like what happened with the Patriots, by the way, just to turn this to go the other way, just because the Patriots lost that Super Bowl to the Giants, why did they lose that? Because the Giants knew to be more physical on the line of scrimmage with that offensive line and get those guys to take 2 steps back further than they used to and be closer to Brady. Brady wouldn't be able to handle it because the whole year he didn't really have that pressure on him.
He got sacked less than 10 times that year.
And that's when the whole getting the wide open. There is Stephon Diggs to the end zone.
He missed the kick.
Well, that's okay. Bishop says, hands down, Brady is a winner, but much overrated in regard to those championships. He wasn't annihilating defenses other than maybe 2 games. So what are we doing here? He was a game manager mostly. He got credit.
What about 07?
No, you know what? He's fine. If Bishop, that's fine. If that's what we want to believe, because you don't annihilate teams, you don't win then nobody's then Steve Young's the greatest quarterback of all time because he annihilated the Chargers. Kicking club, gotta love getting Patriots homers in a tizzy. LOL. Yeah, listen, we're passionate. I love it. I love these conversations.
I just don't understand why people do get themselves in these mental pretzels. I choose to just believe truth. I choose to believe what is presented to me. I look at 20 years of dominance and say, I'm good with that. So yeah, Brady's 1, Manning's 2, Montana's 3. There we go. Anyways,
Brady 1, Manning 2. This chat is 3. Love all of you. Our guy Jordan, our producer here, says top 5 fantasy football picks for this year, and it's such an interesting pivot in a question because we're talking about quarterbacks all the time and all that. It's 14-14 here. Stephon Diggs tying it up. we've talked about this. It's so funny how things move so quickly in this league. I'm not going to put an order on it here, Freeze Pops, and I want your thoughts. I think your top 5 in some order, maybe you can help. If not, I'm thinking Dalvin Cook, Derrick Henry. I still think Saquon and Christian McCaffrey are top 5ers because I don't think there's a player that's those guys. And then number 5 is where it gets a little fascinating to me. Am I missing somebody? Like who? Like I don't think that we're putting a receiver there yet. I still think you're going to look at like who's the other like running back that could be the bulk guy.
So I think Cook for me is going to be the number 1.
Yeah.
I think that I'm still throwing CMC in there. I'm still looking at Saquon coming off an injury. He's just going to be a huge part of that offense in New York. I think Alvin Kamara is going to have a big year.
Kamara's a good call.
Because, you know, he can catch the ball.
I think he's the guy. I think he's the 5th guy.
Yeah, I just, and it doesn't really matter to me who's playing quarterback.
Well,
down in New Orleans.
Taysom Hill was his kryptonite somehow.
Right, true, for a few weeks. I mean, but if Taysom Hill is going to be the real starter there, they're not going to run that like gimmicky Taysom Hill offense that they ran last year where he was just running the ball constantly. True. I don't think, at least. I have to imagine they'll be more dynamic and want to use that playmaker. So that was 4. And then did you have Aaron Jones in there?
No, I don't think he's a top 5 pick. That's my opinion. But.
So I like him. It's really dependent on if Rodgers is going to be there, you know?
Of course.
And it's such a toss-up right now.
Yeah. By the way, Mustby says, I'm picking Tebow number 1 in my Dynasty League. Go for it, dude. Okay. I just have to just say this just because I'm sorry. When they say my name, Congo says, Rossi, please. So the Giants was taping New England. I never said anything about taping Congo. Get off it. All right. I just said the Giants knew the game plan, like the Patriots knew the game plan. It was the Giants executed. Nice touchdown, deep here. Sorry, Jordan, our producer. I had to say. Just sorry. I've never said anybody cheated. I don't believe. And again, cheating is such an irrelevant or relevant term to what you mean. Like cheating and what actually transpires are 2 different things. But hey, listen, you guys believe what you want to believe.
So who did I miss, Rossi? So you're 4 that
salty.
You said.
I'm too salty. No, I said my 5. Right. By the way, what a bone there. I think that puts our guy Keenan Allen in the bonus. By the way, or it's very close. That you have. Thanks, Jordan. I have not in this order because I don't know where to put it, but I said Cook, Saquon, CMC, Derrick Henry, Kamara.
Derrick Henry, that's the name that I forgot. Yeah,
that's okay.
Derrick Henry's a beast. I'm a little leery on Derrick Henry because of the amount of carries he's had over the last 2 years. Yep. I think there's a long history of running backs that gas out after you put a certain amount of mileage on those tires. So maybe he has 1 good year left in him. I don't see Derrick Henry being the type of guy that can have this type of production for, 4 or 5 more years. I really don't. It's hard, man. It's almost unprecedented to do.
There's no way, by the way, he's going to keep it up. And I fear with
he's so big too.
The 17 weeks is where my scaries come in.
Totally. And that's going to be a team that's probably going to have to play with, have a game that matters week 17, right? Like they're not winning 13, 14 games and going to have things wrapped up. Like they're going to be in the wild card mix. They're going to need to use Derrick Henry. It's not a very well-balanced offense. With that said, he's going to get touches, and that's what you want in a top 5 pick in fantasy.
And that's why we talked about it, because I told you if I keep him this year, he'd be a first-round guy, and I think I have to. Like I think now it's just like it'd be foolish not to.
Yeah. But no, I do like Aaron Jones. I think Derrick Henry's obviously better than him, and I think all 5 of those dudes are more, top 5 worthy. Yep. I also think Zeke is a guy that you should. I think Zeke is going to have a nice bounce back year, man.
Yeah, but a nice bounce back year is not like hey, I'm definitely like you're taking him over any of these guys?
No. I'm not putting Zeke top 5, but I think that he could be a bottom of the first round guy if you're in like a 10 or 12 team fantasy league. Because I think that he's going to get the touches, right?
Yep.
They have great receivers, but they still find a way to feed Zeke.
Yeah, that offensive line.
They're going to have Dak back. They have a great offensive line.
No, dude, I don't know anymore. That 3/5 of that offensive line we'll see what happens this year with health, but gone. It was going to be very interesting. Rowdy Dorito says real quick.
I like Zeke.
Don't get me wrong. If I'm in the 8th pick, I don't think. I don't know. I might still take some of these receivers, but in the first round, he's gone. Rowdy Dorito says McCaffrey Cook interception there by the Chargers. Minute 37 left to go here in the third. It's Freeze Pops Rossi with you. We got TP, our technical director. We got P Fry and Jordan with us as well. Our extraordinaire producer and our ops guys. Love it tonight. Nice run here, Eckler. But McCaffrey, Cook, Henry, Kamara, Kelsey - Barkley says Rowdy Dorito.
Kelsey had a historic year last year. I think that he's going to be the first tight end taken. At least he should be. But it's to think that he can have an identical year to the year that he had last year. I mean, you have to play the odds, right, and say he's not going to be as good as he was last year, right? Like, he'll be great, but I can't imagine he has that type of year again.
Yeah, Bishop, good point, says, with Dalton as the starter, as at least we believe, incumbent, and an improved O-line, I think the Bears might run the pill more. That's a good point. Like, don't sleep on Montgomery there. Like, he had a nice...
Hey, I said that on a broadcast with you, and you laughed at me. I think Montgomery is going to be good next. Yes, you laughed in my face. I said he had a great end to the season. I think he's a great player. Chicago figured out that he's really good and that they should give him the ball more.
He had one nice game.
It wasn't one game. I had him and I won my league because of him. He was a late season pickup. Montgomery is a good player. If you can get him, he's going to be a steal for you guys.
Look at this. Okay, so then TP says, where do you guys think CEH, Eckler, Chubb should be drafted? I think they're all going to... I think they're all first rounders or late or early second rounders.
CEH scares me.
Yeah, well, it scares you how?
Because he had a great start to the season, and then he sort of wasn't really as big a part of their offense, and then he got hurt. Like, he screams flash in the pan to me, honestly. I'm a little afraid of CEH. If I end up with him on my fantasy team, I bet he ends up doing poorly. So I hope to everyone that has him in a keeper league that's going to keep him for all of your sakes, that I don't end up with him on my team. That feels like the guy that I get that ends up stinking.
Last question, at least for right now.
I think Chubb's going to be good too, by the way. Nick Chubb's a guy that gets overlooked. I think he's one of the best running backs in the league.
Oh, and by the way, shout out TP. Here's the guy. We said Montgomery. DeAndre Swift, I'm not there yet. But Jonathan Taylor for the Colts, that's the dude I think they share. I think that's the
he's going to get a lot of touches.
Yeah. And then he says, how many running backs, Jordan asks, how many running backs in the league do you think are still pure workhorse running backs? I'm going to be as honest as I can.
One?
I think Henry, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, really, like, going to get the ball, like, let's just say 300.
I think Zeke 2 years ago could have been in that conversation, but
so was
Barkley.
He
hasn't shown he can be in a while.
Barkley was in that category. I wouldn't call, I know Christian McCaffrey is like a workhorse back from the bigger picture, but I would say that he is just like so dynamic. And same thing with a Kamara. Like, they're going to be involved so much. And if let's call it 3 downs.
Cook too. Dalvin Cook is involved in every single aspect of that offense.
What a growth for Dalvin Cook, by the way. Like, good rookie year. Then he had the injured year. Then had a nice year. And now he's like right back to that original status.
He's a beast.
He really is. Who would be the fool that wastes his pick on Barkley? Says Edward.
If you can get Barkley like in the top 10, like end of your top 10, I think you're crazy not to take him.
I still think how hype goes. Just like what happened with Zach Wilson going second in the NFL draft. Like, he still has the fantasy drafts early are not always the most educated picks. It's the name and the aura picks. Like, I still think Julio Jones has a chance of being like a late first round pick, which he should not be. But he has that, like, big receiver. Maybe he gets traded if you're doing your draft somewhat early. Like I do my draft right before the season starts, like the Tuesday.
Yeah, we
night.
try and do it as quick, as close to that as possible for us as well.
Yeah. So I just think it's going to be interesting. By the way, we're here in the third. My Lord, Keenan Allen, 8 catches, 148 in the touchdown. Mike Williams got 3 for 32. 2 of those 3 catches are for touchdowns. Stephon Diggs, 3 for 72. He's got a touchdown. And the other one is from Singletary. So what a day for Herbert so far. Nice day from the receivers. Hope you guys are doing well in your contest. Still salty. You know why I was so bitter and I was fighting back with everybody about Patriots? Because you didn't enter the contest. No, I'm kidding.
Jordan Warren saying Montgomery is even a sleeper in these sims, not a must roster, but I've lost more because not having Montgomery than I did when I pick him.
You guys know, I think some of you were here. The contest, I think it was me and Ducey. I was in 98th going into the fourth quarter. I had Montgomery as my captain with 0.2 points. He had like a ridiculous, he had like a catch and a fumble or something. He went off for like 100 yards and 2 scores, 2 deep ones. Went from 98th to first in that fourth quarter.
Oh wow!
So yeah, he gets you in those stretches. I think Cohen for a while was the guy here in Simland, and then Montgomery took over. Gotta love it. Let's see what else. Stats have been updated. Shout out to P Fry. Appreciate you, my man. Again, Jordan, our producer, TP, our technical director. We'll see if we can get out of here with a clean win for one of these teams. 21-14 Chargers. Tommy Freeze Pops, Jason Rossi with you. Appreciate you guys. Smash that thumbs up. This game has been real good, by the way. Nice catch by John Brown. It is.
I think if Rodgers stays in Green Bay, that you got to look at Devontae Adams as a high pick. He loves the dude.
Yeah,
him and Aaron Jones. Both of those guys' fantasy value hinges on Rodgers, and that's not rocket science to say, but those are the dudes he loves to feed the ball.
Yeah, if you're looking at like the first receivers coming off the board, my guess is Adams, then Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
Third, like there's so many dudes that could go here. I still think Julio's going to be up there. I don't know if he's going to be number 3 off the board as a receiver. Who am I missing? Like who's just another one of those guys? Like
Calvin Ridley had a great year last year.
Yeah, but he's not going to go this early. I don't think people are going to. I'm thinking it could be a Keenan Allen still. Like I think there's so much.
Yep, some Herbert buzz.
Yeah, Ridley, good call by TV and you, but I don't think he's like Mike Evans. I think people just believing like how consistent he is. He's like 100 yards a game or a touchdown almost every time out. It's hard, right? Like I think it's Tyreek and Devontae. Like
Stephon Diggs will be in the mix for sure.
Yep. I'm trying to think like aren't they a class on top? Like isn't it Hill and Adams and like everybody else pending Rodgers, obviously?
Right. I think those are the dudes that are sort of in a different category as far as like
production
goes.
Turnover. I don't know if that's going to be reversed. Also, don't sleep on the comeback story. Not that it's a big comeback, but like a guy to just turn back into a man beast is DeAndre Hopkins. Another year with Kyler.
He had a good year. He had a really good year.
It ended up being, I just mean fantasy-wise, he had a couple duds out there, but he's been quarterback-proof his entire career, and not that Kyler Murray is in that description, but I think there's something there for D-Hop. Late second round, getting someone like him.
Killa Slim Bala saying Antonio Brown is a dark horse pick for your roster this year. Yeah, if you can get him late, I think if he's your third receiver and he's like in a good mindset and he gets the full offseason to work with this team, I am not counting out Antonio Brown. I'm not. And he was a guy a few years ago that was in that Hill Adams discussion when he was with the Steelers. He was getting picked top 5 in fantasy drafts all over the place because he would feed that man. Yeah. He's a beast.
Nice catch, Mike Williams. So he's got 4 catches now, 2 of them being touchdowns. But yeah, I agree with you there. Just want to I see Castro in the chat. 3 months away from the new Madden, guys. That's all we got to tell you. 3 months away from new Madden.
Did they announce who's going to be on the cover yet?
No, I haven't heard nothing about that. There's been no news. So I think hopefully that means there's.
You have to imagine it's going to be Mahomes, right?
You would think, right? You would believe because it was, Lamar in the cover of the game we're playing now. 20 was
Brady, I believe, wasn't it? The GOAT edition?
No, that was a couple years ago. I thought Gronk and Brady went like back to back, but I thought it was. Am I missing somebody? How am I forgetting this? This is should be second nature.
I am pulling up the list because this is what I do.
Antonio Brown. No, that was before that, right? P-Fry, that was a couple years ago when he was singing on the covers. That was when he was with the Steelers.
Okay, so Mahomes was on Madden 20.
Oh, that's right. Yes, that's right. Because he had that weird cover. The cover was kind of unflattering for him, I feel like. He had a weird face. Okay, so let's just play the game for a minute. Is it Derrick Henry? Is it...
Ooh, I can see that. I like that.
I'm just trying to think of guys that I think like are kind of like faces of the NFL, even though I feel like Derrick Henry almost like the visual isn't there as much. But like,
Russ Wilson, maybe?
Oh, that's a good call. That would be a good one. Who's going to be Aaron Rodgers? They're gonna find a way. Rodgers, we're putting you in a jersey. That worked really well for Kyrie, by the way, on NBA 2K. But
remember when they had Favre on the cover of Madden like the year after he retired in a Packers uniform, quote unquote retired, and then the game came out and then he got traded to the Jets? Did they re-release it with him in a Jets uniform?
They didn't actually. Any new copies may have. No, they didn't, because that was the famous story. Because when Kyrie was with the Cavs and was on the cover of 16 or whatever it was for 17 for 2K, once the game came out, there was issues with Cavs jerseys. Then they re-released ones with the Boston jersey. Now he's in that. But yeah,
we got Josh Allen being mentioned on our Slack. I just don't think that the Bills are buzzy enough to have Josh Allen win that spot yet. I think he needs to have one more really good season before. Like if he had the season he had last year and was playing in a big market, maybe.
Or if he does it again. I think one more year.
Exactly. If he does it again, I think he could be in that discussion.
Put Derek Carr in the cover. Let's give the Raiders some love. They help sell things. You see the ticket sales? Like who's like the highest like price for like second market tickets? Big sack there.
Is it the Raiders?
It's like the Patriots, Buccaneers is through the roof, like the highest.
Oh, it's crazy.
Lowest. And then it's all at Raiders games. Everybody wants to go to Vegas.
Ooh, Aaron Donald. That's a good one, TP.
Oh, yeah. That's actually a really good call. Because you know what? Good representation out of the LA market. He is the reigning defensive player of the year. He's the best defender, I think, in the league. You know, JJ Watt, I don't think ever got the love on the cover, which probably should have. At one time, he was, I think, a face of the league. See what he can do in Arizona. Chargers, big play here. 3rd and 17, up 7. 2 minutes to go after this. They take the penalty. What? I don't think I've ever seen that. I'm telling you, I don't think I've ever seen a delay a game from the offense. But maybe they were doing it just to get the ticks down. But okay, here we go. 3rd and 22 make it. 2 minutes, 7 seconds remaining here. Up by 7. A catch will get us to the 2-minute warning, or a sack will as well. Wow.
Varder Robinson saying Aaron Rodgers will be on the cover of the new Madden MVP, Aaron Rodgers. I just don't think EA would do that to themselves, knowing that there's a possibility that he could get traded.
Yeah. Rowdy Dorito saying, yeah, Derrick Henry 100. Yeah, I don't think they're going to put themselves in that position. So here comes the punt. The Bills have all 3 timeouts left here, Freeze Pops. See how
what
good
about McCaffrey?
No, injuries, and I don't even think people are thinking of him right now.
He's in so many commercials, though.
He's the Oiko guy, right?
I see that guy all over the place.
All right,
I like the Aaron Donald thing.
Me too. I think that's my favorite. I think Henry also could be, but I like Donald because I think those colors and like
switch it up.
In the LA market, dude, they're doing everything.
They're making a big push for that LA thing to work too. Yeah, it's their first year. They're going to have fans in the stadium.
Here we go. Man, what a game. Nice run there. 20 yards by Allen. Smash Lancea there. He says, I stacked TF out of this game in Classic. Good call.
GW6TY saying you guys didn't mention Michael Thomas. I assume it's because of the quarterback situation. Little bit of an oversight, no doubt.
No, I don't think so.
But, I mean, yeah, I don't trust the quarterback situation down there. Granted, maybe that...
His year last year
again? No question. He had a bad year. But even still, I think it was a little bit of an oversight for us to not mention him because he is that good when he's healthy. Like when he was healthy at the end of the year when he came back, he had an impact.
Yeah. Josh Allen scrambles out. Has him, man. What a play. By the way, Congo Cap says, Rossi, I'm trying to find out how much to get into the End Zone nightclub in our stadium. I told him, let me know. I'll meet you there, bro. Rock Forever says, the delay of game has happened before, but only about 3 or 4 times I've seen. All right, thanks for the heads up. Tebow will be on the cover.
Probably.
Just so you guys know, a little heads up coming the rest of the way. Moose, LaMarca, what a combo for your 8 and your 10. Washington at Cowboys, Eagles at Giants. A little NFC East battles there as Josh Allen down 7, 58 seconds remain, all 3 timeouts. There's Lee Smith, fumbles the ball. That could be it. What a costly interception. Fumble. That's going to be your ball game. Just about. They still have all 3 timeouts, but 50 seconds. Wow.
I'm going with Keenan Allen for the wooden nickel here. Congratulations. Free ice cream cone here in St. Louis. And I am going to go with Josh Allen as the Babysitter Billy Award winner. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go with Austin Eckler. Less than 10 points in the flex. Over 80% ownership. That feels right to me. Austin Eckler.
Austin
Not
Eckler
my
was
kid, not my problem.
He was the second highest owned in the game, so it's a good call.
Yeah, get out of here. Bad game for him. Someone asks why no Diggs for the cover. I think the same reason why we said no Josh Allen.
I don't think Diggs is like a face of the NFL type of guy, though.
Right.
Right now. Like, again, He has 2 more seasons like he just did. Not that he hasn't been great. I just don't think.
I agree with you.
I think it's more about the marketability of these players, and from a big standpoint, not just for their markets.
Clint Reap saying Tebow won a playoff game before Cam did. Yeah, but Cam took a team to the Super Bowl, so that doesn't matter.
Hell of a year by Tebow, though. Let's not disrespect.
Both shouldn't be starters in the league next year. How about that?
Ooh.
At any position.
Woo! Sizzling hot takes. 41 seconds. We're going to get some knees here. So real quick, shout out to our crew. I know, again, if you're hearing us, if you were with us today, it was a tough go. We really appreciate you guys hanging with us, always being so understanding, supportive of DraftKings, everything we do here, whether it's here on the stream, putting your cash into different contests tonight. You got hockey just about locked. You got some basketball games. There was early starts because playoffs are right about to start next week. But get in those contests. Keep everything doing what you're doing. We appreciate you. We apologize thoroughly for any mistakes or not even mistakes that I say, but just like any lags or issues that come up. So we want to just mention it one last time. We appreciate you guys. And again, shout out to Jordan. He's going to be with you the rest of the way. Great job by him. TP, our technical director, smoking them. Just great job by him as well. And P. Fry. This was an absolute blast. Nice bounce back. And no disrespect to anybody earlier. Things happen. Could happen to me. It could happen to us. But just really do want to say appreciate you guys always. Literally, you make this so much fun. So
absolutely.
That'll be it. Freeze Pops. You put your Freeze Pop awesome player of the game out there. You did everything we had to do. Any words of wisdom you want to?
No, I just put my glasses on here because I want to see who just won the Preakness, but they're not putting the name of the horse that won up on the screen.
I forgot about them running today.
Yeah, so I guess oh, here we go. My phone tells me.
Oh, I got it.
Rombauer.
Yep.
What a name.
Just like broke my phone.
Medina Spirit finished 3rd, the horse that won in the Derby.
All right. Listen.
Illegally.
It's Rossi's night out, so I'm going to bounce here. We're going to get out of here. Like we said, LaMarca and Moose got you the rest of the way. Just want to give you guys a huge shout out again. Appreciate you guys. It was awesome. But here, like we said, coming up, you got LaMarca. It's going to be Washington Cowboys, then Eagles Giant, Moose LaMarca for your Saturday night. So I'm just making sure I have the right information. So we are going to next. I don't want to say the wrong thing. Just making sure. Am I going TP with your info?
It's our friend Ross Tucker.
Well, I got something else up here, so I'm just making sure. Okay. Yeah, so Ross Tucker here with Michael North, talking all sorts of sports and football and things like that for Freeze Pops. Follow him at your boy TC Fresh, at Jason D. Rossi. Great Day Nation, Pop Culture Pile Driver. Much love to all of you. Appreciate you guys so much. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday evening. Ross Tucker, my good friend. You almost have a name like me, but absolutely not. Take it away.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a teaching tutorial Thursday presented by DraftKings. And yes, I am wearing my hot pink Paxtonia pink puppy coach's shirt. We have a game tonight. Game day. Get fired up. I wear my jersey all day long. I am excited, but you can only see it if you go over to youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL or check out any of the various social media clips at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. So fired up for today's guest. We didn't have him last year. I think we had him a couple years ago, but I know we've had episodes where it was one of the most popular episodes we've done, and that is Michael North. He's the VP of Broadcast, Planning, and Scheduling for the NFL. The schedule came out last night. Cannot wait to pick Michael's brain. We'll do that momentarily, but first, it's the last show of the week, although you can always listen to Even Money or Fantasy Feast or College Draft or Business of Sports the next 3 days, but it's the last one we're producing this week, so I got some winners to give out.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
The Spread the Word winner was awesome this week, Andrew Allen. It was a quote tweet of Monday's show with Bears head coach Matt Nagy, where Andrew Allen said, "Please hold while I listen to this one." I like that, Andrew. Hit me up with an email, ross@rosstucker.com. You know what to do. Let me know if you want a signed card or press pass or picture, whatever you want. Sponsor confirmation email winner, Bill Moyer. He got some Raycon earbuds. More on Raycon earbuds a little bit later in the show. The best earbuds. And then the YouTube shout out, David Martirano. David not only subscribed to the YouTube page and commented, he made it very clear he wanted that Jags-Eagles press pass. So I like a man, David, that knows what he wants and comes out with it and asks for it, which, by the way, is what I did with Michael North. I wanted Michael North from the NFL the day after the schedule came out. We got him. This will be the best interview today or tomorrow across the entire sports media landscape. No pressure, Michael. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
Did you hear that intro, Mike? Are you ready for this?
Yeah, no pressure, man. Holy cow. All right, I'll do my best.
I'm telling you, man, the first time you came on, gosh, it's probably 6-7 years ago now at this point, people were blown away. I think a lot of people just didn't really understand everything that went into going ahead and producing the NFL schedule. I want to start with something a little different this year, Mike, and that what would you say is your guys' mission statement? Because I know that fans think you're out to get their team and blah, blah, blah. I often try to say, look, they're just trying to get the best ratings possible in the parameters that keep the games as competitive and fair and balanced as possible. Do you guys have like a mission statement or anything?
Yeah, look, you said it. If I could distill it down into one sentence, it's probably just what you said. Deliver the best games to the biggest television windows, deliver ratings and revenues to our network partners while, placing as little team pain on our clubs as possible. You referenced, it's only relatively recently that we've even really started letting people peek behind the curtain and talk about the process. Part of that obviously is on us, just, everything's a little bit secretive, but also, the process has gotten so much better. When you were playing, it really wasn't that long ago that, most of these schedules had a lot of pain in them. There were teams that playing multiple 3-game road trips and multiple, Monday night on the road, followed by another road game, or, 8 teams in a league opening 2 away or 10 closing 2 away. There was always something, and there always is even now, something for the coach, general manager, fan base, scouting staff to point out to us and try to take it as constructive criticism instead of, an all-out assault. But I think we've gotten to a point where we feel pretty good about delivering maximum value to the television partners, making sure the fans can see the biggest games in the biggest windows every week without really asking our teams to take on too much pain. So I think we're pretty happy with how we're doing it and happy to give a little peek behind the curtain so that, all the conspiracy theorists out there at least don't honestly believe that, we get in that room day one and set out to get them, because nothing could be further from the truth.
And so, Michael, you have a computer program essentially, right? And people probably remember this, longtime listeners from about 5 or 6 years ago when you first explained it. But you put a bunch of parameters in, right? Like you don't want to have any buys. I guess this week, I think this year, the first buys are week 6. The last ones are week 14. But you put a whole set of rules in to try to keep it fair and balanced. You don't want 3 road games if you can avoid it. You have the bye weeks in the middle, and then it spits out a lot. How many did it spit out this year? First of all, do I have that correct? And secondly, how many more did it spit out this year with the 17th game?
Yeah, it's you've got the process correct. Any of us that took, any math class or optimization class in school, you're familiar with the traveling salesman algorithm. You got 44 houses to hit and you're trying to sell encyclopedias or vacuums. What's the shortest amount of time that you can hit all 44 houses? And maybe you hit these 3 right here, and then you go really far and hit those, and then you come back and hit these other 2. Maybe you just go in a circle, maybe you go in a straight line. There's no one path to get through the entire solution space of the NFL schedule. So we start, like you said, with some rules. Here's a whole bunch of guardrails, a whole bunch of constraints, a whole bunch of guidelines that we're trying to either accommodate or avoid. And you mentioned most of them, the competitive issues that clubs would face, any coach, general manager, fan base looks at, and, a 3-game road trip or a road after road Monday, or too many games where we've got to go on the road and play a team that's coming off their bye week, all the things that everybody would look at and think that's a little unfair. There's always something like that in every schedule. Hopefully we spread it around a little bit so everybody's got, a little bit of the pain. But you also touched on really arguably the most important rules, which is maximizing value for the fan. Tom Brady returns to New England this year. That is must-see television, maybe the most anticipated game in a generation. We're not doing our jobs if we put that game on a Sunday afternoon on Fox at 1 o'clock with 8 other games going on, and that game's only on television in 22% of the country. So you start with a game like that and you say that one's got to be in prime time. And then you look at game number 2 and maybe it's Green Bay, Kansas City. And then you look at game number 3 and maybe it's Cleveland, Kansas City, or Buffalo, Kansas City, or Dallas, Kansas City, or Green Bay, San Francisco, or Seattle, Green Bay. And you go through the list of the 272 now, and you can actually kind of pick out, any fan could, the 25 or 30 that, I'm not going to miss this year no matter what. Those 25 or 30 games have to land in national television windows. But in order to accommodate that, you really shouldn't have 14 teams with 3-game road trips and 11 teams with road after road Mondays and, 17 teams with week 4 buys. Whatever it is that the teams are going to hate, you got to try to minimize that while still maximizing the value to the fans and the television partners. So threading that needle, finding that balance, that's the mission statement. The computers are a godsend. We couldn't do it without them. And the 17th game made an impossible task even harder. The solution space was already essentially infinite, hundreds and hundreds of trillions of possible schedules. And now every game's got yet another possible home, yet another possible 5 network, 6 time slots, another week that it could land in. So the infinite space grew somehow, but we still have to, meet our mission statement: best games in the best television windows and minimize team pain.
So that was one of my questions, Mike, is did the 17th game make it easier or harder? In other words, there's more inventory of good games, you can spread it around more, or was it harder because there's more permutations?
Bit of both. The mathematical answer is, like we said, it made it harder. It's impossible. It was impossible to search through the space when it was 256 games over 17 weeks. I'm not sure we saw 1/10 of 1% of the possible solutions every year. And now the solution space has grown exponentially. So it made, I always liken this, I think I've said it to you before, we're searching for the best grain of sand on a beach. We're not on the beach anymore. We're in the desert. We're in the Sahara Desert. It is truly an infinite space. So finding that best grain of sand just got harder. But on the flip side, the 17th games, they deliver, they deliver a handful of extra high quality inventory. We talk about the ranking the games from 1 to 272. Some of these extra games, some of these free games, if you will, these 17th games for each teams, they find their way onto that list. Green Bay, Kansas City, obviously, Dallas, New England, Seattle, Pittsburgh, so we've got a few extra really, high quality, compelling matchups, which makes it a little easier for us to satisfy all the mouths we got to feed with all of our television partners. And, I mentioned free agent, those extra 16 games, they came in without a designation. Usually the road team determines whether the game belongs to CBS or Fox. And then if you're going to put a game in prime time, you're actually taking that game away from CBS and Fox. So you've got to manage that. These 16 games came in as free agents. It's all NFC and AFC, but they don't all belong to Fox. So we had a little bit of carte blanche with each of those games and trying to figure out, this one to NBC, this one to NFL Network, this one to a Fox doubleheader, this one to a CBS doubleheader, the rest of them spread throughout Sunday afternoon. So the space got larger, but in a twisted way, these extra games actually probably helped us a little bit.
So you mentioned earlier when you were listing some of the best games, you mentioned a couple Packers games. Obviously, that's been a big topic of conversation. Aaron Rodgers' status as the Packers quarterback is up in the air. How do you deal with that? How do you handle it? Do you try to have more late in the year so that there's a flex on it? How do you handle it when that big of a draw, that important of a player, the MVP, his status is uncertain?
Let me start by asking you, what do you think is going to happen?
I think he'll probably end up still playing for the Packers.
We asked 10 experts and we got 10 different answers. We're hoping you're right. None of us know for sure, but this is a sea change, right? If the MVP leaves one of the premier brands in the league, where does he land, and is he playing or is he hosting Jeopardy? So, when the news broke on draft day, we kind of hit pause on the process. Obviously, we're pretty far into it. We've been at it since February, 1st, and here we were on April 27th or whatever it was. So pretty deep into the race, and it would have been a monumental change if he had gotten traded on draft night, or if he had come out and told us I'm retiring or whatever. The fact that none of us know for now, and what you said is kind of what many are starting to kind of come around to now after a week or two of buzz. If he's going to play, it's probably going to be in Green Bay. And so, yeah, you look at the schedule and you still see a lot of national television for the Packers. Some of it's masked up a little early, right? You look at the first 4 weeks, they come out of the gate with a Fox doubleheader, an ESPN Monday night game, an NBC Sunday night game, and a CBS doubleheader. So assuming Rodgers is there, all the network partners get a little bite of the A-Rod apple right out the gate. If he's not there, they're never more interesting probably than they are in the first few games. So let's see if the kid can play, and let's see about, the rest of the roster and what the impact on the team is from his departure. So kind of mass up the national television early. They've got their Thursday night game kind of right in the middle. Everybody's got one. So theirs just happened to fall in the middle. And then you hinted at it a little bit, when NBC saw their schedule, they certainly weren't volunteering for less Packers games, but seeing 2 of them in December in flex against division opponents, if there's an issue, we flex out. But, Green Bay, Chicago, Green Bay, Minnesota in December, whoever the quarterback is, that sounds like games that are going to matter. I'd be surprised if we had to flex out, but if we did, we've got that safety net. We've got that wiggle room. Same thing on Sunday afternoons on Fox. You might see a Packers game listed at 4:25 Eastern in a national window, and if it's not as big as we'd hoped, you can slide it back to 1 o'clock. Grab a different 1 o'clock game, slide it to 4:25. So yeah, there's some levers we can pull and some trapdoors built into every schedule. And look, this happens every year, right? The year Aaron broke his collarbone, we were heavily reliant on the Packers. There was a huge Packers-Steelers game. I think it was Thanksgiving weekend. And we kind of built the whole schedule around that one game, and darn it, the guy wasn't there. So these things happen every year. Like you, I think we're all hoping and anticipating and rooting for him to stay in Green Bay. But did we blow it all up? We didn't. Were we cognizant of the news? We were. There's not that many guys that really move the needle that much. I remember when Peyton Manning was going on his free agent tour, we were kind of waiting to see where he was going to land before we really got too far down the road. When Tom Brady was deciding last year where he was going to play, obviously that was going to change things. This would have changed things a lot, but not knowing what we don't know now, yeah, anybody can look at the schedule and see we're betting on the Packers.
So you mentioned Brady and week 4 back in Foxborough against Belichick. I didn't realize this till a lot of people were pointing out yesterday. It looks like there's a pretty good chance, Mike, that he will break the all-time passing yards record in week 4, if his average holds or whatever. Was that a consideration? Were you guys aware of that?
We've done stuff like that before. We tried to time out whether Peyton was going to break a record or Drew Brees was going to break a record. Obviously, the later into the season you get, the harder it is to prognosticate any of these stats. It wasn't so much the record that drove our decision on that as it was, there's an obvious storyline, and the later in the season a game like that goes, maybe the less compelling the storyline becomes, and it's more about the season at hand. you play that game in September and, nobody's out of it yet. Hopefully nobody's hurt. And we're not talking about, fighting for our playoff lives yet. We're talking about, the start to the season. So Howard Katz specifically, he drives this whole process. The computers do the work, but the computers only do what we tell them to do. And what we basically tell the computers to do is read Howard's mind. And in Howard's mind, he envisioned that game kind of early in the season, week 4, 5, 6, somewhere in there. You didn't need it too early, right? You didn't need to do it in week 1. Obviously, we couldn't do it in week 1 with Tampa hosting kickoff, but you still have some great storylines early in the season. You kind of hit that middle stretch before you ramp back up again through Thanksgiving and the run to the playoffs. So, week 4, 5, 6 felt right to Howard. Not necessarily had to be on Sunday Night Football. We kicked that game around for Sunday afternoon on Fox. We looked at it on Monday Night Football, on Thursday Night Football even. It just felt right in prime time, though, kind of having the stage all to itself, and really playing at night gives you the whole day to kind of build to it. So did we lock it in to week 4 on NBC on day 1? We didn't. Were we happy with it landing in week 4 on NBC? We were. So it felt like the right spot, and it should be a really great story, and hopefully, obviously, a really great game as well, because the story's over once the game starts, right? Once a whistle blows, now it's, the game. So we could talk about it all day leading up to it, but once the ball goes up in the air, it's a game between two teams with playoff aspirations, and at that point, it should be just another football game.
Mike, I guess it sounds like more and more of these stadiums are going to be full, but I don't know if we know that they are all going to be full. I guess I'm curious. I know, having spoken with you guys in your department before, how important you feel like full stadiums are for television. Was that taken into account at all? Certain states or certain regions that might be more likely to have full stadiums than others?
Yeah, look, none of us know what we don't know about this pandemic. It's still, 4 months away before we really are going to start playing games. But, it does seem like we're trending in the right direction. It does seem like more and more teams are announcing the expectation of full capacity in our buildings, and some of the others. Some of the other events are starting to open up. There's definitely still some concert tours that are planning on going ahead. There's other events that are starting to allow fans back into the stadiums, whether it's baseball games or NASCAR events or golf tournaments. We do seem to be trending in the right direction. Are we ready to say right now that every stadium is going to be at 100% capacity? Probably not, but certainly hoping for that, and built the schedule accordingly. I'll give you a good example. You remember last year, we opened up SoFi and Allegiant Stadium in Los Angeles and Las Vegas with big celebration windows, big national television windows in the first couple of weeks. Sunday night for the Rams, Monday night for the Raiders, Sunday afternoon doubleheader game for the Chargers. And then, of course, the buildings opened and they were empty. Still phenomenal facilities, but obviously different without, 80,000 people in them. So we ran that same playbook back. We are starting the Rams on Sunday Night Football, the Raiders on Monday Night Football, and the Chargers in a doubleheader window on CBS again, with an expectation, with a hope that there's going to be fans in those buildings. So fingers crossed, rooting for the communities, rooting for our country. But it does seem like we're trending in the right direction and stopping just short of saying 100% guarantee, but hopefully trending in that direction, and really looking forward. You made a good point about the Tampa New England game. That game without fans is a totally different experience. So maybe a little bit later in the season, when we all get, a few more people vaccinated and everybody starts to get a little bit more comfortable being outdoors in a crowd again. Again, maybe a little bit later made some sense for that game. So, the answer to your question is not cocky, but confident, hopeful.
One of the biggest complaints I hear about the schedule every year, Mike, I know you do as well. I think I know the answer, but I'm sure you can explain it more eloquently than me. People don't understand when there's 9 or 10 games or 8 in the 1 o'clock window, and only 2 or 3 or whatever in the 4 o'clock window. A lot of people like to watch whatever the game mix is. Obviously, the red zone channels are hugely popular. Can you explain, Mike, why you don't balance those out more and have it so that there's more games in the late window.
Yeah. What do you think the answer is? You said you think you know. What do you think it is?
The answer is you want to have one marquee game in the late window so you get the most eyeballs on that one game so that it's better for the broadcast networks for when they're selling the advertising.
Yep, you got it. You got it. CBS and Fox, they're going to have 6, 7, 8 games in a day, but the way their business model works is local, early, national, late. And so the way it's worked for decades, and you could make an argument that viewing habits are starting to shift, and there's a lot more ways to ingest our game now. We've made it, really easy to follow the game sometimes without watching the game, which doesn't always work out well for a television partner. So even more of a reason for them to think about, let's load up the 1 o'clock window with a lot of local interest. Let's everybody watch our home team in the early window, and then let's all get back together again at 4:25 Eastern time and watch the big game of the day. And again, we talk about, our biggest games. We list the 272 and we could pick out the 20 or 30 best. You can't put them all on Sunday night and Monday night. Some of those games have to go to Sunday afternoon. And again, you put Tampa, New England on Fox at 4:25 in week 4, and then you put 3 or 4 other games around it at 4:25, you're shrinking the footprint for a must-see TV game. Maybe from a rating standpoint, Fox does okay because if you've got Seattle, San Fran, and Tennessee, Indy in the window with Tampa, New England, then you're still going to do a good rating in Nashville and Indianapolis and the Bay Area and Seattle, and you can accumulate that viewership number toward your national number for Tampa, New England. But the fans in those markets miss Tampa, New England. So the exercise is really trying to treat that 4:25 window almost like a primetime window. And the results bear out, right? When we look every year at the most viewed windows, the games that have the most people watching them, it's Sunday afternoon at 4:25. Well, it's Thanksgiving first. It's Thanksgiving, and if you get an off the charts primetime game, maybe. But our on average, our highest viewed window is the 4:25 Eastern time window, and that's where we put our biggest games, and that's where we get the most eyeballs. And then I think I saw a quote yesterday from Sean McManus from CBS. He called the 1 o'clock window the meat and potatoes of the NFL. That's really where you maintain fanhood. That's where you get the kids watching. That's where, we have the tradition of, hey, it's Sunday, it's 1 o'clock. Let's get the family together and let's watch a game. We're watching our home team at that point. At 4:25, then we're all turning our attention to the big game. So you've got it right. We kind of treat 4:25 like a primetime window. Maybe not one game standing alone, maybe one more game behind it. But generally speaking, we mass up early and we focus on the big ones late.
He is the vice president for broadcast planning, scheduling with the NFL. He's been there a long time. He's a good friend of the show, comes on pretty much every year. Last year, for obvious reasons, we took the year off. Mike, really appreciate it. Excellent stuff as always. Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure. Last year was indeed unique, and it was odd to put out a schedule and not really be able to talk about it because none of us knew. It's really great, honestly, this year. It's really great to be able to build a schedule, hopefully without having to worry about COVID. There's no trap doors built into this one. Nobody has to go hunting for the weeks without division games or the 2 weeks where everybody's got one home and one road, and is the league going to throw those in the garbage? Thankfully, we can put all that aside this year, just focus on building the best product. And I hope really, get excited about it over the next 4 months, return to football, return to normalcy, return to training camp, return to preseason. I know as a player, you didn't love preseason, but as a fan, I felt like we all missed August. I felt like we missed the ramp up period, the runway. And all of a sudden the season started. I was like, holy cow, the games are here. I'm really looking forward to everybody, kind of getting back to normal. And it starts, for me at least, today. It was nice to have all of April kind of focused on the draft. The schedule usually came out that second week in April and almost felt like it got crammed in there before the draft, and we were still meeting these kids and doing our mock drafts. And now you can have all of April focusing on the draft, meet the kids, meet the prospects, do our mocks, see where they land on draft day, take a week to do sort of a post-mortem and give everybody their draft grades. And now that we know where everybody is going to play, now we can see when are they going to play. And you get another week to kind of build anticipation for the schedule release. And I feel like it was pretty well received. I think most of the teams are pretty happy. I know most of the television networks are happy. The fans are the fans. I hope they're as excited as we are. And I hope if they feel like they got the short straw, at least they don't think we did it to them on purpose. And if we did give them the short straw, it's unlikely to happen to them again the same way next year. So excited for the off season, excited to put this baby to bed and give it to the world. And we'll see what happens when we get there.
Thank you, Michael.
Ross, always a pleasure. Good to see you.
There he is, Michael North from the NFL. I love that. How about the honest answers on Rodgers and Brady and all that stuff? I love that. I love Raycon wireless earbuds. Brian always has his. My wife has hers. My Go Big recruiting employees wear them when they're making calls. They look great. They feel even better. Come in a range of cool colors. Customizable gel tips included for a comfortable in-ear fit. I am not a huge earbud guy until I heard about Raycon earbuds. Now those are the ones I use. Listen up. Raycon's offering 15% off all their products for my listeners, all their products. Here's what you got to do to get it. Go to buyraycon.com/Tucker. There you'll get 15% off your entire Raycon order. And it's such a good deal, you'll want to grab a pair and a spare. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Tucker. Buyraycon.com/Tucker.
Tuck's Takes.
Hey, Ross, great conversation with Mike North. Any other thoughts or comments on the 2021 NFL schedule?
I think they do an outstanding job. Look, this is a for-profit business. The number one goal is to have the best ratings to make the most money. That's even a higher priority than the competitive balance, although they do a pretty darn good job with the competitive balance. I've never heard a player or a coach act like that's the reason why their team didn't make the playoffs or whatever. Play the game, win the game. Okay? I will say this, though. I've never seen a team have what Atlanta has, Bri. Do you realize they have 7 home games and 10 away from home? Because with the 17-game schedule, the NFC's away, and they got a game in London. One of their home games is in London. And their opener against the Eagles is at home, which means the last 17 weeks of the season, the Falcons have 6 home games. That's hard to do, Bri.
Tuck's Takes.
All right, moving on. Big day for former Bears tackles. Yesterday's Bobby Massey signed with the Broncos and Charles Leno signed with the Washington football team.
It'll be interesting to see what ends up happening with the Bears offensive line. I mean, those guys were their longtime tackles, and they moved on from both of them. Tevin Jenkins will obviously start at one spot, sounds like left tackle, but it's part of the reason why I asked Matt Nagy that question on Monday about trying to win now or develop, because they got rid of their 2 veteran tackles. Broncos needed a right tackle with Jawan James having that torn Achilles. Vic Fangio knows Bobby Massey, and Washington won an upgrade at left tackle. Washington's offensive line is pretty darn good now.
Tuck's Takes.
Some other notes includes Lions' Penei Sewell testing positive for COVID, quarterback Blake Bortles signing with the Packers, and the Cardinals letting Jordan Hicks seek a trade after anointing first-round pick Zaven Collins as their starting middle linebacker.
Well, that's a shame for Penei Sewell because they have rookie minicamp this weekend that he can't go to. You know, who knows what happened? Could have just been training, could have been celebration after he got drafted, could have been the travel to Detroit. I don't know if he went in or not. Bortles signing with the Packers, they need another option. I mean, they need another option just for OTAs. Just for they know that Rodgers is not going to show up this spring at all. That seems pretty obvious. So at a minimum, they want to make sure they have a veteran that really knows the offense that can run with the 2s or maybe even the 1. I think 2s, they'll probably let Jordan Love run with the 1s. But they want another guy that knows what he's doing. And Bortles knows Nathaniel Hackett's offense, so that makes sense. Jordan Hicks is still a pretty solid player. We'll see if he can find a trade somewhere Look, when you take a middle linebacker with the 16th overall pick, they're going to start. And we realize that. It's just funny because coaches all the time preach, you got to earn it. Competition, every spot. Nobody's been being given anything. Except for the Cardinals, who are just giving Zaven Collins middle linebacker spot. By the way, he might stink. I don't think he will, but he might stink. Isaiah Simmons didn't do a whole lot for them last year as the 8th pick in the draft. So we shall see, as they say. Shout outs to Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. Some great stuff from Michael North from the NFL scheduling department. Please spread the word, whether it's social media or word of mouth, to all your friends and family to check out this episode. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back in to the Dream Stream. I'm your host, Jeff Ulrich. It's just me, lonely Jeff tonight. Welcome in. It might be someone else popping in eventually on the stream, but for now, you're just stuck with me. Me calling the action. We got the Washington football team with their football-y jerseys, and we got the Dallas Cowboys with their big star on the side of their helmets. So that's going to be it for this sim. Obviously, we got 2 more to go here, Prime Time and Madden After Dark. I'll be on both of them. I'm not sure exactly who's going to be joining me for these ones, but I'll be here to call the action. That's all you need to know. That's all you should care about anyways, right? We got about, I don't know, lineups have locked. So you can drop your lineups in if you'd like to in the chat and tell me who you captained. I know who I would captain in this game. I would captain Dakota Prescott because he's awesome. 10,200 in the flex. He is a rushing quarterback, which you generally like in these sims. Only averaging 17.8 fantasy points right now per sim, but he did have a much higher upside in that first Madden 2020 game. And yes, I've been here since the very beginning, so I remember those games. 30.3 points for Dak in his last outing, though. So, anyways, game kicking right off. I like this. Let's get right to the action. Washington gonna have the ball first. One of those just typical Madden returns out to the 25. Moose flying solo. No problems. Just me alone. They just wanted. That's right. They're just making Kaufman jealous. Good call, Lindenbaum. That is true. It is cool, Barry. I appreciate you guys showing up. Smash that like for me if you could. And let's hang out. Let's get weird. Drop some stuff in the chat. I'll try and pay attention. I'm going to be trying to pay attention to this game. Because, I don't know. Normally, I just let the other person, even if I'm doing play-by-play, pay attention to the game. Then I follow the chat. Or I just do some online shopping. But today, I'm going to be very game-focused. Here's Washington under center. Dwayne Haskins, the quarterback. Future member of the Pittsburgh Steelers in Mad Simland. There's one of the Sims. I think it's Steve. Don't quote me on that. It is Steve Sims. One reception, 2 yards for Steve Sims. How exciting. What's up, guys? Tom's Microwave. Thank you. Air Moose. I appreciate that. Fantasy Hawk. What's up, guys? Hope everyone's having a good night. A good little, it's a Moose takeover. A good little fantasy night. I hope people are doing good in NBA and stuff like that. There's a little out pass to McKissick. The JD version. Danny, we all love you, Moose. I love you guys, man. I'm happy to hang out here. If someone shows up, they show up. It's okay. I can handle it. Hey, things happen. Life happens, dude. I'm not even mad. Plus, this is going to make Kaufman insanely jealous. Here goes Dwayne Haskins from the shotgun. Over the middle. 8-yard pass. Looks like it's the sprinkler. Could have been Jordan Reed. We'll find out. It was Inman. Dontrell Inman. Also, be ready for that. I'm going to get everyone's names wrong, so. Getting lots of advice in the chat or in from my producers. I'll be all good for now. We'll leave her here. If we get bored at halftime, maybe someone can jump in. There's JD McKissick there. Little throw. What's up, guys? Anyone enjoying the golf today? Fantasy Hawk going with the MMA tonight. I did not pay attention to the thing that's going on what's in MMA, so I can't comment, but hopefully the fights are going good. Which Madden is this? This is arcade mode, if that's what you're asking. This is the Madden Sims on DraftKings, though, is what we're watching here. It's just a simulation for DraftKings play, but it's on arcade mode. It's the computer playing itself. And, we do daily fantasy on it. There's Haskins back. Oh, let's just walk into a Dallas Cowboy and take a sack. Great play. 4th and 11. Let's kill that drive. Yeah, I got up to a lot of golf watching today. Got some KH Lee action going on. Hope everyone else is doing well. The new official voice of Madden Sims. I don't think so, Bonzo, but it would be cool. I wonder what the Madden Sims guys get paid. It'd be fun. Choker's got Schwartzel. That's a good play. I like that bet pre-event. He's playing very well. Got to watch out for. I'm actually not even sure if he's in the PGA Championship field. I think he is, but don't quote me on that. Miami Misfits, the only guy showing up in the Twitch chat so far, but there are a couple people, over 20 people watching there, so that's cool. Must be. I'll give you a golf play for next week. Daniel Berger and Harris English. There you go, man. Sorry, no Kevin Stadler. Tom's Microwave's on me with Cage Lee. I like that. It's good. Oh, hope everybody is having a good Friday anyways. A good Friday, man. I don't even know what day it is. Saturday. Yeah, it was Saturday. My wife was home and the kids were home, so definitely Saturday today. There's a little handoff up the middle. 3rd and 8 here for Dallas. Trying to get out of the shadow of their own end zone. What do people think are going to happen in the NFC East next year? Is Washington going to win this division? That's who I got. People think Dallas, dark horse, Giants. I don't know. Drop it in the chat. Keep me interested here. If you got a hot take on the NFC East, drop it in. I think Washington's the best value. Dak's just going to take it. You going to get there? You got to get to the yellow. Oh! Yeah. Oh, no, my God. Everything going on in that play. Fought for the first down, put his life on the line, and then he fumbled, and it's going to be Washington ball. Straight to the action here. Haskins shotgun now in the red zone. Waiting, releasing. End zone wide open. Did he overthrow him? No, he got the feet down. Touchdown. Is that the sprinkler? Number 87. Let's go. Maybe it is Friday in Alberta, Bonzo. It's true. No way, dude. I don't play like that, Fantasy Hawk. I don't play like that. I would never take my coworker's salary. If anything, I would just give away mine. It's all good, dude. That was a touchdown, though, by Washington. Quick turn of events there. Hopefully, he had the Washington D. Hopefully, he had Dwayne Haskins. And hopefully, he had the sprinkler. 7-0 Washington. Fantasy Hawks got the Giants. Danny Dimes taking a leap. I mean, you can't really just write off any team in that division. I mean, I don't even think you can write off the Eagles. I mean, Devontae Smith, maybe Jalen Hurts goes nuts. It's just such a weak division. So I can get behind it, man. I mean, they got the talent there on offense to get some more consistency going. Their defense wasn't bad last year either. So I love Jalen Hurts. So I'm kind of with you, must be. Wide open, Jordan. I agree. I like the value you're getting on Washington as like the second favorite, but I'm not suggesting they're going to run away with it or anything. We're only in the first quarter, Terrace, so don't compliment me yet. I'll probably fall apart by the time we get to the second half, but yeah, maybe I'll force one of my producers to come along if I have to. It's possible we've sent out a bat signal too. Get someone on here with Ulrich. Anyways, guys, regardless, smash that like if you could, but hang out, drop some cues, whatever. PGA Championship next week is Ezekiel Elliott. It's a nice little run, 10, 15 yards. I think Jalen Hurts is going to be a great fantasy play, but I agree. I'm not like sold he's going to be a great real-life quarterback or the Eagles are going to be good enough to surround him for wins, but I love Dallas Goedert. Great athlete. 21 hours of dark. That's, we got about three months of that. Up here is a completion. It's like Blake the Snake. Jarwin's good. Jarwin's injury was really disappointing for me for fantasy last year. I had him in best ball everywhere. I think he's a really underrated tight end, but man, that sucked. Sucked. Going out with an ACL injury in preseason. It's the worst thing about fantasy football. Losing guys in the preseason. You make a good draft pick, you get a good value. It's like Worm says in Rounders, man. You got your fork, your knife, your plate. You just need the steak. You just need the dude to play in the games. Anyways. Oh, what's up? There's some dudes over in Twitch now. What's up, guys? Smash Lana wants someone to play him in the NHL Showdown. Head out over there, guys. Yeah, some NHL playoffs starting today. I haven't had a chance to watch any hockey today. I'm not going to tonight either. So I'm doing this. I got to pay attention tonight. There's a quick out. CeeDee Lamb. Getting going. What we got for ownership here? Top owned free showdown. Dak Prescott, 60% owned. Zeke, 73% owned. No shock there. And pretty good ownership on McKissick at only 57%. He's a main RB dude. Catches a lot of passes. Got a million passes from Alex Smith last year. J.D. McKissick. I think he had like 1 touchdown. There's a little end. Oh, no. Fake me out. Oh, there goes Zeke straight up. Oh. He was 1 tackle away. That was close. 32 yards for Zeke, though. As we head up onto the 2 minutes to go in the first Q. XEL. I'm not even going to pronounce that. Thinks the Cowboys go 3-14, win the division. It'd be something. There goes Dak. I don't think that's possible either, mathematically. But good on you for adding up to 17, because I still wouldn't do that. I would have said 3-13. Dak to Amari there. Amari's first catch of the game. Oh, dude. I mean, I'm biased, Choker, because, I mean, I got KH Lee action. KH Lee's been playing really good tee to green. I'm going to say KH Lee does it, but there's so many big names behind the man. Spieth's there, Kuchar's there. I could see Kuchar just getting hot with the putter. I'm going to say KH Lee takes it down because I'm biased, like I said, but yeah, there's about 5 guys there. It's going to be a shootout. Actually, you know what? It might not be a shootout. There's big wins tomorrow. They're going to be teeing off a little bit early in the golf tomorrow. Teeing off in threesomes, I believe at 10 a.m. Eastern, because there's heavy winds in Texas tomorrow and some thunderstorms. And there's Dak just gonna. Oh wow, could have made that closer than should have been. Dove in though, 7-7. Dakota Prescott. Here we go, folks. Here we go. Couple guys liking my worm reference. He's a great character. I love Edward Norton as an actor, Jordan. I loved him in that role. So that is definitely one of my favorite performances. He was great. I always wish they made a sequel to Rounders just so I could see what Worm was like. You know what happened to Worm. I didn't really care about Mike McBee. Congo Cab, it's me by myself, bro. Times are getting tough here. I'm not even gonna throw out who forgot to show up. Somebody, you know, it's a little mishap. It's a human error. It happens. But we don't throw people under the bus here. Like I said, I'll carry one for the team. Do my best. A 7-7. Pretty good first quarter, to be honest, which is good. I'm going to be doing a lot of play-by-play here. Jordan, our producer, just throwing out questions. That's a tough one. Don't make me think too hard. The top 5 golfers of all time. I mean, Tiger and Jack are locks. I'll throw Arnold Palmer in there just because he's so popular. I don't know if he was actually the 3rd best golfer, but you know who I would throw in there that I don't think a lot of people would? When you're talking about top 5 golfers ever? Phil Mickelson. Phil's biggest flaw was that he was in the same era as Tiger. Down goes Dwayne Haskins. Abby, I am on here by myself, dude, and you know that I do not know how to use the league settings. There's no chance I'm creating free rolls. But if somebody wants to do it for me, I would very much appreciate that. So maybe Buzz Killington does. Nice to see you here, friend. A prequel to Rounders. That's a good idea, actually. Who would you cast as Worm in a prequel to Rounders? That's a legitimate question. I would like to hear some answers to that because I'm going to have to do stuff like, reading stats now. 5 for 5, Dak Prescott, 38 yards. Haskins, 36 yards. Also perfect. We still have not had a completed pass. That's how good the quarterbacks are playing right now. Haskins with a passing touchdown. If you missed it, it went to the sprinkler. And Dak Prescott ran one in. So those are touchdowns, guys. If you're just coming in, it is me alone tonight. All by myself. Ezekiel Elliott has 32 rushing yards. We did have a fumble. That was right. That was Dak fumbled at the beginning of the game. He's got 17 rush yards. Honestly, a pretty good first quarter. I'm fairly happy with that first quarter. Washington can be really hit or miss. So who would you guys cast as Worm in a sequel? I would actually really like to hear your answers. I've never drank one of those. Nurse Petty. Puppers. No, I haven't had one of those. I'll check it out, though. Not a big beer drinker. I was before, but Anyways, yeah, touchdowns. Like I said, if you missed it, Dak Prescott, Jeremy Sprinkle, the sprinkler. No one's got more than one catch, unless I missed something. Okay, not a bad first half, first quarter. Don't want to get ahead of myself. Still got 3 Qs to go. Reading anything for here? Oh God, now I've clicked something. There we go. Don't want to cut myself off. I'm the only one left, so. Blake Jarwin, 1 catch. Gallup, 1 catch. That's about it, folks. Let the ops team catch up here. Kyle Butler, top 5 golfers. Jack, Tiger, Hogan. Oh, Ben Hogan, that's a good call. Don't want to forget him. Palmer and Player. That's a very solid top 5, dude. I would probably, like I said, I'd probably put Mickelson in there, maybe over Player. I just feel like he gets underrated because he was in the same era as Tiger. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Was it a real beer before the show, Nurse Petty, or did they make it into a real beer after the show? That's my question. Joker's still going on about the pineapple pictures. I know. Dude, I got so many kids' pictures in here. Just most of them aren't on camera anymore. I figured people would rather look at the expensive comics in my background. And my day timer that was wide open. Hopefully you guys didn't see my schedule for next week. Oh, Rounders is a great movie, man. It is great. Noble work. I've probably seen Rounders is one of those movies as Haskins goes back to pass here. And let's talk about that. I know I'm kind of doing a Kaufman thing by talking about movies, but I am on here by myself. Rounders is one of those movies I could literally watch every month and I wouldn't get sick of it. Is there a movie like that for you guys where you just you have a movie? It's not that you'd have to watch it every day. I mean, you watch anything every day and you get sick of it. But if there's a movie that you could literally just pop on every month and you're like, this is awesome. I'm so glad this movie exists. Rounders definitely one of them for me. Trying to think of other ones. Oh, dude, that is a great call. Joseph Gordon-Levitt as Worm. I like that. He's getting up a little bit up there in age, but I think he's got a young face, so. No, I don't drop people under the bus like that, dude. No way. Like I said, human error. Everyone's allowed to make mistakes. We all make mistakes in life. And quite frankly, as I mentioned at the top, I know how insanely jealous Adam Kaufman is going to get for me doing a full sim by myself as Dwayne Haskins throws a little screen over the middle. I'll never tell. Never tell. He'll never get it out for me. Executive Sessions drops in Goodfella. Rowdy Dorito drops in Snatch. Snatch is a very good call. I mean, so is Goodfellas. Both of those are good. Lord of the Rings, I like. Lord of the Rings is one of those. It's so long and so epic. I kind of feel like I need a break from it after I'm done. It's very good, though. Dude, The Long Kiss Goodnight is good. That's a solid movie. Oh, God, what's the girl's name in that? Gina Davis, right? You guys haven't seen The Long Kiss Goodnight? I actually recommend that. It is Gina Davis. Yeah, it is Gina Davis. Oh, there goes McKissick down there. That is one I almost recommend checking out, for sure. Obi-Wan! Yes, I am on Solo. Miami Misfits, yeah. Phil, I think definitely, especially in his later ages, coming around as like a fan favorite. I like him. I didn't like Phil as much when he was younger. I like him now, though. 100%. Here goes JD. That's true. Patrick and Game Ops. I feel like you could barely get through Lord of the Rings before you'd have to start it over next month. That is true. If you're talking about all 3 of them. Solid movies, though. Beverly Hill Chihuahua. Is that a movie? Haskins deep. Firing inside the 10. There's Scary Terry on the reception. Bronx Tales definitely solid. Oh, The Matrix. Matrix definitely, dude. I love that movie so much. Not so much the Not so much the sequels, but New Jack City. Wesley Snipes, if I do recall. Haskins sitting in the pocket, over the middle. That's a touchdown. That's a touchdown. Who dat? Dontrell Inman. Numero 80, folks. Cha-ching. Man, if you rostered Dwayne Haskins today, you were looking good here. Was not very highly owned here. Maybe I'll get my producers to drop that ownership in the chat on Haskins to update you guys, but I don't think it's very high. I'm trying to keep the gain up as much as possible, guys, so I'm not going to dip into the contest as much as we normally would, but definitely can keep a track on movies. Major League is so good, dude. I love Major League. That is so rewatchable, it's not even funny. Oh, man. It's classic. Classic. Scarface. They're remaking Scarface, correct? Somebody confirm that. They are doing a remake of Scarface, right? Yeah, I didn't really love the sequels either, Boston Joe. There is a new Matrix movie coming out too. I'm very... God, I want to get excited for the new Matrix, but like, I know what the sequels are like. I don't think that, and I can't remember the names. The Wachowskis, I'm just going to say that. I can't remember, like the Wachowskis really have not made a good movie in a while, I guess is my point. So little bit, I'm trepid. I don't want to get my hopes too up, but I'm very excited for the new Matrix movie. I feel like Keanu Reeves won't let that movie be terrible. There goes Zeke, little run, first down. Sandlot. Yeah, if you guys are just joining in, we're talking about movies that are like ones that you can like really rewatch. That you can put on every month and you just be like, I'm happy to rewatch this movie again. Doesn't matter. And again, I'm not talking daily because daily you get sick of anything, but every month. Whiplash is a good one with Miles Teller, J.K. Simmons. I love that movie, dude. I love that movie. Here we go. X Factor lit in the backfield for Zeke. Go to Prescott from the shotgun. Back, and misses. That might have been our first QB incompletion of the game. And it was. Halloween 2018. Half-Baked. I don't know if I'd want to watch those every month. Maybe once in a while. Strange brew parties. What's wrong with that? Sounds fun. Yeah, Forrest Gump is solid. It's not my favorite movie for reasons I'm not going to get into, but it's still very watchable. It's very entertaining. Star Wars, Obi-Wan says. See, the old Star Wars, yes. The new Star Wars, no. I just don't find the new Star Wars very rewatchable. The new trilogy was, if we're being dead honest, the new trilogy was bad. Bad. Just leave it at that. The Exorcist. Sean Callahan dropping in. I mean, The Exorcist is a good movie. It's not something I'd want to watch though a lot. It's like Midsummer. If you guys have seen Midsummer, it's a very well done movie. It's not a movie I want to rewatch very often though, if ever. Tom from Ops saying The Green Mile. Green Mile is underrated too. I feel like Tom Hanks made so many good movies in that span that people sometimes just forget that The Green Mile exists, because he had like Castaway in that run, Philadelphia around then, a couple others. So Apollo 13. It's a solid movie. Goonies is great, dude. The Departed. The recently departed. Here we go. Here's a little run. That's going nowhere. J.D. McKissick, 2 yards. Terminator 2 over Terminator. If I had to pick between the two. Sean, I'm not Glash. I'm not going to read everything that you post, so Nice try, pal. Haskins back to pass 3rd and 10. Needs some. And that's not going to be enough. A little out to... Oh, it's going to bring us to a 2-minute warning. Not sure who caught that one. Might have been Terry McLaren. No, it was McKissick again. McKissick's got 4 catches, in case you guys are keeping track. Yeah, I've heard a lot of that, Jordan. And look, I kind of get that take. I liked Midsummer. I thought it was really well done, but I get that people liked Hereditary more. Like Midsummer definitely more polarizing movie, and I can definitely get behind the idea that like Hereditary was better. Both those movies just creeped me the H out, like to the point I don't want to watch them again. But I was so scared that I was like, wow, it's a really good movie. So. Oh, Gregory. Leo doesn't suck. I'm with 80 Poker. I love Leo movies, man. Wolf of Wall Street is very rewatchable. Like, yeah, that's something I could rewatch every month. Never get sick of. Cowboys going to get a shot here. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Jarwin over the middle. Going to get a... Oh, they should get him a first there. Come on. Yep, they did. Cash and tangling cash. Django Unchained. You know what? Pretty much every Tarantino movie is like extremely rewatchable. The Hateful Eight isn't really that good, but the other ones, terrific. Inglourious Bastards, Pulp Fiction, obviously. There's another question for you. What's your favorite Tarantino movie? I'd actually have to think about that for a bit. Yeah, Wolf of Wall Street is so it's just such a rewatchable, entertaining movie. Oh, Andy. As I just said, this isn't Brendan Glasheen hour. Yeah, I'd pretty much have to go with Pulp Fiction as well. Tom Pike dropping Pulp Fiction in. I liked Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I know that one's a little bit polarizing as well, but I actually really liked it. Yeah, Jordan in our ops team, producing team, dropping Us. It is insanely creepy. Insanely creepy movie. Dusk Till Dawn. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this, man. I'm enjoying hanging out. I mean, I obviously wish that, like, you know, I had a partner here to hang out with, but it's cool. We'll get through it. Still got 2 Qs to go. Hopefully I don't wear myself out. There's Jarwin with the first down. I will say this. If I have to do 2 of these, I might have to go get a snack in between or something. 2 of these on my own, I should say. Yeah, Reservoir Dogs. Yeah, good call, Choker. True Romance was a Tarantino screenplay. You're correct. You can tell by the dialogue in that movie too that Quentin Tarantino wrote that movie. No, I don't get double. Taking my coworkers' salaries. I don't play like that. Jordan, I like that one too, man. You guys are doing well. Smash that like. Maybe we'll get over 300. Give me double likes today, guys. That's all I ask. Support the stream. 10 seconds left here for Dallas. Where are they at? They're at the 25. We're going to get a... Oh, I was about to say Dan Bailey. We're going to get a Greg Zuerlein. Right to the leg. Time to go mobile. For 3. Zuerlein from 3, about 35 yards. Actually, correct me on that. I think that was about 40 yards. Really doesn't matter. 14-10. Cowboys stalled out a bit. Get a playoff or so here before we get to halftime. As we're waiting for that, though, guys, yeah, drop in your takes, your hot takes. Jackie Brown is underrated as well. I rewatched that a little bit. That's the thing. There's really no bad Tarantino movies. I would probably put Hateful Eight as like at the bottom for me, but there really is no bad Tarantino movies. Days of Thunder. Cold trickle. It's all good. We're having a good time here, guys. Don't worry about me. I need help. I'll ask for it. Smash Atlanta up 7th in the 1K SD for NHL Showdown. Good on you, kid. Let's bring up a little NHL action. I haven't had time. I mean, if there's two of us, I probably would have already checked the NHL scores, but we got 1-1 tie between Boston and Washington. First playoff game of the year going on tonight. I expect that series to be close. I picked the Bruins as my pick, but that's going to be a close one. Because we're back. I'm back on camera. Hi, guys. Haskins still 11 for 11. Wow. Has Dwayne Haskins ever gone 11 for 11 in his career? I'm just going to say no right off the bat. Prescott 11 for 14. No, not big yards, though. We don't have big yards. Haskins only got 103 yards. So a lot of checkdowns, a lot of J.D. McKissick action going on. Does have 2 touchdowns, though. If you just joined us, I'll recap those. Prescott's got a rushing touchdown, 17 rush yards. Zeke with 45 rush yards. McKissick's 8 rush yards. Oh, we had a Peyton Barber appearance. How lovely. 1 rush for 6 yards. I got to type something here quick. There we go. Done. McKissick, 23 yards rushing. Oh, no. 4 catches, 23 yards receiving for J.D. McKissick. 3 catches, 24 yards receiving for CeeDee Lamb. Jarwin, 3 for 30. There's no one close to the bonus here, folks. So not much to worry about. McLaren, 2 for 27. Type one more. Sounds good, producers. Appreciate your help out through all this. But yeah, not too much going on here, guys. We don't have big passing yards. Really no bonus watches. That's one thing we don't. So yeah, keep dropping your stuff in the chat. Any questions? I'm trying to think now. You know what I watched for movies since we were on Movie Talk? I watched Tenet finally yesterday. And now I got to go back and read what it was about. Because I kind of you get the gist of it when you watch it at first. But I like Chris Nolan movies that make you think. Definitely a little bit weird, that one. Not sure if he pulled it off quite to how he was thinking, but I'm going to have to go back and read about it. So, and figure out what I missed. So I'll probably have to watch it again. But, if you watch Tenet, or if you're a big Tenet guy or a big Chris Nolan guy, let me know. I also watched Jupiter's Legacy last week. It was pretty meh. I like most superhero movies, but it was kind of meh. Anyways. Brian, no one dropped out. Like I said, we just had a mix-up at the old... I don't know. We had a mix-up. It's just me here for this sim. Don't worry about it. We're all good. Appreciate you joining in, though, Brian. Appreciate everybody else. Smash that like for me if you could, guys. Over 200 people watching on a Saturday night. I appreciate you guys coming to hang out, watch a little DK Sim action. Hopefully you guys got in on a little paid contest, which there are. Like I said, Stanley Cup playoffs going on. We got multiple games going on tomorrow, so check those out. Dudes, the PGA Championship is on next week. There's Millie Makers going on. You can always drop me PGA questions as well. I've already started betting the PGA as well. I got some Daniel Berger action today. I got some Harris English action today. I really like those 2 guys. We got Pete Dye Design going on next week. Both those guys trending well. Playing well this week, too. So if you got PGA questions for next week, drop them. I am going to have to get caught up in that show, Jordan. I like the first 3 seasons. It was good, man. Coming in July. Okay, that gives me a little date. I like that. Thank you for that info. I'll get caught up with that too, man. But yeah, you guys drop. You guys just keep asking questions if you want. I'll keep trying to answer them as we go here, man. But I'm trying to think what else I may have watched recently. Oh, I'm watching Mayor of Easttown right now with my significant other. That's a great show so far. We're only 3 episodes in. It's on HBO, Mayor of Easttown, Kate Winslet. Kate Winslet is a very underrated actress, by the way. There's really never been a poor Kate Winslet performance. So she's like the Daniel Day-Lewis of actresses. Maybe she's just like Daniel Day. I don't know. That was probably poor wording by me. She's just a great actor. Anyways, there's Michael Gallup. Broke 1 tackle. down to 45. Yeah, but Mayor of Easttown, that's a really good show. I loved it. Well, it's not over. I love the first 3 episodes. Highwaymen on Netflix. Someone dropping that. Love it, Brad. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, let's just keep chatting about stuff. It's more interesting than anything else. There's an incompletion over the middle. I'll obviously be dropping a little play-by-play as we go. Any Mariners fans? Anyone excited about Jared Kelenic? Home run, 3 hits in his second game yesterday. Whew. If you're chasing a prospect for baseball cards, I would recommend getting in on that guy. Got a bunch of his cards myself. Oh, there we go. There's Gallup. Didn't get it the first time, but galloping to the end zone. Michael Gallup, 46-yard touchdown, and the Dallas Cowboys taking the lead there. Michael Gallup, probably pretty low owned, so if you did go with him, maybe put him in the captain or something crazy like that. You are going to love that. I'll get his ownership here. Just got to scroll back up. Gallup was 34.49, so a lot of people definitely stacking. Yeah, not shocking. Cowboys going to be way more popular, though, so kind of a popular play, but not super popular. Have to check where he's at in terms of the yardage here in a sec, too, but he had a big drive, probably got about 50 yards on that drive alone. Miami, already entered golf next week. Yeah, dude, no, article out on Monday. We'll have the Sweat Monday, guys. Obviously, the Sweat on the DK Live channel. 11 p.m. Eastern every day. We'll be doing a lot of golf segments early in the week. I'll be on them. I'll be on a live golf show, too, Tuesday with Reed Fowler. After the 2 p.m. sim, I'll be on with Reed. So around 3 p.m. Eastern, we do Q&A there. And Reed and Emerson also break it down Monday around 3 p.m. as well. So lots of golf content coming your way next week. I'll have my article out Monday morning on DK Nation, so check that out. You can just give me a follow on Twitter too, Miami. And I'll be tweeting all that stuff out. So appreciate you though, dude, reading that stuff. Hearing what we have to say. It's going to be a good event, man. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but Kiawah Island Ocean Course, it's legit like top 5 course. It is a fantastic treat set on the ocean. Wind can play a factor. You got marshes. Just a beautiful place. So that's going to be fun. Haskins. Man, another completion. Ben Roethlisberger better watch out. 12 for 13, Dwayne Haskins. That's all I'm going to say. Watch out, Big Ben. Steven Sims, 3 catches, 35 yards. That's so much Steven Sims in my best ball teams last year. What a disaster. He got hurt. He also might not be as good as I thought he was. Almost time to start thinking about best ball, though, too. Soon. God, I love best ball. So fun to draft teams. Anyone got any sleepers up their sleeves already? Lots of interesting, QB stacks you can go with. Justin Fields, Darnell Mooney, one. I think we threw around in these sims, these very sims one day. Love that play. Matthew Stafford, Deshaun Jackson. Another kind of best ball stack that you could think about. Oh, we may be getting a special guest appearance here soon, folks. I don't want to blow it, but we could be getting a special guest appearance. Apparently the numbers were dropping. You guys didn't smash the like enough. They had to bring someone in. They had to bring a ringer in to get numbers up. I'm just kidding, guys. But we may be having some help here in a couple seconds. Make this a little more interesting for you. Although I'm having a great time. I'm not gonna lie. How do you play best ball? Best ball v Robinson, Carter, Barter. Best ball is basically you do the season-long draft, but instead of after the draft, the season is done. Like you don't do anything else. You draft all your players, and then each week they take the top point producers from each position that you drafted, and they put them in your points, and then that's your score for the week. So if you draft 7 wide receivers, your top 3 for the week count for your points. You drafted 3 wide quarterbacks, your top quarterback count for your points. You don't make any roster moves, and it just at the end of the year it goes. It's a super fun format because there's no other commitment. It's just the draft, but you got to kind of there's a lot of strategy involved because obviously you're drafting for the whole year. You got to think about, do I want to draft backups to guys? Do I want to go heavy on running backs? Do I want to draft extra running backs, extra wide receivers? So that's best ball. It is a super fun format. Had it on DraftKings last year. Have it again this year. I'm almost positive. Definitely check it out. But it's a super fun format for fantasy football. I love it. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that support, guys. I honestly do. I do appreciate it. It's not Rossi. Don't worry. Haskins. Oh, another incompletion. 4th and 6. 4th and 6. Smash line 5th. Right on, dude. Go, go, go. It's NHL. You're an NHL man, so that thing can flip on a goal and stuff, but hopefully hopefully hold up there. We're going to get a field goal tie this. We do. Hopkins with the tie there.
All right, what'd I miss?
Oh, who's here? Who's that? What is this?
Hey, guys.
What's up, buddy?
Oh, boy.
Oh, no. Hey, no apologies here. We don't apologize in Simland, like I was telling the chat. Human error happens to all of us. I didn't even tell them who flubbed up. So they, as far as they know, Matt, you're just coming in. You're like the savior here, buddy. So don't you sweat it one bit.
I still feel bad. I appreciate the sentiment, but I am officially here. I had like a half an hour in between my sim start and my news desk ending, and I set an alarm, but it didn't matter. I slept through it like a hurricane.
Dude, you know what? This makes me more happy that you got extra sleep.
Oh, I feel very, very refreshed.
I love it. This is great. Oh, it happens to the best of us, trust me. I once got a call from one of our producers, 1 minute before a show started. And I think I've never driven so fast in my life. Anyways, glad to have you in. It's Matty LaMarca joining me for the rest of Sim, guys. And, if we can make sure his alarm works, he'll probably be back for Madden After Dark as well.
Yeah, I tell people that I still use like a legitimate alarm.
That's right. You use like a radio alarm
and
from like 1980.
This is why you set the phone alarm, even for a little nap. Not always 100% effective.
It's all good, man. Look, it worked out perfect. I had like this massive cup of tea. I've just been drinking it, chilling out. It's great. I'm having a good time. Talking about movies we love.
Well, hopefully, I'm gonna petition DraftKings that they take my salary from this game and apply it to you.
No, the chat already tried to tempt me with that, and I said right off the bat, there's no way I'm doing that. Anything, Oh, there goes Zeke, breaking down to 30. No, don't be ridiculous.
All right.
I'm just happy to hear it was in like a good cause, dude. Napping is good. Sleeping is good. People need to sleep. I know people on these Sims, including me, we all don't sleep enough. So it's good. We're contributing to your overall, mental and physical health. It's good.
And I come in and we've got a tie ball game. I mean,
yeah, no, this has actually been an okay Sim. Dwayne Haskins has missed like 2 passes. It's not bad at all. Been not bad. Everything's great. 17-17, minute left. Dallas driving. Dallas is sort of starting to flex a little bit here. They're the better Sim team. Zeke with the X Factor lit. Ooh, they going to give that to him? I think so. I think he crossed. He did. 1st and 10. So you were on DK Live all day then, hey, Maddie?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I started at noon and went till 6.
Yeah.
Which is not, I mean, it's a 6-hour shift. It's not, there are plenty of harder jobs in the world, but
There are, but like let's not undersell it either. I mean, you're keeping up with news. Like I've done it. You're a little drained out. Like I don't blame you for taking a nap. That's a long shift. I used to do the football days on Sunday, and you're just constantly updating news and stuff. So.
yeah, especially, I mean, the late season NBA has just been killer.
Oh,
and
yeah.
today it was all afternoon games, so I had to get my writing in early. So it's been a long day for me, but I'm happy to be here now.
Like I said,
I'm
there's
gonna
no apologizing in the DK Sim room.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably gonna have to head to the old dunks in between these games, get the caffeine in me, get the energy up a little bit. But I can't think of a better way to come off of a nap than to spend some time with my good pal Jeff Ulrich and the DK Sim fam.
No, we're glad you're here. It's like a little surprise too for the DK Sim fam. So this is great, man. Let's run through a few stats here. Let Matt wake up naturally. Yeah, so it's a good thing. Zeke Elliott, 82 rush yards. So he's close to the bonus. And we should have Gallup is like really close as well. So Gallup 97 yards. So he got it all. He had like a 46-yard touchdown, Matt, on one play.
Ooh.
That was like the big play of the game. Kaizik, 23 yards, 4 catches. Steven Sims, 4 catches. Jarwin, 4 catches, 34 yards. So really just Gallup and Zeke. I honestly don't know how Washington has 17 points. Like none of their players have any yards. It's very weird. I guess they got a turnover in the red zone early in the game too. So yeah. 27 yards from McLaren. He's been stuck on that like all game. Inman with the touchdown and Sprinkler, 1 touchdown as well. So Sprinkler and Inman.
David Georgie says, take a shower. I mean, it's completely fair right now. I'm not going to lie. Normally I do a little prep work, to let you guys see how the sausage gets made. This doesn't happen all naturally most of the time. I got to put this together. I put the hair in the ponytail so I don't look like such a savage. Obviously, I had no time when I wake up 30 minutes into a stream. So you're getting raw, uncut Saxy right now.
People love it, man. They love it. Joker says Lamar got sweet MLB takes yesterday, so it's all good. Oh, touchdown, Mari. Dallas taking the lead. Wait, what? Did he drop that? What just happened? I was like right to him. Okay, I'm gonna have to rewatch that. Sorry, that was not a touchdown to Amari Cooper.
You might need a nap.
Yeah, maybe I need a nap. Okay, 2nd and goal. Sorry, just cancel that. Just pretend I wasn't talking there for a sec. Zeke X Factor lit. We'll see if we get in the end zone here. No, we don't. We get down to the 1-yard line though. Zeke almost at the bonus now too.
Jay Duncan says, please no showing up the sausage. Yeah, my bad.
Oh man, that's okay. Yeah, yesterday in the sim with Terrelin and Glash, the first 2 touchdowns were scored by, as Zeke scores there, were scored by Cox and Johnson. So Zeke with the touchdown to put Dallas up ahead, and that's going to put Zeke at a pretty good standing just for fantasy points. Thunder icing is actually a good question. Mike McCarthy, does he get fired after the season if the Cowboys have a losing record? God, they signed him to a big contract. I think he probably gets 1 more year, but...
This is only year 2 of McCarthy, right?
Yep. Do you remember off the top of your head how many years? It was like 4 or 5 at least.
I mean, coaches now, it's like you want a coach with a little bit of a track record. You're going to have to open up the pocketbook. I think his first year, too, we can kind of throw that out, right?
Right, no Dak, yeah.
I wouldn't say that he's on the hottest seat in the coaching world, but you coach for Jerry Jones, man, the pressure is always on a little bit. So
if it's
that division seems wide open,
If it's an abject disaster and they don't even compete, like if they're not even in the race with it, like if they're out of the race at like week 12, it's definitely on the table. But I think Matt's right. He'll probably get a freebie for year 1. Good chance to see him, but year 3, if they haven't won the division this year, he'll be on the hot seat right off the bat. All right, Washington has to answer here. Haskins, a lot of short throws, a lot of completions, but a lot of short throws. Sorry to hear that, Julian. I honestly thought that was a touchdown. Just dropped it. It happens. Real life and in sim life.
So Jordan says in Green Bay, McCarthy missed the playoffs 2 of his first 3 years before making the playoffs in 8 consecutive seasons.
Yeah.
All right. Jordan says give him time.
Good stat. I mean, is he going to bring in Aaron Rodgers next year?
Dak is one of those polarizing quarterbacks, right? I think that there are a lot of people who don't appreciate what Dak brings to the table.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Very consistent, good runner, better runner than people realize. Like he can do like the Cam Newton kind of fullback action, and he can kind of get outside as well. So Washington gonna punt here.
I think he's my candidate for like the new Russell Wilson. Like I think we've all come to appreciate how good Russell Wilson is at this point.
Yeah.
But early in his career, I thought he was really undervalued. Like there were generally a lot of people who thought that the only reason Seattle won was the defense.
Yeah. Yep.
So I think that Dak has kind of moved into that territory for me now. I'm hoping he comes back strong from his injury because that offense was really rolling last year before he got hurt. I mean, the amount of talent that they have assembled at wide receiver and the skill positions is pretty ridiculous. So if he stays healthy, he's going to have a monster year.
I agree, and I hope he does too. I just like him. Seems like a pretty solid dude. And I think Russell Wilson's a good comparison. And correct me if I'm wrong, Dak was like a 2nd-round draft pick, right? Like he wasn't a 1st-rounder.
Later than that. He was like a 3rd or a 4th.
Okay, so I think Wilson's a good comparison. Both those guys weren't 1st-round quarterbacks, so those guys always tend, the media builds up the 1st-rounders, so they jump on them right away when they're playing good. But the later rounders always takes a little bit longer, for people to come around on them, like you said. So, yeah, I think it's a good comparison as well. Dallas can pretty much ice it here if they get any points. Over the middle, is that Zeke? Nope, that's Gallup. Already at the, nope, that was Amari Cooper. Get it on the 3rd time. They had me in the 1st half. Cooper hung on to that one. So we got Gallup with the bonus. I'm not sure what Zeke's at. Keep an eye on that. Ooh, wow. Getting aggressive there with the lead. Probably should have run Zeke a couple times, but 4 minutes left.
Jordan says 99 rushing yards for Zeke.
Is he really on 99? That's pretty sick. Okay, so we need a Zeke rush. Oh, wow.
Yeah, Hawk in the chat says Dak was 4th round. I did look it up just to confirm 4th round. And there is Zeke getting buried in the backfield.
Yeah, that's not going to help us with the rushing bonus either. He's going to lose yards for his receiving. I had it in my mind he was a 2nd-rounder, but yeah, he definitely. I knew he wasn't a 1st-rounder. Okay, that even just makes him. That makes me like him even more.
Yeah, Mississippi State.
Yep.
Kind of that dual threat type of mold. He's like, in my eyes, he is what we want we wanted Tim Tebow to be, right? Like big, strong, physical runner. Obviously he didn't have the winning track record in college per se, although Mississippi State was very good while he was there. But
wasn't there something with him like pre-draft that kind of dropped him down a bit? Did he transfer schools or something? There was like there might have been something weird like that. I can't remember. Chad, if you remember, if there's something going on with Dak that caused him to drop a little bit in college, let us know. I don't really feel like typing it up right now, or Googling it, but
I tried to give it a quick Google and it didn't work.
Yeah, there you go. We tried. You guys know more than us anyway. So if you can remember, if there's something that caused Dak to drop a little bit, he was a beast. No, for sure. I just feel like he was slated to go a little bit higher, but there was like some kind of, maybe it was just because he was like a rushing quarterback and teams weren't bought into that kind of thing back then. I can't remember, but okay. Haskins moving the ball a little. That's good. Yeah, like still lots of times to tie.
The sprinkler?
He's got a touchdown. Tom's Microwave says, I think he had a poor end of last season in college. Kareem got in a fight. I think that's it.
Oh!
Right. Oh! As I'm looking at the chat, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. How about them Cowboys? How about them? I don't know who that was. It's Lewis.
Deion Lewis. Same number, right? Or was he 28? Anyway, big hit. Forces the fumble. Scoop and score. The sprinkler puts it on the ground. Clear fumble. Yeah, wow. No review necessary.
Somebody go check the tap. Sprinkler's been turned off.
They're saying Dak is 5'10"? I don't think that's true.
He might be under 6 feet. He's like 5'11". I don't think he's 5'10".
6'2", 226. Size is not the issue with him.
He's 6'2", you said?
6'2".
Okay, I thought he was like 6, but yeah, 6'2", that does make sense. He's not a small dude, yeah. So we're getting, Kareem says he got in a fight. Rich says it was his height, which we can cross that off now that Matt's verified that. And Fantasy Corleone says lack of success at Mississippi State. Bad final season. I swear to God, he got in a fight. I think that is something that. Yeah,
possible. I will say that the college numbers, they leave a little bit to be desired. He was a later breakout at the quarterback position. His college yards per attempt, not particularly impressive. He didn't, if we want to go ball velocity Twitter, not great ball velocity, 37th percentile. But he's big and he was strong and he can run. And he did find some success in his final couple of years at college. I remember people liking him. So I root for Dak for sure. I don't know, and it drives my father crazy because he's a huge New York Giants fan. But I don't know. There's just something about Dak that I just find myself gravitating towards him.
I like the underdog guys like that who don't get picked in the first round, who don't, have all the hype and everything, just like, crowned before he even get in the league. I like him, man. And he carved out a place in a place that's not easy to carve out a place with Dallas too, right? Had to follow up Tony Romo, had to deal with that. You never, there was never anything negative from Dak even going through all that. It's just going out there and playing and being pretty good every year. Glad he got paid. Super glad he got paid.
I knew Kyle was going to be here today. His Rays have played my Mets the past 2 days. They've beaten us in the past 2 days. So I knew I was prepared to come in here and have Kyle get his shots off. And I will say, congratulations, Kyle. Tyler Glass now is just really freaking good at baseball. Really good. And then today, the Mets pitching staff just did not have anything. So we got rocked. That said,
we'll
see you tomorrow.
action down through.
I think Jacob deGrom is expected to return tomorrow, in which case I say good luck to you.
Wow. I thought Gallup hit the bonus, but apparently Gallup not hitting the bonus yet, and Zeke has run away from the bonus. Brutal if you're on the Cowboys. Probably not going to get, we might get one more chance. Actually, Washington scores quicker. So the Mets did the Mets have their winning streak broken last night? Is that right?
They did. They had won 7 in a row. Might have been 8, but it was definitely at least 7. They took a 2-0 lead, and then the bullpen blew it. And then today they had a 4-1 lead, and they blew it as well. Lost. They gave up like 10 runs or something. So it is what it is. You can't win them all.
No, it's baseball. 162 games. Eventually your team is going to do something stupid like that. It's kind of a double blow, though, for Mets fans, right? Because then they had to watch the Seattle game. Watch Kelnick go nuts.
Yeah. The first day I was like, all right, 0-4 with a strikeout. Yeah. Maybe we'll survive this.
This is cool.
And then the next day, 2 doubles and a homer. My goodness.
I'm sorry. I've made a rule I wasn't going to bring it up with you. But
I mean,
that's the only time.
We can definitely talk about it when he does well. I don't want to pretend like the guy doesn't exist. That's going to be a rough, stretch of baseball if we do. But
that's true.
It's more I just don't need Bukes rubbing my face in it every day.
Oh yeah.
You don't need I traded him or something. I didn't do anything.
Right. 4th down, no good there for Haskins. Maybe we'll get a Zeke rush. Is he going to get the bonus? He does. Zeke Elliott coming through for owners. Second last play. I guess Washington's going to burn a timeout, so may even get some more garbage action. I'm not
Never
even
say die, Washington.
That's right.
You got this still. You can pull it out.
Look, 1 pick 6, a little onside kick, and a Hail Mary. It's doable. Oh, not going to get the pick 6. He's not going to kneel, as they should have in the first play, but good for them, getting Zeke the bonus. We'll check the stats here. I won't even make you choose a player of the game, Matt, because you can see 3/4 of it, so we just appreciate you, buddy. Matt Lamarca cutting into his nap time.
Player of the game is definitely Jeff Ulrich. Holding down the shop. And then not only that, but just being a great teammate. Trying to make me feel better about being an unreliable employee.
Dude, you were the opposite of unreliable. You're carrying the whole DK app basically today. So we do have Matt and I will be back. The 10 p.m. sim guys. It's Eagles at Giants. There's paid contests up and stuff like that. Again, just a shout out to the chat. We're not going to set up the free roll. I would appreciate if someone did set up the free roll for the Madden After Dark, though, because it'd be cool to have one, but I'm not going to do it. Did they have to kneel again? What is Washington doing? They are being really ridiculous right now. God, get over it. Anyways, okay, you lost Washington. Oh, there we go. Looks like Must Be made it. Cool. End of game. Okay, I'll check the stats quickly. I think I'm just going to give the player of the game to Zeke, but
the Zekester.
Okay. Zeke, sorry, I'm just reading something. Here we go. Okay, that makes sense. All right, guys, we'll give the player of the game to Zeke. I will give the Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award to probably Terry McLaren, because I think he had 2 catches. That's pretty terrible. Or maybe McKissick, actually. You know what? We'll give it to J.D. McKissick. Who cares? We got better stuff to do. We got things you guys want to be watching. Yeah, J.D. McKissick had 15 rush yards. Screw him. Okay, so Zeke ended up getting the bonus, 111 rush yards and a touchdown. That's nice to see. Dak, like I said, rushed for a touchdown as well. So anyways, before we go, guys, I do want to alert you, there's still the promo going on. It is the Refer a Friend DraftKings free-to-play contest in the Madden Sim contest. You refer your friends to DraftKings in the free Madden contest. All you got to do is scan the QR code. It's up on screen right now. Do it. Or you can visit dkng.co/friend. Send the link to your friends, and then when they deposit, you both play for free. It's free stuff. It's easy. You can post it on your social media channels. It's a great way to get a few extra bucks, especially if you know guys who are already going to sign up for DraftKings. So easy to play. It's on the screen. Do the QR code or go to the website. It's easy. It's good. And now, like I said, last game is going to be Eagles at Giants. Matt and I will be back. Matt will be all Dunkin' Donuted up. I may be too. Well, not Dunkin' Donuts, but you know. And then right now, coming up though, guys, there's going to be a replay of the slate after this sim. We're going to be talking NHL. There's going to be an NFL season preview coming up right now. It's the slate. People are going to be tuning in for that. And you can watch the slate after the 4 p.m. Eastern sims, Monday to Friday. That's the pre-lock show. That's the watching show. That's the sports show, basically. But the slate's coming up right now. NFL season preview. Stick around, guys.
Why don't we start with football? Did you like your New England Patriots schedule release? I'll say that. Their week 1 opponent.
Yeah, I mean, to your larger point about schedule release day, it's not a real big thing to me. Like it sort of amazes me that it becomes such a big deal because, like you said, we know the who, we know the where. It's just a matter of finding out the when and then dissecting strength of schedule. So I don't. I don't go nuts for it the way other people do, but it's nice to, I guess, play the game, and the game that Glash and everyone were playing last night during the sims. We just did it during the last sim, the whole, all right, let's run down the schedule, win, loss, win, loss, and so on and so forth. But, really being able to zero in on week 1 across the league and looking at some of the odds, that's a fun time. Is there one game more than any other that you're looking forward to?
Well, I mean, I'm biased, but I want to see the Raiders play in their new stadium. I was just visiting family in the great state of Nevada, and I use great in air quotes because it can be great or it can be not so great. But we drove past Allegiant. We drove past the Death Star a couple of times, and it looks beautiful. It looks like a spaceship has landed outside of the strip, and so that's exciting. That they're going to face off on Monday night, so we're going to get to see it. And because of that, Koff, if you look at the Raiders by, I guess, everyone's standards, the powers that be who do these power rankings, they have the Raiders as the 8th toughest schedule in the NFL. And last year, I believe we had the second hardest, and I say we. The Raiders had the second hardest. Or the second toughest schedule.
When you're invested as a fan, you can say,
yeah.
Right?
Well, yeah, I know, but still, I want to remain, unbiased at the team. But so that's gonna be fun just to see how this team fares, because every single year in the draft, you're like, why did they do that? Why do they do that? I know Congo Cab, shout out 17-0. Can we get a read to break that down?
Congo Cat feels very strongly about the undefeated season. So, would you like to? I know you don't want to be fully unbiased, but if you could, throw some level of bias in with Congo Cat 17-0 and dial back to reality. Why don't we start with this? What's the line? What's the over/under total on the DK Sportsbook for wins?
Let me see here. Let me see team futures. Let's see win totals. Let's go to Raiders here. It's got to be like, it's 7. I was going to say probably around 6.5, 7. So right now, the line is 7. If you want the over, it's -115. The under, -106. So it looks like the DK Sportsbook.
Obviously, are you going over?
I mean, when you play in this division, it's tough. I think it's tough, especially if number 12 descends on the Mile High Stadium. I mean, you're talking about this arguably the best division in terms of quarterbacks. Justin Herbert is still young, but Patrick Mahomes and Aaron Rodgers in the same division. Sorry, Derek Carr, as much as Congo Cab, as much as we love number 4, he's probably the 3rd best quarterback, maybe in that division, right? If Aaron Rodgers comes over to Denver. So the undefeated season, I'm sorry, Congo, it's not going to happen. I'd lean towards, and I think they're going 7-10, to be honest. So I just I think this number is great if you're the sports book because it's right on that number. I don't want that drift. I want to see the Raider faithful get overzealous maybe after a week 1 upset, who's against the Ravens, and then that number go to 7.5, and then I want to bet the under. And that's not an optimistic look out for the Raiders, but look, they're still a couple of weeks or a couple of years away, in my opinion. They completely blew up their offensive line. They still have a lot of issues on defense that they didn't really shore up. So I still think there's a long way to go for the Raiders.
That obviously, they start off their season, the Raiders, week 1 at home. It's a Monday night game against the Ravens. Interesting, by the way, that there's only one Monday night game for the first week of the season. We're used to that doubleheader. So that's kind of unfortunate, but for people that want to gear up on plenty of action on Sunday, obviously you've got it. The Thursday night game, the Bucs and Cowboys kicking off the season. One conversation we were having in the last sim related to all these week games, these new quarterbacks. Like, we know Trevor Lawrence is going to be the Jaguars starter out of the gate. We know Zach Wilson is the Jets starter out of the gate. There was a lot of debate, a lot of disagreement kind of the rest of the way in terms of the first round quarterbacks. Will it be Justin Fields versus Andy Dalton for the Bears? Will it be Trey Lance versus Jimmy Garoppolo for the Niners? Will it be Cam Newton versus Mac Jones for the Patriots? Who do you think is starting week 1 for those teams?
I think it's the veterans. If I had to guess one guy, if I had to guess one guy that would start over the other guys, it would be Justin Fields.
Yeah.
And that's maybe just in the in preseason he just wows them to the nth degree. And this is their last chance, right? Pace and Matt Nagy, this is really their last chance to keep their gig in Chicago. They've had one of the best defenses for how long? One of the best receivers for how long? They've had decent running backs. They've had decent skill players, but their defense especially has been, top 5 for the last 5 years, respectively, right? So this is their last shot. And if that's the case, what are you wasting your time on Andy Dalton for? Like, he's going to win you 4 or 5 games. You want to make sure Justin Fields, guys like Matt Nagy, they don't have time to have that happen, right? They moved up to get this guy, to get him in the starting position as soon as possible. So if I had to guess one of those 3, I think it's going to be Justin Fields.
Yeah, I agree with you. What I said was what you initially said, which is I think it's the vets. Kenny was very passionate that, in particular, Justin Fields, he's definitely starting week 1. He was passionate that Trey Lance is going to be the week 1 starter.
Yeah.
I just, my point was, and where we were kind of getting, button heads, if you will, a little bit, was the argument was over week 1, and he kept taking it beyond week 1. Like, he's pointing it at Tua, at Herbert, at, guys like that. And it's, they didn't start week 1. This isn't a question of whether Fields will be, the guy playing most of the games for the Bears, or whether Lance even finds a way to unseat Garoppolo or Jones for Newton, obviously, in New England. It's who's coming out of the gate. And I really do think, save for those first 2, again, Lawrence and Wilson, I think we're going to see the vets. I think those teams are going to be not conservative per se. That's not the right way to put it, but they're going to do with what they feel gives them the best chance to win out of the gate. And I think for week 1, as good as I think Fields is going to be, maybe, and I certainly think he's better than Andy Dalton long term. Week 1, I think I'm going with the vet that has been to the playoffs several times, even if last year.
Exactly, and the other 2, right, in San Francisco and New England. They don't like those staffs don't really need to worry about their job, right? I mean, Shanahan, Belichick, they don't need to worry about their jobs. They can do whatever they want. I would, like, if you're still listening, when you joined DraftKings in week 1, did we put you on the sweat? Did we put you on a live show? We didn't. And the reason being is we had to see that, you had to know the ropes, you had to get it going. Like, other talented people like myself, I'm just kidding. I wasn't on, like, so that's what you have to think about it, right? Like, so much of us want to say, like, oh, this has to happen. The draft is, it predicates what happens in the regular season. That's not the case. Unless you have an Andrew Luck, unless you have a Trevor Lawrence, unless you have everybody, like, unless you have the second coming of who, then it's not going to happen. Like, he's not going to be the week 1 starter unless something like an injury happens. Zach Wilson, obviously, because who else do the Jets have? Right, that's easy that's addition by subtraction. The Jets don't have anybody else. The Jaguars do, but they're not going to play anybody else. Damn it, they have 4 quarterbacks now with Tim Tebow. So, like, I get what he's saying. Why wouldn't they do it? Because they spent so much draft capital on these guys. But I think you're right. I think it's going to be the veterans.
See, I'm much more the Zach Wilson of DraftKings, be gifted the job right out of the gate, but then try like hell to not lose it the whole time.
I thought you were going to say like you were like the boy band version, like the blue eyes, blonde hair, a little bit different. You got a little different look. You got a different demographic.
Look, yeah, I look. Know your strengths, man. He's much better looking than I am. I know it. It's okay. I'm comfortable with that. I'll give Trevor Lawrence a run for his money, though.
Well, okay. Here's
goofy, long-haired looking guy.
Straight as an arrow hair, though, man. That guy has to straight iron his hair. We got to get Taron on the horn.
Play surfer pools.
Yeah,
participating in that.
Hey,
stuff.
man. I know Taron was on that last sim, but we need to get her back and see what does this guy do in terms of his hair product, because I know if you follow ASAC TA on the socials, you know that she's got she's got an arsenal of beauty products that are top of the line. Like if there's any person that would know about what his hair treatment is, and I know we're going off the rails here, there's only like 10 minutes left. Trevor Lawrence has got straight hair.
Get on the rails in the first
right,
place?
exactly. Zach Wilson, what is your take on him? Because now the dust is kind of settled. I've had, countless interviews talking about Zach Wilson, and I've gotten into some heated arguments with people about him, and I've gotten to some, agreements with them on my.
I don't know where you stand on Zach Wilson, so I would love to hear it. My very abbreviated view of Zach Wilson, and only a part of this for anyone thinks it's like, oh, he's just anti-Jets. Only a part of this even has to do with the Jets, because I said much of this before the draft, even before it was inevitable he was going to the Jets, and we were just ranking the 5 guys that we expected to go in round 1. Wilson is the guy that I put at or near the bottom of those 5, simply because I'm not impressed with the program that he came out of, the teams he played against, what he had around him in college, the amount of games that he played. I just think the sample size for what he did in college is so small, so insignificant, so ripe to nitpick that he's got to kind of prove it to me in the NFL. And that's not me saying, oh, he's definitely going to suck. I couldn't make a proclamation like that. We'll know when we know. Yeah. But I think if there's a guy among those 5 that maybe has the highest bust potential, especially because he's in New York and has nothing around him there and a brand new coaching staff, I don't feel real great about Zach Wilson. But I know like the Kennys of the world who have the Jets at 10 wins this year obviously will disagree. But you tell me, how do you view him?
So yeah, like I agree for the most part. But what I'll say about Zach Wilson is that the reason why he has the biggest bust potential is because he has one of the highest ceilings. Right? Because we're not saying Mac Jones is going to bust because like he doesn't really have a high ceiling to us. Sure. He doesn't really present that high ceiling. So the fall might be from like we think he's going to be a 5 out of 10. He fell to 3. That's not a big fall, right? But if we think Zach's projecting at 8 out of 10 and he falls to 4 or 5, then he's like, oh, look at this. This is a guy who busted, right? Even though he might be better than Mac Jones. And I also, I hear that, and I use that argument, that rationale with Zach Wilson as well. But then you also have to think, okay, if that's the case, then why is Trey Lance not getting the same treatment, right? The same treatment of he only threw 300 and something pass attempts, didn't play much, plays in a I would argue a weaker, conference and a weaker set of opponents than Zach Wilson, but. Right. We like to think because in our minds, that's what a quarterback is supposed to look like is Trey Lance. I think we give him a better pass. What I will say about this, though, with the Jets.
I suppose, just to respond to that, that my only counter that I really have in thinking that through is I think situation matters a lot, especially
100%.
Situation matters a lot. And I think
with quarterback too,
especially. Absolutely. So I think that, Trey Lance has, we might feel the same way about Lance if he went to the Jets versus obviously going to the Niners. He has considerably more around him in San Francisco than, Zach Wilson does around him there in the Meadowlands with the Jets. In the same way that like Mac Jones, if, who knows if he's going to be good in New England, but if he's going to be good, I think a large part of it is because he's in New England. He's got Belichick. He's got that system. He's got a around him that would help elevate his game, that, could, whatever that ceiling is, even for people that want to say his ceiling is like Kirk Cousins or something like that, his ceiling is lifted at least to some degree by his situation. So that, I suppose, is why I'm not as down on Lance's overall, is because I like his situation better than I like Wilson's.
Yeah, no, I agree. Especially on the coaching side, right? That's the biggest thing, that you want your quarterback. No, excuse me. If you're a fan of your team, right? Like, the quarterback that you're getting is so much depends on the situation of where they are, right? Look at Josh Rosen, for instance. Mm-hmm. Josh Rosen, when he came out, is what, 10th overall to the Cardinals? I thought he was the best prospect or second best prospect that year, but he just was in a bad situation time and time again. He just couldn't get out of his own way. He was in a bad situation. We've seen it time and time again where these quarterbacks get 4 or 5. Marcus Mariota had like 4 offensive coordinators in the first, or 3 or 4 in his first 5 years. So that happens. That definitely happens. And you're right. If you don't have the experience, and I think Zach Wilson, that's a big thing, right? Between the years, can this guy take it? You want someone, this is going to sound weird, you want someone like Daniel Jones as your superstar in New York, right? The guy's going to wear khakis. The guy's going to be like, the personality of tepid water. That's what you want, like Derek Jeter, right? I can't claim this take as my own, because I think I heard it on Good Morning Football from one of these guys. Maybe like Victor Cruz was talking about it. And it makes so much sense, is that's what you want, right? The Derek Jeters, who are kind of like, Derek Jeter was a little bit more high profile than Daniel Jones, but that's the kind of guy you want. Gift baskets, hashtag gift baskets. But that's the kind of guy that you want. So I'm excited for the guy. All of these players, this is going to be a whirlwind. But here, look at this, Koff. Mac Jones plus 1,000 to be rookie of the year. I don't think it's going to happen, but
personally, I wouldn't go near it. Yeah, I mean, it depends how you want to view the Patriots with regard to how you want to view Mac Jones. To me, and I assume you will disagree with, or you'll agree with this, if the Patriots were to have a good year, let's say, is their line is what, 9.5 in the win total?
I think it was 9. Yeah.
If you believe that they're a 10 or 11 win team, which I do, by the way, and people are going to say that I'm biased, whatever. Look at what they did last year with what they had around him. Any other coach, probably that team wins 4 games as opposed to 7. So I do believe they are a 10 or 11 win team this year. But if they're going to achieve those heights, probably it's because Cam Newton had a good year, or at least, an above average year, was considerably better than what he was last year. I don't think that Mac Jones steps right in and achieves that necessarily.
No.
And so if the Pats are going to go out and do what I'm saying they are going to do, what my belief is they're going to do, then Mac Jones isn't even going to see the field unless it's in garbage time. He's not, there's not going to be any, Tua situation where no matter how good Cam's playing, like Fitzpatrick, he gets pulled because we just have to get Mac Jones in there. Bill Belichick doesn't operate that way. So, as far as, we could talk about futures bets with regard to New England win total. When it comes to Mac Jones and rookie of the year, I don't care if you made him the favorite. I don't want that number.
Yeah. And the reason being too, I agree with you, is that how many games do you think he's, like you mentioned, he probably doesn't sniff the field unless something happens. And even if nothing happens, if you're Belichick, right, and this is your quarterback, you don't want to do anything to jeopardize his maturation. It's a process. And if anybody knows that, it is Belichick, right? That it's not just you plug in Mac Jones or your rookie quarterback and then he figures it out, right? It's not a flash in the pan type of thing. And Mac Jones isn't that player.
I've been saying this so much. That's where I think the Dolphins and Brian Flores screwed up last year was the back and forth, the in and out, the benching guys and messing with the maturation of Tua, which is why so many people think all of a sudden Tua stinks.
Yeah, you got to give it time though, right? I know our society in the NFL especially is prove it to me. What have you done for me lately? It's instant. You have to be successful right away or else, you're yesterday's news. But it's a process. A quarterback is arguably the toughest position in all of professional sports, right? Because of the amount of time that it takes to compute everything that you need to until someone wants to literally take your head off. That is a guy like Myles Garrett, who is by all standards an alien from another planet. So like,
well,
yeah,
imagine the Bills weren't willing to wait out Josh Allen just after year one.
Right. Exactly. So, it'll be interesting. 17 games. The Patriots, I'm looking at their first 4 right now: Dolphins, Jets, Saints, Buccaneers. Like the Saints, they're probably a shell of themselves. Their offensive side, the defense is probably still strong, but I mean, you could probably go 3-1 there.
Well, I said this earlier. I'm accused of being biased, and that's fine. You are not biased by any stretch.
Not at all.
England, in a positive way, anyway. So you tell me if I am insane about this. You look at their schedule; it is very realistic that they could start off 5-2, maybe even 6-1.
Yeah. I mean, I think Tampa's the only real team that could give them.
I think that is the guaranteed loss. Around that, they could win them all.
Yeah, Dallas if they stay healthy, but I mean, it's in New England, so Dallas traveling out of Jerry's world is always something that you don't want to project as successful if you're a Cowboys fan. And look, you're getting defensive players back too. So many people, I don't know if people forget, but like we're so quick to say, and this is what strength of schedule is too, right? It is the record, it's the aggregate record of the last year's teams that they've, what their record was till now. That's strength of schedule. Well, that was last year when it was COVID, and guys who had COVID, they either opted out. The Patriots had a ton of players on defense opt out. So they went from the number 1 defense to a shell of themselves because they were the replacements on defense. They didn't have anybody. Now you're getting those guys back for the most part. Yeah, right. Like that's the one thing that you love about that, and
not to mention a bunch of off-season additions in free agency.
Right, exactly, and that's going to be fun to watch as well. When Belichick has his 2 tight end set that he's wanted for so long, that he's tried to get in the draft and failed miserably with. Now you've had to pay some lettuce to get these guys in, and let's see what they're worth. Right, let's see what they're doing. And Bill Belichick, I think, is going to have a good shot. Yeah, so over 9. Minus 130. That's why it's minus 130, and the under is plus 107 on the DK Sportsbook right now. So I'm with you, Koff. I think they go double digits on their wins.
Why don't we, while we've got the time to do it, why don't we take a look at week 1? Just kind of run through game by game, and you tell me. And things can change naturally. It's May 13th, but tell me how you feel about these lines as they stand right now. For anyone that is thinking about putting a little action on it, this early on, obviously. So that first game, the Cowboys we were just talking about, they're on the road in Tampa. I think most people first game back for Dak, but everybody is back for Tampa. All the coaches, all the starters. I mean, everyone from the Super Bowl champion Buccaneers are back at 6-point favorites for the Bucs at home, raising that banner and everything. Is that an easy cover for you, or do you think Dallas could be sneaky there?
I don't think Dallas could be sneakier. Dallas is always inflated. Dallas is such a publicly bet team. I just don't. Like, starts in 119 days. That's crazy. Yeah, I definitely think that Tampa right here minus 6.5. I'd argue I'd take that. I'd take Tampa again. Given 6.5. The minus 112 is a little like I'd want that to come down a little bit. I'm not worried too much about the number itself, but the payout, I'd want that to come down maybe a tad. But look, this number is probably going to move because people are going to bet on Dallas and say, man, Tampa is overrated. There's no way. Dallas has this, Dallas has that. We're getting Dak back. All of this stuff, or maybe Dak's, is he going to be ready? I think he is.
Yeah, he'll be. Yeah, once we start to see, watch that line move as soon as we see Dak in the first preseason game. He's healthy, he's out there, he's slinging touchdowns. Thing's going to move 1.5 points.
Yeah, that's the case. 4.5, 5, not 4.5. 5. If it gets down to 5, 5.5. Give me Tampa Bay all day.
All right, we go to how much do you miss this term with regard to football? We go to the main slate on Sunday. Chargers at the football team, as some like to say, the Washington squad there. And at the moment, led by Ryan Fitzpatrick, mind you, a 1-point favorite, the WFT. And for the Chargers, I'm trying to think, will Herbert be back at that point in time?
I think so. I think he should be fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
this one's interesting. God, because the Chargers, they get back Derwin James. They get back their offense or their defensive line. That was pretty banged up. They get, they're going to get their defense back essentially. And that's the big thing that they missed last year was their defense. And Herbert, look, I mean, you got some guys that on this Chargers team that are really, really good. And the thing about the Chargers is they usually, I'm trying to remember if they either start off strong and then they start to waver, or our expectations are really low because everyone gets injured in the preseason. Again, right now, I wouldn't touch this because a lot can change with the Chargers. We've seen that every single preseason, pretty much, that someone gets hurt. And if that's the case, then this line could move much more drastically either way. So I'd wait on this one. If I had to choose right now, I would actually I like Washington football team plus 1.5.
Well, I assume you probably wouldn't go anywhere near the Packers-Saints game, not knowing what that quarterback situation is going to be like for Green Bay. How about we wrap with this one in the interest of time? A playoff rematch. You got the Chiefs at home, obviously the Super Bowl runners-up against the Browns. Nice matchup right there. Kansas City is favored by 6. What's your outlook?
I mean, Cleveland's another team that I think is a little bit inflated, right? Plus 5.5. They got some players, man. Cleveland always does, not always. They've done well recently in the offseason in terms of their acquisitions, their draft. They've done it very, very efficiently. They've done it well. Kansas City might be on a revenge tour. They got embarrassed in the Super Bowl, completely embarrassed. Minus 5.5 right now at home. That's tough to beat. So I'd like Kansas City in that one. But again, wait till stuff happens. Right? So many things can happen from now in 119 days. But if I had to choose right now, give me the Chiefs and then the over. I mean, I just see this one being a shootout.
folks. Welcome back in Madden After Dark. I'm Jeff Ulrich. You know me. Solo artist Jeff Ulrich, the artist formerly known as Jeff Ulrich. Back in here for a little Madden After Dark action. We got the Giants. We got the Eagles. And look who we dug up. He made it back in time, folks. It's Matt LaMarca. Going to join me for the entire sim this time. Well-rested, Matt LaMarca. So this will be good. Little Giants, little Eagles action. Did you have time to get a lineup in, Matt?
I didn't. I made it to the lineup screen. Ran out of time before I could submit. So I can tell
We're
you.
Just happy you're here. I mean, this is actually a really good ploy by you. You just set the standard low, man. I mean, like, you showed up.
I can tell you who would have been in my lineup if I had submitted it on time.
Do it.
Captain Saquon. Obviously, you got to captain Saquon. I mean, you don't have to, but he's the best player in this game. I went with Alshon, Golden Tate, Evan Ingram, Sterling Shepard, Zach Ertz. So that would have been my team.
Okay.
Ran out of time right as I click enter.
That's okay, dude. Again, we're just happy you're here. The DK Sim fam is ecstatic. They don't have to listen to me rambling. You know, who knows what I would have got into Madden After Dark. Things could have got really weird if I was here by myself. So I'm happy you're here too, dude. We were just talking about our favorite Christopher Nolan movies, which is probably why Matt didn't get a lineup, if I'm being dead honest. So anyways, I put Deshaun Jackson in my captain spot. Nice little value always. I like Deshaun because he can always just go off. Still got that massive speed for Madden. And he's cheap, so 15.4% owned in our little free roll here. I don't think we got that many entries, but who cares? It's just all about the fun anyways, folks. Hit that like button as you're making your way back into the stream, or just hit it if you've just been using it for Madden After Dark. A little crazy. We'll talk about a little whatever's on our mind here. It's Carson Wentz. That Carson Wentz. Throws it incomplete. Third name.
Kristen Nolan's got a pretty. Did I just call him Kristen Nolan? Christopher Nolan has a pretty dope IMDb page.
I mean, has there ever been a bad Christopher Nolan movie?
I can't say I've seen them all, but looking at this list, there's not one that I've really been disappointed by. I guess, I mean, Man of Steel? I didn't see that. He wrote the screenplay for that.
Did he really?
That's what it says. He didn't direct, though. Directing, he's done Tenet, which is what we started talking about. I haven't seen it. Dunkirk, Interstellar, the Dark Knight trilogy, The Prestige, Inception, Insomnia, Memento, Following, and those are his movies. That's a sick list of movies right there.
It's a pretty strong list. I mean, Tenet is like, it's polarizing because I think 50% of the people may just stop watching because they don't know what the heck is going on. But at the same time, like the plot and everything, when you break it down, I was telling Matt this, I spent like the last 30 minutes reading articles on it. It does make sense, and like the plot makes sense, and it you know, the actors are good and stuff like that. So it's not like a bad movie, but it's polarizing. But the other ones, I mean, I got nothing bad to say about any of them. I mean, I guess the Dark Knight Rises was like a little bit weak just in terms of like an ending to a series, but it's still good. You got Bane, you get the Bane voice out of it.
Doesn't matter who we are. All that matters is our plans.
That's right. Just as Miles Sanders here, time to go mobile. So that alone, I mean, makes up for whatever shortcomings that Dark Knight Rises may have had.
I will say I watched that movie like very recently, and I'll never now be able to just watch it and not think of Glash, which is really unfortunate. You know,
true. Glash has definitely ruined Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy for me.
You know, like I was watching and it was like they were fighting. You know, it's when they first meet and he's fighting, and he's like, "Oh, you think the darkness is around now?" And like I just couldn't get Glash doing that line out of my head, and I was like, well, this is over.
Yeah, no doubt. Giggle Pig says Memento is his favorite movie ever. Memento is easily like a top 5 movie for me as well.
It's a great film.
Unlike Tenet, you can actually break down too as it's kind of going down what's going on. So I love that movie. It's a great one. Down at the 1, Miles Sanders, second goal.
Giggle Pig's not a fan of how they wrapped up the trilogy. Well, from what I've heard, and I don't know if this is true or not, but somebody once told me that, like, the Joker was supposed to play a more prominent role in that third movie, but obviously, after Heath Ledger passed away, they had to, pull an audible there.
Yeah. Yeah, because they weren't going to recast them. Like, there's just no way.
You can't recast that role. Too iconic of a role.
Yeah.
So that would have been. I would have been curious to see how they would have made that work.
Yeah, dude, absolutely. That would have been really interesting. Actually, it is unfortunate. Actually, we probably don't. That doesn't get discussed enough. Just like how unfortunate that is. I mean, obviously, Heath Ledger losing his life is all we should care about, but just seeing how that obviously changed, like probably how that series wrapped up, definitely had an impact, I'm sure. I can't see them not having a role for Heath Ledger in that third part of the trilogy if he was still around. So we got a Deshaun Jackson touchdown there, people, as we were talking about Christopher Nolan movies and realizing that I don't think he's ever made a bad movie in his life, so good for him.
Jordan says Heath Ledger winning the Best Supporting Actor was an incredible moment. It was incredible and still deserved. Like, probably one of the 3 or 4 best acting performances I've ever seen. He was just incredible in that role. The way that he like just embraced the Joker. And he's now kind of ruined that role, right? Like, Jared Leto, who's a pretty good actor in his own right, he tried to bring his own take to it and went a little wild.
Yeah.
And we were all like,
Exactly right.
Like you're not Heath Ledger, and we don't like it.
Pretty much. No, it's true. Yeah, no, I mean it was just so good because like as crazy as he was in that role too, and like you said, how obviously focused on being like the Joker, you still like laughed at some of the things he did, like just some of the his mannerisms and like going into the hospital scene and stuff. Like to have that kind of balance is like crazy. So yeah, it was. I agree, man. It's very, very.
The best unintentional humor of that whole movie is when he goes into Harvey Dent's room, as we get a pic here.
Oh yeah.
And like you can see, it's clearly the Joker behind a hospital mask.
Right.
And then he pulls the mask down, and they're like, and Harvey Dent's like, like he couldn't tell from the face paint and the green hair and the eyes and oh man.
Eagles getting the turnover there, already on the march. Deshaun Jackson. Wow, glad I got my lineup in here. He's in my captain spot. Another catch, 3 catches already.
T-Pain says, who would you say is more memorable, Heath Ledger or Mark Hamill? I'm biased. For me, it's not even close. It's Heath Ledger, but like, I kind of find the old Batman movies to be like very cheesy.
Right.
So that's an easy one for me.
I agree, dude. I like the Tim Burton one. When it came out, I saw it a bunch of times. It's a good movie, but yeah, I like, I like Nolan's take. It's like set in, more realistic universe. And
no, they say he was the voice actor for the cartoon Batman series. Well,
yeah,
there
Hamill
you go.
was. I thought you were talking about Jack Nicholson.
And he was the voice for the Arkham series. See, Batman's not my thing. I'll be honest.
Oh, no, it's okay. Not everybody knows that. But yeah, Hamill did like a bunch of voice acting where he's the Joker for a bit. Over the middle, Zach Ertz inside the red zone already.
The Ertz father.
He hasn't signed with anyone yet, has he?
Nope. Not that I can recall. Seems like he's kind of done, but you can hang on in this league as a tight end for a long time if you're willing to play for the right price. You know, just ask Greg Olsen and Jimmy Graham and all these other guys. So
literally just about to say Greg Olsen. He got replaced, though. Gerald Everett on the Seattle Seahawks this year. Could be an interesting could be a good best ball target, maybe. Did any best ball yet, Marco?
Not yet. I do want to get into some of it a little sooner. I think that the ADPs in the early part of the year are pretty exploitable. Like specifically the rookies all seem to go later when you draft them at this time of year than closer to the start of the season.
Yeah.
So I probably will hop into a few of these drafts soon. I know, I don't know if we're allowed to like promote the website as we get an Alshon touchdown, but I came in the finals of one of the like major best ball tournaments that's out there in the industry last year.
Yeah.
So
you got to the last round.
I have some money in the account. You know, I can fire at will.
What was your team? Was it the big one, like one of the big
the mini,
$10,000
the $5 mini best ball championship?
Oh, nice. What was your team? Yeah, who carried you?
It was a Bill stack primarily. So I had Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
I had Dalvin Cook. I had, I can't even remember. This is so sad.
That's okay. Bill stack is pretty much the gist of it because Steph Diggs, Josh Allen was such a good combo last year.
Yeah, and the guy who came up like big for me in the postseason was Marvin Jones. Had a couple of big weeks for me, so I remember him.
That's true.
I remember him like doing a pretty good job.
I actually had a solid chunk of Marvin Jones. I just did not have enough to get me like anything deep last year, so it didn't matter. But yeah, Jones came through with when Golladay was out late in the year. Didn't do much at the start.
But yeah, I've talked about best ball. It's my favorite format. It's all the good stuff that we love about season-long fantasy without any of the stuff that makes it boring.
Yeah, no, I was explaining the format to someone in the chat because they legitimately hadn't heard of it before you showed up in the last sim, and I agree. I mean, I said the same thing. You can and it allows you to multi-table, so to speak. You know, it allows you to get more action in the game. You know, like you can't. I've tried to do like 25 season-long leagues at one, and you got to manage the teams. It sucks. Like it's terrible. You have waivers up your. You know, you got to stay up late some nights to get waivers. Like it's not fun. So I love the best ball format. You just draft and it's done.
I legitimately hire one of my friends to manage my portfolio during the year. You know, like if I'm doing
become your waiver guy.
If I'm doing the like some of those championship type formats and I'm firing multiple bullets, I cut him in to any potential winnings and say, you are my waiver guy. And he loves that stuff. As we get a nice return here.
What is going on here, folks? That was return. Like, I have not seen a return go past the 50-yard line in a long, long time. 63-yard return there by Golden Tate. Mark that one down in the record books. Wow. I don't even remember last time I saw a return touchdown. So maybe that's proof it could still happen. But, yeah.
I've never seen one.
We used to see him every now and then in the old sim in Madden 2020, but I don't think I've ever seen one in Madden 2021. That's legitimately the longest punt kick return I've probably seen in Madden 2021. Danny Dimes going deep.
Dimes.
Ooh. Texas says he made the final in best ball as well. Giggle Pigs loves best ball.
Yeah, didn't have Kamara. I feel that Kamara pretty much buried me.
That's right. Didn't he have like a 5 touchdown game in the playoffs?
It might have been 6.
I think it was 6. I forgot about that. Probably because all my teams were done by then. Saquon over middle to catch. DraftKings doesn't have their best ball out yet for this year, do they?
No, I was talking about this on Thursday. I don't remember
Sure
if it was with you or if it was with Freeze Pops. I think it was with Freeze Pops, but I did check because I wanted to be a company man, but I did not see the best ball format in the lobby yet.
Yeah, I'm sure DraftKings will have theirs out pretty soon, but don't quote me on that because I have no idea.
It's all right. I already made that guarantee. I said it'll be back and it'll be expanded. It's too popular for it to not be.
Yeah. I think it's pretty safe for you to say that. It'll probably be soon if we're adding to the guarantees. So anyways, look for that. Best ball, like Matt said, it's an awesome format. I like it a lot. It is Sterling Shepard. That's going to be crowded receiving core next year, aren't they? Shepard, Ingram, Kadarius Toney, Galladay.
Darius Slayton.
Jesus.
Did we say Evan Ingram?
I think I did.
Did we say Saquon Barkley?
I didn't say Saquon Barkley, but let's throw him in there. Are you buying any of these guys? Like, you gonna pay up for Galladay? I mean, I love Galladay, but
probably not.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll the answer is we'll see, right? It's all dependent on price. I do like Kenny Galladay, but I don't know if I trust Danny Dimes enough to have a top tier fantasy wide receiver. So I'll probably pass on him. I think, I've done very minimal football research. I'm pretty heavily deep into the NBA and the MLB at the moment. So the guy that makes sense to me that I think I'm going to be pretty heavy on, assuming that he's somewhat discounted, is probably Michael Thomas. Like, I think Drew Brees is just done. I don't think Michael Thomas is any less of a player than he has been. Mm-hmm. He played really well with Taysom Hill at quarterback last season as Saquon walked it into the end zone.
He did, and he did as well. Saquon getting the Giants on the board. You're right. Like, he looked fine. I mean, that was like his healthiest stretch of the year there when Taysom was at QB. I think it's probably a good buy low candidate. If the Saints regress a little bit too, they should be passing more. Jameis throws a couple picks. That's good. Which means they get the ball more. The pick sixes. I'm already blanking. So Deshaun caught the first. Oh yeah, Alshon Jeffrey caught the second Eagles touchdown. Sorry, I just wanted to update you. If you're just joining, Deshaun Jackson, Alshon Jeffrey for the Eagles, Saquon Barkley for the Giants, 14-7. Smash our like button, guys.
Yeah, AD Poker says, do the Giants grab another quarterback after this year? They were giving Jones all the weapons. We think he's gone if he doesn't produce points. 100% make or break year for Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
I don't know if he necessarily needs to get them to the playoffs or anything like that. Like, I don't know if there's a arbitrary win threshold that he has to hit, but if he doesn't prove that he can be a winning quarterback this year, he's done. I've already hit the point where I wouldn't pay him. I don't think,
yeah.
But if they're in a position to draft the quarterback next year and he hasn't produced, they will 100% do so.
It's one of those things. Like, if we're being honest, the Giants probably should have just taken Justin Fields this year. I mean,
yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah. Too bad, too. I mean, that would have been a wicked situation. Weak division, Galladay, and now you reset your quarterback clock too. Do not have to worry about paying him for 5 years.
I mean, they are in a potentially good spot next year, now owning their first-round pick and the Bears' first-round pick.
Yep.
So they could very well have two, top half of the first-round type picks next year.
Yeah.
And then that gives them flexibility to potentially move up if they need to. But so I don't necessarily hate what the Giants did, but I think we just really liked Justin Fields, and it would have been cool to see him go there. I mean, that's so many weapons. We just listed them all.
Yeah.
Like a good quarterback could make that offense top tier very quickly.
I think the Giants, and the thing is, I think you'll probably get a bounce back from Daniel Jones. He's got great weapons. If I had to predict the Giants season, they'll probably do something like go 9-8, not make the playoffs, but be close. Jones will show a bit better year, probably turn the ball over a little bit less, throw a couple more touchdowns, and it'll probably just convince the Giants to give them another year. Because I don't think the draft class is going to be that good next year. They're not going to have a top 5 pick again, unless the Bears really, really stink. But the Bears are in a weak division now too, so I think the Giants I think you're stuck with Daniel Jones for at least 2 more years if you're a Giants fan.
The Hawk calling for a 5,000-yard, 40 touchdown season from Daniel Jones.
Yeah, Fantasy Hawk is very in on Daniel Jones.
I didn't realize they expanded the season to 37 games. I thought it was just 17.
I mean, I like Galladay, so I think it'll give him a little boost. I'm higher on Daniel Jones doing really well than Tua. I'll throw that out there. I don't know if that's saying much, but
I mean, Jones does have the sneaky athleticism, right? We always love quarterbacks that can run.
he's got a quick release too. He does. Like, he's got a good release. It just, the good release doesn't matter when you're like inaccurate or you're just like making bad decisions.
I mean, it's the turnovers with him, man. That's really, it's the turnovers, the sacks. Like, I saw his numbers for his career now. He's thrown 35 touchdowns compared to 22 picks, which is like not terrible, but it's not off. It's not great.
It's close to Jameis Winston numbers. Let's be honest.
Right, but then you have to add in 29 fumbles.
It's so bad. You seriously have 29 fumbles? That's
29 fumbles the past 2 years.
That's absurd.
The man can't hold on to the ball when he's being tackled.
Yeah. I mean, to that point, he can barely stand up when he's running, so. Oh, man. What a ridiculous play.
Right on cue, he almost throws it right to a linebacker.
Yep. Yeah, that would have been, if he'd just thrown a pick six there, that would have been cherry on top of that Danny Dimes conversation. All right, under 2 minutes left, Giants. They got to go here. It's 3rd and 5. Come on, Danny. There you go. A completion. Ooh, Darius Slayton. Guy who went from actually a pretty high draft pick next year to probably going to be lucky if he catches 30 balls.
I still really like him.
Pretty good. Sub 4.4 guy. I mean,
he gets open deep. Danny Dimes has missed him a bunch last year from what I saw.
Yep.
I think he's a nice dynasty add because they lose Ingram after the season. They lose Sterling Shepard, I believe, or like they have a bunch of upcoming free agents in as pass catchers.
Yeah.
So I think he becomes relevant again in the future. I would try to pick him up on the cheap if I could.
And to expand on that, it's not like Kenny Galladay stays on the field very well either. So neither does Evan Ingram. So yeah, good call. And Slayton might be a guy, you draft like last round in best ball. Maybe you have Danny Dimes as your QB2.
The cheap Giants stack. I love the cheap stacks like that.
Yep. I think Giants is a good one. You get Daniel Jones with a little bit of rushing upside too. I was talking about like the Bears with Darnell Mooney and Justin Fields for that too.
So we've had the 4 NFC East teams these past 2 games. Now, granted, I missed the first half of the last one, but do you have any like hot takes on this division or any just takes in general?
I like Washington a lot. I like them as a bet as well. I mean, I think that, obviously, like I'm not suggesting Washington's going to be one of the elite teams next year, but you look at this division, they have the best unit. They have the best defense. And I think that's the best unit in the division. Maybe you could say Cowboys offense, but I'll take the Washington defense, especially with Ron Rivera there. So, and I like the Fitzpatrick signing. They added Curtis Samuel. Like, there's really nothing that they did that I don't think. Like, I think they'll be better. I think they'll be better with Ryan Fitzpatrick, who's going to get more out of guys like Scary Terry and Samuel. So, I really like Washington. They're the second favorite, but it is a wide open division. I mean, I think the Giants, if their defense plays like they did last year, could be in it. They had a tough schedule. Giants last year looked good in spots, just could not close out games. So maybe if Joe Judge can kind of figure that out, it'll be them. But I'd rather side with the Washington football team.
Yeah, it's a good point. My gut feeling is you take the Cowboys because for my money, the Cowboys offense is the best unit in the division.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's either them.
I would say Washington's defensive line might be the best position group.
Yeah,
if we're really digging into the minutia here, but but then you look at it, and I think Washington last year was 5-1 with Alex Smith at quarterback. And it's not like Alex Smith was even good. He was actually bad last year, but he wasn't train wreck bad like Dwayne Haskins.
Yeah.
So now you give them improved quarterback play, and like you said, bringing in Curtis Samuel. You might be onto something here.
Their offense could be sneaky good. Like it could be. I mean, I know Fitzpatrick will have his moments, but. He can move the ball a bit, with his legs. He can do things that Alex Smith won't do. He'll definitely chuck it downfield more. So
we think he's 100% going to be their starter.
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm kind of holding out hope for the Heineke.
Heineke looked okay, and he does bring like even better athleticism. But I really do think it's going to be Fitzpatrick. I think they're kind of going that veteran QB route. I think. It's a little bit of a Tampa move, right? Like I'm not comparing Fitzpatrick to Brady, but veteran guy who's been around a lot. He works in seamlessly with the teams. They have a really good defense. They have good, lines and stuff like that. They just got to find like the right veteran guy who can kind of carry him and make some big plays. And I think Fitzpatrick could actually be that guy. So I'm pretty high on them for next year. They do have a tough opener with Charges, but Dallas also has to play Tampa week 1, so maybe that cancels it out.
According to Jordan, Fitzpatrick on the Ross Tucker podcast said that if he's not the starter, he's going to retire.
There you go.
I mean, just a wonderful person, right? The league is just better because he's in it. When he had that game for Tampa Bay and then he wore Deshaun Jackson's outfit to the press game post conference, it was it's an all-time NFL post-game moment.
And then Deshaun comes out and he's like, where are my clothes?
And he's got the chest hair puffing out. And, it was just wonderful.
Uh, 80 Poker agrees. Tizod, I don't know how to pronounce your name, dude. He agrees that he likes Rivera. I like Rivera too. I think that was a solid hire by Washington, especially for Washington, who just needs someone like Rivera in their organization.
The riverboat.
Yeah, keep a cap on things. Yeah, and that's why I'm not sold on the Giants, because of who their coaches are. You got Jason Garrett and Joe Judge running things. Judge was
the Giants fans love him. The Giants fans love Joe Judge.
Do they for real?
The Giant fan in my opinion, is an old school football fan.
Like they remember Bill Parcells.
Right. You do things the right way.
Yeah.
You work hard. You show up with your lunch pail every day. So like there were the stories about him making the team practice in the rain because he thought they were being sloppy, and
the
Giant fan just drinks that all up.
They ate that up. Didn't he like punch one of his coaches or something?
There was a rumor that he got into some fisticuffs last year.
Yeah. So okay, fair enough. Yeah, I can see how the hardcore Giants fan he's out. Yeah, you're right. I guess that's true. I think there are a lot of Giants fans who'd eat into that. And look, they did have Parcells, so Judge is probably like a
right. And Tom Coughlin was like that, and you know he gave the Giants 2 Super Bowls. So
that's true. I always forget that about Tom Coughlin.
No, I know.
Like the dude won twice. I mean, I think he even called him like a bad coach, but like, how can I even say that? Guys, there is a promo I want to alert you to again. I know, but it's important because it's a refer a friend. You refer your friends to play on DraftKings in the free man contest. Again, the free man contest. All you got to do is scan the QR code. It's up on screen right now, just like our producers, timing this perfectly as always. You can either scan that QR code or you can visit dkng.co/friend. Send the link to your friends, and when they deposit, you both play free. Again, it's a cool thing. You can put it up on your social media channels really easy. If you know someone who's thinking about DraftKings, just do it because you're both going to get to play for free. And there you go. You've been alerted. It's Madden After Dark. We'll get right back into it, but wanted to let you guys know about that. We got Ertz at 4 catches for 61. D. Jax 4 for 42. Saquon 3 for 24. Touchdowns: Jeffrey, Deshaun, and Saquon. Not the worst first half. Kind of slowed down there a bit.
He got off to a ripping start in this game.
Did actually, didn't it? Think the Eagles have any chance next year, or is that just like wishful thinking? I think they're going to be a great fantasy team. Like I think Devontae Smith and Jalen Hurts could just go nuts.
Yeah, I think you like it depends on what you think about the division, right? If you think that like a 500 level team is going to win the division again, then the Eagles are probably live. If you think that one of these teams can get to like 10 or 11 wins, then I don't know if the Eagles have that kind of ceiling. I'm very much in on Jalen Hurts, but I'm not sure how much value he's going to bring to those pass catchers. Like the reason we love Hurts in fantasy is the rushing ability, and rushing quarterbacks not the best for wide receivers in fantasy. Like look at the Ravens, and I'm not comparing Jalen Hurts to Lamar Jackson. They're different types of players, but like you could put whatever receiver you want there. I just don't think it matters because Lamar Jackson just sucks the value out of those dudes.
Yeah. It's a fair point. Hurts could definitely do a little bit of that. I just feel like Devontae Smith is going to be like getting open for him at will kind of thing. Like I think
lots of talent. They're back-to-back first-round wide receivers.
Yeah,
they took Rager last year. Everybody loves Dallas Goedert, so they have talent for sure.
It's a good point though. The rushing QBs, it's really dicey sometimes trying to stack them or just take their receivers.
My boy Tater Hater in the building says LaMarca looking good in that polo. That was part of my my in between the Sims. I got my Dunkins. I took a shower, put on the polo. Somebody said that the shirt I was wearing had the bacon neck going, so I said, "All right, I got to try and look a little bit more professional for this one."
I just love that you literally slept through the stream. I mean, I was getting worried. I'm like, oh man, like I hope Matt's okay. Like legitimately, I was thinking. Oh God, like you get in a car accident, something wrong.
No, for sure. The thing
is,
like,
feel good. See, it does. It makes me feel good. You got a little extra rest.
It would have to be something real serious if I didn't chat in, which I know doesn't really help alleviate the situation. Oh, he's gone.
Oh,
is that Golden?
It is Golden Tate. My mind was blanking. I'm like, who starts with the 1 on the Giants? It's Golden Tate. Good call. That's going to be a touchdown. Golden Tate's still a free agent.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in like a 30-person dynasty, or not 30 teams, 30-man rosters.
Right.
And I was like, do I cut Golden Tate? Like, what do I do here? Because I needed the roster spot. So
as soon as you cut him, he's going to sign with Green Bay.
I didn't cut him. He made the first round of cuts. I decided to cut Alshon over him.
I think
Alshon's done with a capital
sucks.
D.
Even if he goes to the Packers, he sucks.
Right. Anytime you're like old and it's like, oh, they can use you as like a physical, jump ball outside specialist.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, all right, I'm out on you immediately.
No thanks.
When's the last time that role has worked?
Yeah. Other than Larry Fitzgerald, that doesn't work. Yeah. And even Larry has surpassed his prime in fantasy.
Has he officially hung it up yet?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I got to be honest. I really want him to retire.
I do too. Well, you're still okay and decent. Just do it. Like, we don't need to see you become like Jason Witten or something,
Yeah, not to mention, like, I would hate it if the Cardinals were like, you know what? Sorry, Larry. We're not going to bring you back. And then he had to go somewhere else. And
yeah, play with the Texans for a year or something.
Yeah, like, I would hate to see that. I know that anybody can play anywhere now. Like, if Tom Brady can go to Tampa, if Aaron Rodgers is really going to be a non-Packer, like, any player can play anywhere anymore, and it shouldn't be surprising. But it would hurt me to see Larry Fitz in a non-Cardinals jersey.
Yeah, I want to say Fitz said it's Arizona or nothing for him, but again, I mean, players change their minds too. Like, if he really wants to play, he'll play. So it's 37, Larry Fitzgerald. Oh, the end around. Good one.
Wow, that play never works.
No, it never works. That's why I was so shocked. We're seeing a lot of firsts here. Just about got a return touchdown. Just about got an end around touchdown. What are we going to see next? Like a fake field goal from the 20, throw for an 80-yard bomb? Spicing things up in that after dark.
Speaking of legends changing teams, how about Albert Pujols with the Dodgers?
Oh, we get the Alshon touchdown after we just said we should cut him. Yeah, Pujols to the Dodgers. I saw that. As if the Dodgers need more help.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been so much better for Pujols. He's really kind of slowed down since leaving the Cardinals.
Yeah.
But, like, his overall numbers, absolutely insane. He's got over 3,200 hits. He's got 669 homers. So he's an inner circle Hall of Famer. I'm glad that he at least, that wasn't the end for him, just getting unceremoniously released during the season. Like, he's at least going to get to go out on his own terms, and he has a great chance to win another World Series ring now that he's with the Dodgers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, I guess I'm happy for him. It's just going to be weird to see him in that Dodgers uniform.
Definitely weird. Like you said, his career numbers get slept on by some people too. Like, I always forget Albert Pujols. Forget he's still in the league sometimes, but he is. God, he's just so productive for so long. Ridiculous player.
Yeah, I know we've taken away some of the importance on stuff like batting average, but he started his career with 10 straight seasons with a 300 batting average, at least 30 homers, and at least 100 RBIs.
Yeah. Did you say 10 straight?
10 straight to start his career.
That's what I mean. It's just that stretch was just so sick. Ridiculous.
And some of his later seasons have brought his career batting average now under 300, which, is not great, but
yeah, that kind of sucks. But
still, the guy's got 3 MVPs, Rookie of the Year, obviously many All-Stars and Silver Sluggers, and he did win 2 World Series with the Cardinals. So he's an all-time great, man. He's maybe one of the best pure hitters of the baseball that I've ever seen play the game. Him, Miguel Cabrera, Manny Ramirez. Like, Manny was obviously a lunatic, but guy had a sweet swing, and I think we could probably put Mike Trout in that conversation too.
Mike who?
Mike Trout. Have you heard?
Oh
of him?
yeah, for sure. It's kind of funny you bring up Trout because I was gonna say what was Danny Dimes doing here? What a goof! Now he's gonna throw it. Sure. Okay. Good play, I guess. As Darius Slayton over the 50-yard line. Just a complete goofy play there by Daniel Jones. I feel like when Pujols got traded to the Angels, people just almost forgot about him because he's obviously started to get overshadowed by Trout. But
I mean, that team too, it's just been so bad. They have arguably the greatest player in the history of the league.
Yeah.
In his prime, and they can't make the playoffs in what has been a kind of a weak division.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Right. No, I know. Angels are just...
T-Pain adds, is Nomar on this list? Sorry, Tom. No Nomar.
A Nomar guy.
Ooh, Giggle Pigs.
Wicked.
Giggle Pigs with a good one here. Chipper Jones. Great hit. Switch hit.
Jones is good. But Tony Gwynn.
Tony Gwynn, yeah. I kind of missed the majority of Tony Gwynn, but that guy was...
he was just a
professional hitter.
Yeah, professional hitter. You got to, I guess you get a discount a bit because he didn't have the power or anything, but fuck, that guy was that guy was really good. Yeah.
Must be says Chipper was a goat. Braves country over here. You know what Chipper is a goat in is MLB The Show. He's got one of the best cards in the game right now. I don't have it right at the moment because it's a very hard card to get, but I long for the days where I can use it. Oh, take off, Danny.
Oh no. Typical. Yeah. His fumble 3001 of the DK Sims for Daniel Jones. Oh man. Brutal. They're about to tie it up too. It's too bad. Got some rushing yards out of Daniel Jones there. Is that his second fumble of this game? No, I don't think it was.
As they say, Jeff, if it's in the game, it's in the game. Here's the Chipper Jones fact. I don't know if this is widely known or if it's just known by Mets fans, but he loved playing against the Mets and hitting against the Mets so much that he named one of his children Shea in honor of Shea Stadium because that's how much he owned the New York Metropolitans.
Wow. That's kind of like a rough fact to take as a Mets fan.
Well, we gave it to him too because we hit him with the Larry because his real name is Larry.
Yeah, because his real name's Larry. I remember that. Reminds me of there's a golfer named Webb Simpson. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he named his first daughter Wyndham after the Wyndham Championship.
Yes, of
course.
course.
That was the first professional tournament he won. So
Webb is a classic great ball striker, questionable putter guy.
No, Webb Simpson's career has been weird because he's always been one of the best iron players in the game. Doesn't hit it that far, but superb iron player, ridiculously talented in that facet. But if people know golf, they used to allow the belly putter, and he used to be fantastic with the belly putter. Then they outlawed the belly putter, and he literally couldn't putt for 3 years. He turned into a terrible putter. Then he went to this other weird wrist grip or something, and he turned back into a fantastic putter. So the last 3 years, basically 2018 to present, he's been just lights out, his usual self with the irons, and then he's turned into one of the best putters in the game again. But he went through a 3 to 4 year stretch where he could not putt.
Okay.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I don't play a ton of DFS golf. I enjoy to watch the golf and play the golf, but like he's always somebody that I am drawn to, or at least used to be, because he was always cheap and he had good metrics. Same for like Adam Scott. You looked at Adam Scott and it's like, oh man, this guy hits every green in regulation. Why is he, 8K? And it's like, oh, he averages 34 putts per round. And now Adam Scott's like good again, right? Hasn't he had a bit of a resurgence?
Yeah, he is. Adam Scott's just like a super good ball striker, and he's gone through a couple different putter medicines, but he still uses like the broomstick, but it's not attached to his body now, so I don't know. He's still good. Adam Scott's still really good. Getting up there a little bit, but he still competes. Got a sweet swing.
What happened today in the golf? I know that we had some guys really low after the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need any of the stats. I mean, whatever. We had like 1 touchdown here.
You got ice.
Yeah, Saquon had a touchdown. Alshon, Deshaun Jackson. Anyways, Sam Burns in the lead. KH Lee, my guy. I got 175 to 1 outright on KH Lee tomorrow, so I'll be sweating that. But then you got Kuchar at 17 under, Spieth at 17 under, and Charles Schwartzel also at 17 under.
Oh,
They're
my boy.
3 shots back.
Schwartzel. I don't know why, but I've always gravitated towards him and Louis Oosthuizen.
Oh,
I think it's just because their names are fun to say.
I love Oosthuizen, dude. I'm going to be betting him next week, too, because he's playing pretty good. But those guys are 3 shots back. Spieth is playing really good right now. Like I'm very tempted to bet Spieth for the PGA Championship next week. I think that course is going to set up good, but we got it should be a birdie fest tomorrow. Like I said, you got those guys in contention. You got Sam Burns in the lead. Sam Burns played insane. He won 2 weeks ago. He's like basically just sinking everything right now. So I'll be cheering for KH Lee. He's definitely the underdog of that group, but that's why I got such good odds on him.
Yeah, okay. It looks like he was 3 under today. Because I looked it up. I had to write a golf recap for DK Live last night. And he was at 17 under going into today. And the course record for this tournament is 23. So I was like, man, he might be at 23 at the end of the 3rd round. But it seems as though he cooled down just a smidge.
Just a smidge. It's supposed to be windy tomorrow too. Like they're teeing off early. So tomorrow actually could be really interesting. Like I don't think you're going to see that many birdies. So I just hope they get it in, because I do not want the event to go into Monday. That would suck going into a major. So I'm just praying that they finish tomorrow. I mean, I'm mainly praying that KH Lee wins, but should be a good one. Like I said, Spieth coming in good. And Matt Kuchar playing well too. Could be another guy to think about for DFS next week. He's only 7K. All the big millie makers and stuff are pretty much out on DraftKings for next week. They should be dropping more contests soon, probably maybe even tomorrow night. But yeah, it's going to be a fun week. Wicked course over in Kiowa Island. It's like this crazy links course on the ocean. It's going to be a good one, man.
Is that Hawaii?
Kiowa Island's in South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Yep.
Oh
my God. Helmet catch.
I've seen a couple of those recently. The old Stoinker.
Yeah, I might have been with you when we saw like a crazy one. I think it like went off a lineman's head and then he caught it. Yes. Just how he planned it out. Here we go. Put it away, Eagles. Sanders up the middle. Burning a little clock. Peace of mind wants Burns. Burns,
baby, Burns.
Dun, 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 dun.
Or we could go Burns from The Simpsons. Higgs and Smithers.
Release the hounds. Metrics for the show in South Carolina, Moose. It's a Pete Dye course, so definitely short game going to be a big factor. I can tell you that right now.
Played
just looking at the
Dye course once.
Oh, which one?
Kicked my butt.
They're not hard. They're not easy for amateur golfers.
Oh, and
you basically have to hit a good shot on every shot. Like there's just no open landing areas.
claiming to be able to pipe it 320 down the middle on the regs. I'm more of a like a 20 handicap these days probably. And it was a beautiful course in Maryland, but super challenging.
Yeah, his big thing is there's no like super like bailout spots in PGI courses. Like they're very, it's like you got the fairway, you miss, you're in the bunker or you're in some marsh or something. And it's like, they don't look overly challenging. They're generally not like overly long, but especially for amateurs, I think PGI courses would be not on my list of ones I'd want to play with it. Ooh, knocked down over the middle. That was 3rd and goal too. We can get field goal. But yeah, the course next week looks awesome. Smaller greens. Like I said, there's a lot of just sort of penalty areas. And by penalty, I just mean like sand, some marshes and stuff like that. So, and then it's obviously right on the ocean, like completely exposed. So any wind is going to go just make it impossible. I'd be looking at around the green stuff and just guys who you don't need to be super crazy good off the tee, but guys who are consistent. You know, they're going to be able to just pipe it 280, hit the fairway most holes.
Like Emerson.
Just like Emerson, dude. That was the first person who came to mind. Hit every fairway, amazing short game, amazing quads. Oh, man. I did a 3-man booth with Emerson and Tara Lynn.
Yeah, I popped in for a little bit.
Oh, did you?
I did. I popped in. I made some comments. I was ignored by the commentators, and I said, "Well, this is not right," and I left.
Emerson's fault.
But no, honestly, I thought it was a good dynamic. You know, it's kind of nice to have a different sounding voice in the booth with Tara Lynn, and obviously I love you and Emerson, so I enjoyed it. I thought it was a good sim.
Yeah, no, I'm enjoying having Tara Lynn pop in to these sims every now and then. It's good. Yeah, I think it'll be a little bit more accuracy driven choker. Again, I mean, like, you know, distance is always good, but I think more just pure ball striking stats. So, and like I said, I really do feel like around the green play is going to be super significant. So it's kind of why I like Spieth hitting his irons well right now. We know he's got the good short game. Just needs one good putting week, and we know that's always possible with him. Well, Patrick says he played the Kiowa course for his buddy's birthday. Looks beautiful, and he put his first 2 balls in the water as the starter was telling him about the course. This is Patrick from Hops. Just call him Pops. Oh, goodbye. No, he got shoestring.
Got him on the shoestring. I played the Pete Dye course. I played was on day 3 of a bachelor party weekend.
Dear God.
I hit my first tee shot and had no idea where the ball went. No clue. Couldn't find it either, so I just had to drop it somewhere.
Duddy, Sterling Shepard. That sounds like that's like punishment, like playing a Pete Dye course in the middle of a bachelor party. Oof.
Yeah, we all thought it was a good idea at the time. And we were like, yeah, you know, we'll book it early in the day so we still have plenty of time for, you know, festivities in the afternoon and the evening. And then, you know, 9 o'clock rolled around after going to bed at like 6. And I was like, I'm too old for this. What am I doing? I grew up a lot that weekend. It was the weekend that I officially realized I can't hang with the big dogs anymore.
Yeah, that's right. It's eye-opener, right?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I could not survive like a full-fledged bachelor party anymore either. Like from
Especially
my 30s,
like
from my 20s or something like that. I mean,
the bachelor party has changed. You know,
Has
it used
it?
to be a one-night event. I don't know. Maybe it's just my friends, these sickos. You know, like we did like 4 days in Vegas for one of my friends. We did, you know, like renting a house in Ocean City, Maryland for a long weekend. That's where I played the Pete Dye course. Like these guys have weekends.
Yeah.
It's too much. It's too much.
I've done both. I've done the one night things where, you know, you basically just hope you end up alive. And then at the end of the night, but it's just one night. And then I've done like the whole week things. I've done a Vegas thing. Those are really fun, but like you said, by the end of it, like you are really just, you almost need to just check into rehab, like right at the end of it. Just even if you're not like, you know, in need of rehab, it just like, it feels like you need to.
It was, yeah. Since then, I've had like 2 bachelor parties. They've been much more mellow, and I'm like, this is my speed now. This is what I, you know, like this is the life that I want to live.
I'm trying to think if I've ever been to a mellow bachelor party. I wish I had. They sound great.
You know, one of my buddies, we rented a house out in the Hamptons. We played some golf. We, you know, like it was fun. We didn't.
Yeah, like just going for like a normal golf trip. that actually sounds enticing, you know.
Yeah, that's really what it was. We played, you know, just yard games and golf, and you know, there was no just pure debauchery that needed to happen. So it was.
Yeah. The bachelor parties.
Robert Sparks says Ocean City is my area. You know, I'm sure it was real nice. Like, I wish I got to experience more of it.
Wish I could remember what it looked like.
You know, like I said before we went down there, I was like, the one thing I want to do is I want to go to one of those restaurants where they give you like the crabs and the little hammer. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
You just get to break up the crabs with the hammer.
Yep.
Didn't make it there.
Oh, that sucks.
The one thing I said I wanted to do.
Matt didn't get his crab hammer. That sucks.
So I'll have to make it back there at some point.
I love crab. I love those restaurants. I haven't been to one in so long. Obviously, we don't have them up where I live. We should. Maybe I'll open one, but it'll be very popular. All right. Oh, okay. Eagles got a first down, so this one's pretty much over. We have an Adam Kaufman sighting in the chat. How exciting on a Saturday night. Wow.
The Kaufman. Yeah.
Hope everyone's having a great night, he says. Glad Lamarco's awake. Yeah, thanks for showing up and filling in, Kaufman. Could have saved the day. Not that I needed saving.
Koff texted me yesterday, like 4 minutes before lineup lock. He's like, can you put a lineup in, please? And I'm like, ugh, whatever. So I built a lineup in 3 minutes and took the W down.
Tom's Reckwish says Lamarco was reffing a youth basketball game.
I like that one.
Went into triple OT and he's still in uniform.
Yesterday, or the last time I wore this shirt, they were telling me I looked like I was on a work release program. So.
I think it's a nice shirt. Just a polo shirt.
I'll take working as a ref over, work release.
We're being part of the chain gang. Yeah, Caps won an OT tonight.
Kaufman says he's about to watch Kevin Garnett's Hall of Fame speech. What an NBA Hall of Fame class. You know, obviously Kobe is the headliner, deservedly so, but him, Timmy Duncan, and Kevin Garnett, that's got to be one of the best Hall of Fame classes of all time.
Yeah, it's right up there, dude. I mean, I can't recall the Hall of Fame classes off my head, but like, those are three big boys for sure. Duncan is just, perennially underrated. Just how much success. Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, Duncan is like the Brady of the NBA.
More team numbers than individual numbers. I mean, he did rack up plenty of awards, like Defensive Player of the Years and such, but he just wasn't flashy,
Yeah.
I have always said that I thought that he was a better basketball player than Kobe. Certainly, Kobe was more impactful on basketball culture. Like, he has had a bigger legacy.
Yep.
But like needing to win a game in that era, I really thought that Tim Duncan was.
I mean, I personally don't even think that's a hot take. Like, I know, I'm sure you get a lot of argument from people, especially now,
argument.
RIP Kobe, obviously. But yeah, I don't even think it's a hot take. I agree 100%. Tim Duncan was just good in everything that he did. But anyways, like you said, massive class tonight. So hopefully Adam enjoys his little speeches there. Anyways, guys, thanks a lot for hanging out. Do you have a quick player of the game for me there? Lamaka.
Alshon, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, I was gonna say either Alshon or Deshaun, but I like the Alshon. He had 2 touchdowns. You got a DFL babysitter Billy, not our kid.
It might be Saquon. I know he scored. He had the 4 catches, but I'm going to take, when you consider like how owned he is, I don't think he did enough tonight.
Definitely didn't return back. You're not our kid. So there it is, folks. The last sim of this great Saturday. I had a great time hanging out tonight. I hope everyone else did. If you could smash that like button once more for me on your way out, I'd appreciate it. But guys, I really appreciate it, especially the support from the chat. While Matt was, charging up the batteries, talking movies. I appreciate it, man. I do. Shout out to you guys. I really do. Had fun hanging out. I'm going to give you the schedule before we head out of here, guys. Tomorrow, Sunday, May 16th. We got Kaufman and Brandon kicking it off, Rams at Lions. Then we got 2 p.m. Eastern, 49ers at Titans. Jason Rossi and Billy, babysitter Billy, making an appearance tomorrow, guys. 2 p.m. Eastern, Rossi and Billy. The pile driver, I got that wrong. Pile driver.
Pile driver pop culture podcast.
There you go.
Pop
That's why you're here.
Pile driver. A lot of P's. It's a P podcast.
Yeah. They got a podcast. You can ask them for it. You can make fun of me. They got the 49ers at Titans. That's 2 p.m. Rossi and Billy. 4 p.m. You got Rossi and Tom. Steelers at Panthers. 6 p.m. Oh, my God. Rossi doing a triple header. Someone get that guy a Diet Coke. Rossi and Tom back for 6 p.m. Eastern. Browns at Cardinals. 8 p.m. Eastern. You got Raiders at Colts. Kaufman and Lamarca's back. And then 10 p.m. Eastern, we got Bears at Jaguars. Tom and Lamarca to finish things off. So you'll be getting more Lamarca tomorrow night. Nice little schedule. Like I said, Rossi and Billy in there if you want to make a Billy kind of say hi. He's doing the 2 p.m. sims. So, Matt, buddy,
we're getting out of here at the right time. The chat is just completely blasting my Kobe take, which is expected. I mean, people don't like that take.
That's what I said. That's what I said would happen. I mean, I agree with it, though. That's all that matters.
Anyway, Sim fam, I will try to be here on time. No guarantees. You never know what's going to happen, but I'll make a concerted effort to be here for you at the correct time.
Yeah, definitely make sure tomorrow.
As always, a pleasure.
Definitely make sure tomorrow you're on time because they don't want to hear Kaufman on his own. Let's not subject anyone to that. Anyways, DK Sim fam. Peace out. We'll see you tomorrow.